into a day like today? Do you focus on keeping the players' mentalities right, giving them a lot of belief, supporting with the fans? It's obviously a high-stakes environment.
Yeah, I think so. I think, you know, just try to come in with no expectations. They have the skills, right? Yeah. And now it's just like, they just have to believe in themselves, and that's it.
Okay, a few words of encouragement to RRQ in case they're looking up at the screens when they're on a break. What do you want to say to them?
Thank you to all our fans. Keep supporting us. This team is great. They have a chance to really do great if they make it into the finals. So keep supporting.
All right, man. Thanks for the interview. Appreciate it. RRQ, make some noise. All right. There is a common thread at EWC, and it's not just great games and great esports, it's great teams. That's right. Organizations are the lifeblood of not only EWC, but especially the club championship. And if you feel like you don't have the right merch, well, this is the place for you. From Team Liquid all the way over to Gaimin Gladiators, you've got Wolves, you've got so many different jerseys, Sentinels, teams that I love that you can go ahead and grab here to support your favorite team while you're watching at this event. It's super fun. In fact, they told me I can get some for free. So, you know, let me get all these. Let me get a JD, let me get a Sentinels and a mouse. Thank you. I get that for free, right? I got to pay. Okay, so I didn't know about that part. But however, if you want to pay, this is going to be here for you as well. I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry. Anyways, enjoy EWC merch among many fun people working at the booths are waiting for you.
大家好，我们是 P 莎莎，来自中国。我们战队为大家介绍一下 Apex Legends 里的狙击步枪的一个 Aranco 天梯靶。
我觉得啊，资蹦必须得排到猎杀，好吧？技术含量最牛逼的枪。
这个枪确实有点难，太难了。
可以资蹦，除了吧，又恶心又那个的。
除了克莱贝尔，好吧，就是这个枪最强了
啊！可以，
我觉得就猎杀。
对，
猎杀
来。
那就弓箭了啊，还不是哨兵
吗？
哨兵
必须哨兵。
哨兵我感觉挺简单的，还青铜吧？
这还简单。
我觉得克莱伯吧。
克莱伯怎么了？
克莱伯又帅又难度比较高。
给他排到大师。
不是，我觉得克莱伯是最简单、最容易以下犯上的枪，直接排到青铜，好吧？
可以，
直接排到青铜。
这个最简单的枪放到
最简单青铜，
就选最简单的枪，哪个最简单？这个最简单。 这个最简单，或者是这个，这两个最
简单，这三个最简单。
对，这
三个
给他排白银，好吧？这个给他排白银，
不能全部青铜。
我觉得也可以青铜，这个也可以青铜，青铜吧，我求你了，太简单了这个枪。
还是啥？
弓箭吧，弓箭上放个钻石吧。
难用的枪就往上放呗，
这不难用吧？
弓箭
这难用啊，
还挺难用的，拉屎。
给他放大师。
大师，
这三把都是比较好用的枪，这三把
太好用就没有什么技术含量，直接放青铜。我跟你说，青铜
还能放青铜吗？
青铜。
你要干什么？
全部放青铜。
青铜。
这个哨兵放猎杀吧。
青铜。
我知道，我说哨兵放猎杀。
这个还是有点难度的，好吧？这个不是轮椅。
这303真是挺容易的。
轮椅枪。
真挺容易的。我打的挺简单。
青铜，全给放青铜，全部都是一家的。
哨兵这个就放猎杀吧，我觉得挺难的这个。
啊，行，猎杀。
啊，这样吧，之间吧，好吧，放之间。
可以，放之间。
可以，那就这样吧。
就这样吧。这
是我们战队为 Apex Legends 里的枪械排的一个强度榜，请大家来收看我们 Apex Legends 比赛，谢谢大家，为我们加油。
めっちゃ分かってるよ。全部のキル取れ。やっぱり。よし。
やるんだったら世界一が取りたいっていう思いは元から強くて、その中でその引退を考えたタイミングの一つ前のチームが解散することになったんですね、メンバーが。まあですね、まあでも今考えたらヘナチョコメンタルだなって思いますけど。 まあ古巣といえば古巣のフナティックがいないのはまあ寂しくはありますけど。こんにちは、ゆかゆふです。 この度はフナティックを脱退して別のチームに移籍することを決めました。
まあ結論から言ったら、競技への向き合い方、それが理由っていうのもあって、そのチャンピオンシップ前にやっぱ解散になっちゃったので、その反省を生かして、今年はそれが生かせてるかなと思います。もっとより真剣にというか。
You know, when you have a story of two players who are great and they part ways, it's rare that they come back. And when they come back, there's a reason. I think they both recognize that each other are better when the other one is involved.
彼は昔からそういうチームの大事なポジションに常にいるので、言ってしまえば変わってないんですけど、さらに上手くなってまた一緒にできて嬉しいですね。言ってしまえばあんまり変わってない。
Geekay is one of the best players in APAC North, but he's really one of the best players in the world. In terms of APAC North, he has the highest KD out of anybody, and the only two people close to him are his teammates. And that's saying something about how good they are.
個人単位で言えばまず火力が高くてちゃんと頭もいいので自分のプレーをしっかり持ってる選手だなっていう印象で、
自分の今の役割は2番手でフラッカーの持ってきてくれた情報とかを整理してもらって自分が突っ込んだりとか、一番何でもできるっていうポジションにさせてもらってるので、やっぱりそこで自分の持ってる火力だったりとかスキルを上手に使えるように頑張っていますね。
I think is the missing piece that Yuka has needed, and he's a threat. He's just a threat. This is the best Japanese team that I think we've ever seen, and I think that if anybody from APAC North was going to lift that trophy at EWC, I would want it to be Yuka.
頑張りたいです。勝ちます。
What? Wow, the best mime ever. Newcastle Slam.
Repeat. Finisher. Like when you're trying to first someone? Finish? No? Why is he stabbing? Stabbing and pulling. What could that...
What?
Is it like something that you do every game?
Just knifing?
Popping a bat?
And you pull it out.
It's like he's farming materials or something. And pulling.
Taking Nexus. Reloading?
Yeah, taking Nexus was a good shout. Is it something with like ultimate maybe? No?
Nothing.
Looting Deathbox?
Reviving.
Oh.
Reviving.
Axel Q. MotoGP.
Driving a motorcycle. Eating whilst driving.
Driving to restaurant on motorcycle. Delivering on motorcycle. On scooter.
Pizza delivery. Baguette.
Baguette. Eating baguette on motorcycle.
Emoting. Breaking window. Punching a door.
Punching a door, yeah.
Why did you do a circle then?
Like that's a door.
Yeah. Wow. The best mime ever.
That's the door.
Hey, I'm Zero from Team Liquid Apex, IGL, and I'm from Australia.
Hi, I'm Sai from Team Liquid Apex, and our team bullies each other.
Is my legend a skirmisher?
No.
Okay.
Is my legend Assault?
No. Is my legend Assault?
No. Is my legend Support?
Yes. Is my legend Support?
No. Does my legend have a shield?
No. Is my character Recon?
Yes. Does my character heal our teammates?
Yes. Is my character in the meta, like reasonable meta within like the first 8 games?
No. Does my character's ult like shoot out?
I guess. We have like Vantage Recon, Vantage Bloodhound, CS Barra Crypto Meta. What else is a Recon? Valk's Meta. Vantage or Bloodhound, eh? It's my character, Vantage.
Maybe. Yeah.
I meant to say yes.
Yes.
You have one chance to type. You gotta guess.
Is my character Mirage?
Heal your teammates?
Yeah.
Mirage? How does Mirage heal his teammates?
Oh, I'm stupid. Guys, I just blacked out. It was Conduit, wasn't it?
No!
Who is it?
Who throws an ult and heals a teammate?
What?
Throws an ult out, like you said, splits it out, right?
Yeah,
throw it out.
Is it Lifeline?
Yeah.
I said a shield. That counts.
Shield?
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
What?
How is it a shield?
It's a big shield.
You meant Newcastle, and you know that for a fact, boy.
I was gonna guess Conduit, because you were like, who's got a shield? And my brain instantly went Lifeline, Gaimin, Newcastle, gone.
Sucks to suck.
Dude, why did I say Mirage?
I don't know. I did, he didn't.
That's a shield, bro.
Hey guys, we're SAUL, and we're playing Guess Who.
Oh God. I'll go first. Let's just do, I'm not gonna go too simple, so let's just go assault character.
No, you're not assault. Am I female?
Yes. Am I support character?
Yes. Do I have a movement ability?
No. Well, technically.
Okay.
Am I female?
No. Am I a skirmisher?
No. Gotta make sure I remember all the support characters. Okay. Am I a big character?
No. Can I hit console?
No. Am I Mirage?
Yes. So I technically don't have a movement ability. I'm not a skirmisher, and I can't hit console, and I'm female.
Yeah.
Wow.
Technically not a movement ability, but you can go faster.
Am I Bangalore?
No.
Technically not a movement ability, but I can go faster. Wow.
It is a passive.
It's a passive. So I have a passive ability that makes me faster. I'm female, I can't hit console. Oh, it's going to be so obvious, I just can't think of it right now. Who goes faster? Conduit?
Yep.
Yes. Well played, sir. That's how
you do it, boys.
That's how it's done.
That's one! One more, boys! That's one more! Reloading! From LCQ to World Champions! Oblivion do the unthinkable here in Sapporo! There is not a single member on that roster that is not loved by this community.
Team culture is the most important aspect to how you thrive as a team and as a unit. It's with me more than ever. The love for the team, the trust in the team, and the friendship overall.
Winnable! You can go scaffolding too! Go scaffolding!
I can't be honest and say that I expected this team out of the crazy Titans that we had to win it because their pathing was the hardest. They had to climb through the last chance qualifiers just to make it there, and they did it. They did the hardest pathing that they could possibly do. And that's why it's the Cinderella story that we keep telling it to be.
The MVP of the ALGS Year 5 Championship is none other than Oblivion's Linkser.
I think both of my teammates, as way more experienced players than me, made me learn so much more about the game, about stuff that I just never knew, or ways to see the game that I never really realized in my past, while I was at GLing with different teammates. And they kind of made me an even better player than I was by learning the proper way to play Apex that they've experienced in the past.
One is killed! One back! We're good. Nice, broken! Look! Take it! Reload!
They had such a great time. If you listen to those comms, the way that they were able to mesh together, the way that they were able to early prior rotate and have so much zone control and constantly grief people from across the map, I think all of that is why Oblivion ended up winning the championship.
some of the players that have been around the longest in Apex Legends fighting off against each other, and Sentinels have the high ground. Mastiff working for Monsoon, but he needs to commit to the low ground, drops, but gets dropped himself. It's a 1-4-1 at Blinkster.
I think what makes like a championship team and just like makes you perform well is just being with 3 dudes who just want to play the game together all the time, that always want to be around each other. We did everything together while we were at LANs and stuff and like boot camps. You couldn't say we were 3 individuals, it's just we're one unit always, even without an org at the time.
Coming into a fresh LAN and a fresh Pro League split as the reigning world champs is definitely something that, I mean, you know, it is pressure, but it more so motivates me and gives me the confidence, and to be able to replicate that and to be consistent in our performances and as a team is the most important part for us. So trying to showcase that and to showcase our heart and, you know, love for competing is the most important thing.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Raw energy. Puff, blow the house down.
All right, I found him. We were looking for Team Liquid fans. What better? We found Team Liquid. It's Panic. How you doing, man?
I'm amazing, man. Just vibing, watching. Yes, sir.
You know, one of the things I said, I love seeing your brother come to LAN and be in your family invested and involved in what you do. How cool is it now, them seeing you in Paris doing so well?
I mean, it's insane. Like my dad came with me here.
Oh, he's here?
Yeah, he's here. He's here. And like, it's amazing that they all support and show love. It's just awesome.
Yeah, man, you guys have something special cooking. I haven't seen Zero talk about a teammate like this since maybe forever. I mean, he was obviously had issues with Hal, but you just seem to fit so well with what he's trying to do. Why does that fit work for you guys?
I think with Hal and Zero, it was like a lot of an ego battle. Yeah. And like, I kind of had one when I was with TSM, but like I knew joining Liquid, I would have to fully put it down and just like take it in, because he's a better player and I'm going to learn off of him.
That's a mature statement, man. I appreciate it. Well, you guys have been dominating. I know you're having your day off here. I won't keep you too long, but congratulations, and we're excited to see what you do tomorrow.
I appreciate that, man.
All right, Panic Apex here, man. Young gun. How old are you?
19.
19. Some more Apex young guns out here hanging out in Paris.
Glitter Explosion here hanging out with Unlucky, who we managed to find in the crowd watching our survival stage games right now. So Unlucky, obviously, you're sitting pretty right now. Don't have to worry about anything. So talk to me a little bit about your impression of the survival stage so far.
I mean, so far it's actually looking good for fun. Rooting for the boys, especially for Tyler, my boy. Back in Mannheim, we got top 3, so I'm absolutely rooting for him. And also Virtus Pro. Yeah, like, you know, I'm friends with them. So ForFun and Virtus, go, go, go.
I love that. I love that. Now talk to me a little bit just kind of about the entire competition here so far. Have there been any teams that have surprised you with how well they've done?
I would say Elite Esports. They came like a bit shorter in the EMEA Pro League, and they just got in by regional finals-ish. So I'm very surprised by them. Shout out to my boy Kana. He's doing absolutely fantastic, and I just wish him the best. And overall, I think the other thing is like Aurora, I would say, is like the only thing I would say that's a bit bad, but I'm sure they come back.
I know they definitely cut it a little bit close there, even just to make it into the survival stage. So we'll have to see how they're able to do now in today's series. Generally, how's your experience been though so far? Obviously, you guys have done pretty well for yourselves, but what's EWC 2026 been like?
Actually, like, I'm surprised how they like set up everything in such a short time, like changing locations. I think it's absolutely amazing. Having the crowd here as well is a blessing. You know, shout out to all the supporters. I love you guys so much. And yeah, overall atmosphere is good. So.
One final question here for you, Unlucky. Any advice for people looking to try and come out and do this exact same type of thing that you're doing as a professional player?
I would say just chase your goals, chase your dreams, just believe in yourself, and just try it. You know, you got to risk something in life. If you don't do that, you might end up regretting. So just go for it.
Coming from one of the best, literally in the world, at Apex Legends. So Unlucky, thank you so much for chatting. Sorry to steal you from the crowd, but I appreciate your time.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
The Esports World Cup, it's basically nerd mecca, and it's being held here for the first time in Paris, unlike previous years where it was in Saudi Arabia, near actual Mecca. But this core pillar of esports history dates all the way back to 2024. Okay, fine, it hasn't been around for that long, but since its inception, we've already had historic upsets, big victories, and of course, moments like this.
I'm 35. Too many people say I'm older. I can't win anymore. But today, I proved myself.
And outside the shock of someone over the age of 35 accomplishing anything, the emphasis has and always will be on the winners. But what about the losers? Who tells their story? To learn more about the art of losing, I decided to consult the experts, the French. Wait, do you actually want me to say this? Have you seen the French on social media? I'm gonna get destroyed on Twitter. You have me in a beret. But there's a lot that we can learn from losers. So who exactly are they? Well, according to my mother, it's everyone in this industry. But when it comes to the tournament, it's a little bit more nuanced than that. There can only be one EWC champion, and in order to win that title, they have to accumulate points across a series of 24 different games. So serious contenders are going to want to field a lot of teams. It's like the great Canadian hockey player Wayne Gretzky once said, "I don't even like poutine. I know it's supposed to be our country's thing, but this isn't the right... Can you pull up the right one? Yeah, thank you. You miss 100% of the shots that you don't take. So there you have it. So you might be asking yourself, well, why don't these clubs just field as many teams as possible? Well, the answer's a little complicated, but the technical term is that it's expensive. Hey, anyone got a euro? I'm trying to buy an esports team. I just need a couple million. Anyways, here's a copyright-free version of Wonderfall. I said, well, maybe I'm gonna buy an esports team, maybe. And after that, I'm gonna buy a laundromat. Is that, But does it actually work? Let's say that the results are mixed. For example, in 2024, Twisted Minds qualified 12 teams for EWC, but 7 of them didn't even register a single point. And not one of those teams found a tournament win, which, if my math is correct, that leads us to... and the same number of wins my grandma had that year. Now, in 2025, Virtus Pro registered 18 teams, and because I'm such a huge supporter of esports, I pledged that for every win they got, I would rescue a cat from an animal shelter. No meow meows were saved that year. I would have been better off pledging to Verstappen sim racing. I mean, look at these guys. Specialized sniper clubs. 1 shot, 1 kill. That's gotta be better, right? Well, sort of. In 2025, Twisted Minds doubled down on EWC, bringing 14 teams, but 8 of them didn't register a single point. However, they were able to move up into the standings to 4th place. With millions of people from around the world tuning into this year's Esports World Cup, the pressure of winning is at an all-time high, but the threat of losing, even higher. So who's gonna be taking home the World Cup this year? Do any of us even still have jobs after this? Have the KC fans already found my hotel? Find out the answer to all these questions and more at the Esports World Cup.
What a tournament it's been. Every day brought another surprise. Favorites fell, underdogs stepped up. And now it all comes down to this. So, who's going to take it all?
This is why we love Apex. One decision, one fight, one perfect rotation, and everything changes. After everything we've seen, I honestly have no idea how this story is going to end.
Tiff, have to find Rain. We have to find Rain.
I don't know where he is. Where should we start?
Paris has been incredible, but this is the moment we've all been waiting for. Months of preparation, days of competition, one final lobby. I can't wait to see who rises above the rest.
Rain, where have you been?
Oh, what's up, girls?
It's about to start.
What? Oh my God, we're gonna be late for the finals.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Duh.
Okay.
Enfin revient l'été.
Hey guys, it's Rain Day here for the STC Rewind from yesterday's survival stage action. I was supposed to do this with Dan Gaskin, but unfortunately...
Hey, you needed me?
Hey, Dan, you're right on time.
Ooh, glad I could make it.
I love it, man. We were just going to do the STC Rewind.
Oh, what's that?
It's where we talk about the teams that performed really well yesterday. Remember, the games you cast? APAC had some pretty dominant performances.
They did. We had RRQ, who kind of went about their business, no big wins, but they were still able to put consistent points up on the board.
Huge.
Wolves, you remember that second place finish?
That was a great game.
The Kraber from No Name carrying the team through, just missing out on first place because of a lamppost of all things.
My God.
And then E36, wow, what a performance from E36.
Yeah.
Kind of turning the tide a little bit. There was a lot of expectations because of Obley, but they were able to get through to match point finals.
Yeah, there's a lot of potential land winners coming from APAC. And on the other side, too, #1 seeds, high-level teams from North America and NIP and Geekay Gaming that we thought were going to make it. But unfortunately for them, they got to the survival stage off of some bad performances in a row. They turned it around at the very end. A huge win for NIP in that final game, secured their spot. But talking to Kurev, it means more than that. These guys are still in the middle of their journey, and I know that GK Esports and NIP are going to want more out of this championship day. Another team that kind of survived as well from EMEA, despite having some disappointments in that arena, was ForFun Esports. And I feel like that's a team, Dan, that just has kind of snuck under the radar. They've been really excellent. They haven't done any interviews, really, and they've kind of been like, let's lock in, we're about our business, and now they're in the finals.
And they take that position away from some of the big, heavy hitters.
That's right.
I mean, Aurora, they go out. We were expecting them to potentially get through. It was a very disappointing performance for them. Interesting to see how they bounce back moving into Split 2. And then you got a team like JD Gaming. They looked so hot off the press. They looked like a team that was dominating. They were kill leaders throughout at times, but they just couldn't quite get over the finish line.
Maybe some of the immaturity, and I wouldn't even say that, maybe the inexperience of floating on the big stage. They needed one of those moments to go right. They had so many, but they just needed one more.
And then, of course, our reigning champions at EWC, VK Gaming.
That's
they
right.
don't get a chance to defend their title today. That's tough.
We will have a new winner. All that from the survival stage yesterday here at the STC Rewind, but today is match point finals right on center stage. So don't go anywhere. The action is about to begin.
I am excited to take you through the action today, and that is none other than Apex Legends here at EWC 2026. But before we do that, I want to take you back on a journey from EWC in 2024. Our team Alliance took the championship in that year with absolute grace. And in 2025, we saw VK Gaming put APAC South back on the map. Now here at EWC 2026, I'm going to predict that SAUL will take the championship. Throughout the group stages, this team has had immense consistency and also incredible skill throughout all the stages. Now, this team has been playing together for a long time. You would know their names, seen their faces, but this is the time that they are going to take home a trophy. What I'd love to see is my main girl, Glitter, and her predictions for Apex Legends today.
Thanks, Lace. Yeah, match point finals is always an absolutely insane day. After what we've seen so far out of some of our teams, I'm expecting big performances out of Elite Esports and Team Liquid. But as far as what that means for the CC side of things, if we're talking club championship, we've got teams that are looking to just get themselves into the top 8, because remember, you need 2 top 8 finishes in order to be CC eligible. But of course, the team that gets the win is going to be putting themselves in an even better position. And I think that might be Team Liquid. We'll have to see how it plays out. I can't wait to see what happens.
So much has happened in the first 3 days of ALGS at EWC 26. All I know is that we will be crowning a new champion today on Match Point Finals. My name is the 7WG. I wouldn't be able to do this by myself though. We got Sniped Down, we got Graceful, and Lace. How are we feeling today?
After a good nap, some good food, I'm feeling pumped. Look, I don't know, 14 games pumped for Match Point. Yep.
14? You know what?
I'm kidding. They're going to hate me. No. Yep. 14 matches. That's how pumped I am.
You want to break the record? You know what? Give me a number. How many matches?
Bro, 14. That means I'm going straight into the airport.
He's getting on the plane after that.
Let's keep it at a solid between 8 and 10 would be nice.
8 and 10?
I said 9 yesterday. I'll stick with that today.
Okay. All right. Well, you know what? I'll say 7 just to make sure I keep it within brand. But for everybody currently watching, don't forget, today is the last day where you can actually head over to the ALGS website and sign in for the chance to win some coins so you can be ready for the new event. All you need is an EA email. You have until actually the matches are done, and we're going to be giving 5 different viewers this weekend a chance for 11,500 coins each. So you'll be ready for the next awesome event coming to Apex Legends. And don't forget, for everybody currently watching as well, make sure you tweet at us, make sure you share stuff on social media about this awesome event, and use that hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26, because we have been seeing some great stuff out of all that. I mean, we got to rate some paintings, we played rock, paper, scissors at some point, you got a chance to talk to some players as well. But overall, there's one tweet that we want to take a look at, because this is one team that hasn't won here at EWC, and they definitely want to win. And it's none other than Imperial Howl saying, time to blip, win EWC. Is it going to happen, Snipe, or no? Because this team has been playing like... They've actually been underperforming.
Yeah, I mean, they have won 2 games here this weekend, but they always come at the beginning of the series. So I'm wondering if there's maybe a character pool selection that they're having trouble with continuing on with series. They only won 1 game through all of Pro League. So this team slays heavy. And for us right now, it's probably the least we've ever talked about a HAL roster or a HAL team, because they're usually dominating through all the group stages. And it's really interesting to watch, because this is the first time I believe they're an underdog. Even the talent in the back, when we're giving our predictions, I don't think anyone but Dan, and he felt like he had to, because someone had to pick them to win. So it's very interesting to watch this team. And you know, I think there's a lot of potential there, and we'll see what happens, but who knows?
I mean, I agree with you, but it's also Falcons and HAL. They might be down, but you can never count them out. We're talking about the multiple LAN winner. Never mind the fact that Guild also has been second a couple of times as well, I believe, on LAN. So
3 times, actually.
3 times, actually. And
Guild.
Walty has won LAN as well. So when you're getting to that point, a team made up of champions and one almost a champion as well, they have what it takes already to bring it back.
Well, there you go. We got all the family as well. We have seen SAUL. We actually got a chance to do a segment with them earlier on. I know everybody, that, especially behind us, is going to be rooting for SAUL. And I've been promised a jersey, so we'll see if I'm actually going to end up getting one if they win. I think that was the quote-unquote role. I know you want them to win.
Yeah, I try to match the blue a little bit. You know, I put them as my prediction, okay? I feel like this roster, it is their time to win. You know, I said it before, they have had so many great lands, but it's always just missing it. But throughout the group stages, SAUL were placed 3rd. This is an exceptional performance. You know, we had those top 3 teams, you know, Elite, etc., having the most points, and SAUL were up there from the group stages. So their consistency in every single match is why I believe that, SAUL might win this one.
I mean, they have been able to win games too, which is something that some squads have not been able to do. One that comes to mind right away is one that we saw yesterday during the survival stage, which was Team RRQ. That squad was just not able to win a game, but that consistency that they showed ended up putting them in that first place, Graceful.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we've seen several teams, and I think Falcons actually is included in that, where they have been struggling with the meta, especially game 1 and 2 with, with Crypto and Seer being banned out first. A lot of these teams are having a tough time adapting. And yesterday we still got 10 games, which is absolutely crazy because we saw so many different comps that we normally don't get to see. Now we're back a little bit more towards orthodox comps because we don't know how many games will be played. So people should really be looking to take the advantage of playing everything that hasn't been banned at the moment, which yesterday I think Alter was severely underplayed, which the teams that did well actually picked her.
And then when we started getting into the later matches, we started seeing some other legends as well.
Yeah.
But here you have it. One last tweet for everybody out there using that hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26.
Yes.
Talk to me about this one.
This is the whole thing, is where normally, this was back in the day when you would also, even before contests as well, but now Alliance is dropping old Ferrari. Now we don't really have Tridents anymore, but with the old way that they used to do is whoever lands Northpad, they are absolutely standing it, because that loot right there is just not really enough. For instant rotate, if the zone is perhaps walls, you can make it happen, but generally speaking, you just want to make sure that you're getting the POIs essentially for free so that you can just fight properly that whole game.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, when it comes down to this, we'll see what happens in these first few games, because Alliance has historically, anytime anyone has taken the North Pad, they've rushed them right away. And AG is one of the teams that a lot of teams were scared to fight at the beginning of games. So we'll see what happens in these first, 1-2 games, and we'll move from there. But AG is not a team that I would want to push, and without the Trident actually being a thing, it kind of changes rotations entirely. You don't have the ability to have the elongated fight and then get in and get around the map as fast. It might be one of those where you hope you kind of predict the zone, or maybe they start going the wall route instead. We'll see.
Yeah, and also it depends what the zone's going to be doing, because it's been going right quite a lot, especially the past 4 days. We'll see if that's going to happen again today. Now, talking about how the lobby is going to be playing, we have seen the lobby start off slow, and then we kind of switched it up to the lobby playing super aggressive, right? What I want to know, Snipe, you as an ex-pro player, when you used to be in this kind of stage, what did you expect when going to a match point finals? The lobby to be super aggressive until somebody got to the match point?
Yeah, I mean, this is where you see some of the best teams shine. A lot of these teams actually, this is like, we'll go back to Falcons. They always do better in better lobbies, so this is where I'm expecting them to step up.
Yeah.
And honestly, we're gonna have to just see what happens with these rosters right here. I think you want to start strong, but you're not gonna do what we saw in in the survival round, where teams are just coming out and they're trying to challenge everything. A lot of teams play more passive right away to start, because they want to get to the end zone, they want to get the cumulative points, because you need to get to that 50 to get to the match point. So it really does, you don't need to drop the 20-30 point games. Yeah, it's amazing to do that at the beginning, but consistency is key in these. And then once you get to that 50 point threshold is when you can start figuring out if you want to go for as many kills as you want, or if you're trying to get that win.
Yeah, I just want to touch on the match point format as well. Like, you get, I'm going to say, one chance. You hit the 50 match point threshold and you get one chance to be able to do it. If you leave that chance in the floor, you probably won't get it again.
Well, Lace, I know you got a chance to talk to a player earlier.
Yeah.
I don't remember which player it was. Which player was it? I know it was from Sentinels.
I chatted to a few, but that might be fun FPS.
All right, well, you know what? Let's see what they ended up saying and how they were able to prepare for this final day.
I've got fun FPS here from the Sentinels. I've just grabbed him off the street. Now, Fun, you guys just won champs. It was an incredible feeling. Do you feel like the competition, or EWC, is any different or more difficult?
I would say that it's a little bit more brutal, like coming out of the group stages, like definitely getting top 14 is like very brutal, and a lot of emotions going from every team. And I think this lobby will be a lot of fun, honestly.
We've kind of been saying the format's a little bit different, right? You don't have a chance to get out of that sort of survival round. The bottom bracket. It was just survival, so it was cutthroat. But you guys are, of course, in the finals. Now, who do you think your competition is going to be today? Is there any teams that you're like, oh, okay, this might be a little bit more tough?
No one really, honestly. We pretty much rotate so fast that we don't really interact with a lot of the teams. So pretty much just going to be playing against the zone most of the time, honestly.
But even Elite with their group stages?
Elite's definitely going to be a challenger, yeah. I feel like everyone's going to be, if not more difficult, or on the same playing field as everyone else in the lobby as well.
Yeah, well, everyone wants to win. Okay, what's the game plan today? Is it to sort of follow suit, or kind of, just wrangle in Monsoon the whole time? What's the plan for the team?
Land, loot, rotate, the classic.
That's it, land, loot, rotate, win. This is Fun FPS from the Sentinels. Best of luck to you today, Fun. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Lace. I appreciate you doing that interview.
Walking and talking is hard, man.
It is. I mean, you even see him bump into somebody. He's like, my bad, bro. But after that interview, did you get any chance to maybe get some extra stuff outside of the interview, extra good info?
I just got the vibes and the fist bumps from Monsoon. Like, this team is just energetic, and you know, they bring that into each and every one of their games. In our group stages, Sentinels were consistently top 10 within their first game. Unfortunately, it sort of dropped off in the next group stages there, and then they honed it in again today because they dropped like that banging 23 kill game, which basically brought them up. But they're champions. They've been champions before. You know, I was chatting to Fun and I said, oh, is there anyone you're a little bit scared of? He's like, nah. But I was like, Elite? Oh, maybe. But, you know, I feel like they've got that confidence and, you know, that energy that's just going to carry them through matches. It's so exciting for Sentinels.
I mean, Elite has been playing
lights
out. Exactly. Wow. And you know what? Let's actually go into our PS5 story of the day because it is Elite Esports, the first place team out of group stages in Graceful. This squad, when you were talking about consistency, boy, were they listening to you because they gave us that insight.
I mean, they've been the most consistent team throughout this whole tournament, and this is why I said as well, undisputedly the best team going into this final lobby as well, from what we've seen so far. And the final say things can always flip, but I am expecting very big things from them, and that's why I said 8 to 10 games. I believe that these guys could definitely close this out.
Well, we got a chance to talk about earlier about some of the squads. I mean, BK Game is not going to be here, so we will be crowning a new champion. But there is a chance that there could be a team out there that becomes a 2-time champion at EWC, and it would be Alliance, Lace.
Yeah, look, in 2024, they won. They hit that match point format. We thought it was going to be the Falcons at that point, but they, like I said, they actually choked on their opportunity to win the game. So this is why I was saying it's super important you hit match point format. Anytime you see that chance to win victory, it's rotation and make sure that you're there in place to be able to win it. And that's exactly what Alliance did back then. Look, I'll get these guys to sort of touch a little bit more on, I guess, maybe why it's not so consistent for them. But watching these first couple of matches, it was so incredibly tough for them. You know, usually you hear the name Alliance and you think powerhouses, but it was looking really grim until the final 2 matches in their group stages. And, you know, we got a chance to chat to Aku, where he said it himself that, you know, he's not a replacement for Effect, and he never will be, but he's a new dynasty. So, you know, hopefully we get to see that today.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Hackets, right, from Alliance social media. They put him out there just making sure that he did the extra homework. And boy, was he able to do it, especially for the last day, the performance that they had. Nobody, I think, expected them to be able to make it with how they started off in the first 2 days to the finals. Because what? They're here right now. One team that did showcase that they could be in the match point finals from the get-go was none other than Team Liquid, and we had Zero. I mean, talking about choking earlier, he's not looking to choke anytime soon.
Yeah, no, this Liquid roster is finally hitting their stride at the exact time they need to. You know, I think there were a lot of questions about Zero and his IGLing when that Falcons roster first kind of blew up a little bit, and then he missed a land, and now they're here hitting their stride at the right moment. I love the dynamic of this roster. Sykes has taken a role of a support player, which he really hasn't had to do, and his ability to be a hybrid. You know, Sykes only picked up video games in general like 3 years ago. This guy is unbelievable. He didn't play any video games before Apex, really. So, unbelievable storyline. Panic comes out there, and I think he brings a whole new element to this roster. You can trust him to slay. Zero's really enabled him to be that main slayer that he has, where he doesn't have to, you know, carry his rosters because he has so much talent around him. And I think he's kind of pulled him back from making his own plays and making a lot more team plays to elevate the rest of his roster. And he said, you know, when he believes that he has the confidence to be one of the best players in the game, and you don't hear him talk that highly about players unless he really means it. And so for us to watch this roster who's been so dominant, so consistent, they have 3 wins, they've dropped absolute massive games. It's going to be really fun to see how they do, and I think this is the moment where, you know, he can pull that EWC win out and really cement himself as, you know, we can bring that conversation back between him and Hal again, you know, and that could be another rivalry. We've talked about, you know, Liquid, Falcons, and brought that up. That's been one of our rivalries or matches that we've been watching throughout this event, and I'm really excited to see that, and you never know. You never know.
Yeah, new dynasty.
I mean, the absolute biggest thing though that people haven't even, you know, thought of, maybe if they didn't rewatch the VODs for sure, is all 3 of them have clutched games. That's like the biggest thing that you normally don't see out of a whole roster. If we're talking about Panics, Rat clutch and winning that game, actually from the 3v3, coming out with 1 HP on the cannon and barometer, and then surviving and winning the game. Not everybody can do that. But the biggest one I would like to say is Sykes there for that moment, actually on the building in Lava Fisher, I believe it was. he was Watson on the roof, holding off the second team in the last 3v3, holding off 1v2, cracking them, doing a billion damage, and a match to close out the fight. The fact that every single role is so strong, able to take over any fight, is just scary. The rest of the lobby should really be aware that it's not just about the entry or anything. The whole team is on their guns.
They definitely are. It looks like all engines are go for that squad, especially when we got a chance to talk with Zero yesterday. If you missed that out, make sure you go back and watch it. But I want to actually switch the conversation to just players' performances, because I feel like when we talk about Wolves, that's what ended up happening yesterday, with No Name just stepping up in a big way, kind of giving them that confidence boost. So I'm going to throw it to you, Lace. Who do you think, which player do you think is going to end up stepping up? Is it going to be No Name again?
It's got to be. Like, he's just a powerhouse. And we saw it in one of the clips, right? They were there. He was kind of like let go on the leash and have the Kraber in hand. And he was the last left alive on T-Wolves when I think it was on the World's Edge map. And he had the ability just to hold it to his team. You know, we're talking about the Team Liquid, where they've got those solo players that can, in fact, just lock it down when the squad is not present. And that's exactly what No Name can do. But, you know, it does take this team a little while to get that ball rolling. But once they do, it ain't stopping.
Well, hopefully that ball is going to start getting rolling and rolling quickly, because as you can tell, the countdown has started. Match point finals is finally here. So let's get started.
Mesdames et messieurs, après 4 jours intenses de compétition, nous y sommes, les 60 meilleurs joueurs du monde, les 20 meilleures équipes. Ce soir, une sera couronnée championne.
Every tournament begins with belief. The belief that you and your team will be left standing in a fountain of confetti, clutching onto the trophy that you have so desperately coveted for years. But belief will only get you to the starting line.
Aujourd'hui, tout recommence. Toutes les équipes sont à 0 points avec un objectif en tête. Réussir à arriver aux 50 points et être finaliste. Une fois cette étape franchie, un dernier objectif. Faire un top 1 pour réussir à remporter la victoire, soulever ce trophée et gagner le WC Paris.
And so, for the final time, my name is Barney Banks, and I am your host alongside the incredible Luti. And whether you are at home or right here in the Port de Versailles, in the heart of Paris, make some noise for your teams as they enter the Gadia City grids. Starting with Nags, Tyler, and Cinetic. They are ForFun Esports.
Dropped the key on there, Geekay Esports!
Lufka, Blasts, and Zane. They are Gaimin Gladiators.
Vayne, Cole, and Kurev, they are NinjasinPyjamas Esports!
Mixer, Fun, and Monsoon. They are Sentinels.
Sinap, Justna, and Hobley, they are under 436.
Albra Lily, Skittle Cakes, and Sacred. They are Team Nemesis.
Zach, Lauder, and Carter, they are Team Vision!
Euris, Arufa, and Axis. They are Reject.
UNLIMIT, Exuvi, and Peace, they are UNLIMIT!
Mike, Satuki, and Yuka F. They are ZETA Division.
Aku, Akis, and then Lucky, they're Alliance!
Deeds, Jelly, and Duplex. They are ZEDI Esports.
Aguares, Nizul, and Yania, AGAL!
Sharky, Legacy, and Jesco. They are S8UL Esports.
No Name, Wentz, and Crazy Kong, Wolves Esports!
Pricey, Easy Flash, and Strafing Flame. They are RRQ.
Zero, Sykes, and Panic, they're Team Liquid!
Light, Kinda, and Henchman. They are Elite Esports.
Kieltz, Wolsey, and Imperial Hall, your reigning club champions, Team Falcons! Nous y sommes, les meilleurs joueurs du monde sont ici à Paris. Qui marquera l'histoire? Qui repartira avec les $2 millions? Qui remportera le WC?
We've got $2 million on the line and a legacy that will forever be forged into the ALGS history books at the Esports World Cup. So it is time to put up or shut up. It is time for the match point finals.
Make some noise!
Months of preparation, thousands of hours played, and every sacrifice made to get to this point.
The goal is always to win.
That's what we're here for, right? The game so far has been incredibly rough. It's hard. I guess we can just call it warm-up. Hopefully, the warm-up is done.
We are like super confident in our team. Clueless people should not do tier lists and put us on lower tiers because we've shown what we can do.
The difference between having a good game from a great game is just those small seconds.
Obviously, there's a rivalry between us and Liquid, so it's always nice to beat them. But it's just a little ego boost, pretty much. It's nothing deeper than that.
There's definitely like big names not doing as great as expected.
I just want to apologize to everyone that have watched us. The group stage performance was not great. I'm going to definitely promise that we're going to be showing up on finals way better.
I haven't missed a final since Poland, so which is almost 6 years ago. So I'm not too worried.
そうですね。まず決勝に上がってきた全チームが全力を出した上で僕たちが1位になれるように頑張ります。
We're super proud and we're looking forward to finals. Try our best and whatever happens, happens.
We got through the hard part, so now this is the easy part.
After 4 days of competition, we find ourselves finally on the final day of the ALGS Split 1 playoffs at the Esports World Cup 2026. And if you're here in the arena, if you're at home watching, you're about to be a part of one of the greatest spectacles in all of esports. It's Match Point Finals.
Everyone's going to be talking about it, and the big question is, how many matches will we go today? Could it be 7, 8? Could we go all the way to 13 or 14 like we saw last year, the Esports World Cup 2025? It always provides entertainment here, and we are globally represented in these Match Point Finals as well. 9 from Americas, 4 from EMEA, 4 from APAC North, and 3 from APAC South. Every region is represented.
Absolutely love the fact that we have so much representation, showing that the Apex Legends Global Series truly is global. Now, 40 teams, of course, descended here on Paris, and we are left with 20. We have had heartbreak, we have had huge moments, we have had clutches, and of course, we have had that disappointment yesterday of having to send some teams home. But today is all about glory. It's all about becoming a champion. And when you look across this lobby, you look across the teams that are here, there are so many stories that are desperate for a conclusion.
We have the reigning world champions of Sentinels on the stage. You have the history of the club champions in Team Falcons on the stage. You have the up-and-comers, Team Liquid, who look like they could be champions on the stage. All of these stories converging together to create what is going to be an incredible Match Point Finals. But it could be a long old road to victory here. It is not as simple as doing it in just a few games. We could go the distance.
Now, just to remind everyone, or if you don't know at all how this is going to work, a little bit of a change of format for our finals. Match Point Finals has its own special flavor. You've got to hit 50 points, get that on the board, and then you will become Match Point eligible. After you win a game, having become Match Point eligible, you will become champion.
And as I said earlier, we went all the way to 13 games last year. Are we going to find a similar distance, or could we even go further? I'm kind of having my fingers crossed that we will, because the more Apex we see, the better. Now, there are so many fans in the audience here, fans of every single team, and that's what's amazing. Every team on the walkout had someone cheering for them.
It's an amazing, amazing place to be, and if you are here, get behind the boys, because these teams have been fighting it out for 4 days to make it to this stage, to have a chance at lifting that trophy when we are all said and done at the end of today. Honestly, we've got goosebumps here in the caster booth, everyone in the green room, everyone backstage. I'm sure everybody who's sat in the seats watching right now is feeling the same, because we're heading over to Storm Point to kick this thing off. Paris Match Point Finals is live.
As we check in with the winners from the group stage, the #1 seed here, Elite Esports. Can they carry on their same trajectory from where they started and continue things into the finals here? Because Elite, we've seen this before on set, an EMEA team dominating throughout group stages, but then they fall flat when they get to the finals in the big moments.
It's a story as old as time. And the one team to upset that apple cart, a team who's won the Esports World Cup before. Take yourself back a couple of years. Alliance in our match point finals have got it done at the Esports World Cup. What an opportunity that would be to call yourself a two-time champion.
Two times champion that no one else has yet to be able to call themselves at the Esports World Cup. And now we've had some interesting zones when it does come to the ALGS so far this tournament. And starting here on Storm Point, are we going to see some similar ones? That's going to be the real question. It looks like we're going to be heading up north when it comes to where we're going to be finishing with this final circle. And the wall has been one of the best POIs that we have seen so far in terms of statistics, and UNLIMIT are going to be dropping up there.
Yeah, interesting. I was keeping my eyes on Alliance and AG Global. We saw that tweet before the action got underway today saying that Alliance were going to be aggressive on AG Global, but probably not going to have the opportunity here because the prio to this zone is going to be the most important. There is that zone. Wolves Esports are moving up to the top of the zipline building, and the fact that all of Wall isn't quite in there, this might be an interesting one. Will Wolves try and move into Wall? UNLIMIT, the team dropping over there. They had her in console, and they're playing right at the back building.
We may still see a fight between AG Global and Alliance as they are flying in. And there's the first knock.
And it looks like it's going to be a little bit of a trade. Unlucky is down, but Unlucky is brought back to his feet. Can the same be said for Yanya, though? Two players from AG Global, you saw them escaping. And maybe we are going to see this scuffle continue every single time that we hit the northern side of Storm Point.
Well, AG Global will back away from Alliance in the end. After that knock, it's not worth taking the fight. And Alliance win game one already. In terms of engagements, they also get priority to zone. They can hold them out. And what a day it could be for Alliance. As for AG Global now, they've already had their first test and will they rue the day that they picked Northpad? That's going to be the question from my end. I was wondering, why did Alliance take that fight? Why did they pick it? But it makes sense. All of their rotations, all of their macro is used to playing from this POI. It's AG Global who perhaps have stepped into enemy territory.
Well, I get the feeling that story's not going to end in this game. We've just seen the res coming in, and AG Global will be back to full strength with Yanya rejoining the troops. RRCube playing the bottom of the zipline building. They're going to have a little bit of a rotate a little bit later on, but with so many teams ahead of them, I don't mind them playing this area and looking to hold a few teams out. Another team that's close to them is going to be ForFun Esports. And they've got some barrels down, expecting a push to come in.
And both these teams qualifying through the survival stage as well. Two teams who were very close to just making it through match point finals naturally, but they had to fight tooth and nail yesterday. And boy, did they both look good. Trust me, they are going to make this a difficult lobby for those who did progress previously, and they have that extra experience under their belts from those extra 10 matches that we had yesterday.
Well, UNLIMIT are the ones who are blessed by zone first. Dropping over at wall, come straight to them. They have the pick of where they wanted to play. Now, Crypto Seer and Alta is going to be the composition that they've chosen for this game number one. Usually one which kind of works into UNLIMIT's game plan, which is to be a little bit more aggressive, to take a few more team fights, but having Prio in this zone, they're not going to have the best defensive legends outside of the Crypto EMP to stop those pushes coming in.
Now Nemesis, for me, quiet underdogs in this tournament. They've been going about their business, but you look at the composition, you look at how this team is built, the experience and the history of Albralelli against the sheer gun power of Skittlecakes and Sacred. Definitely potential winners for me if they find form, but it is an if.
So AG Global, we saw them lose Yanya a little bit earlier, but they've got that reset now. But having to reset early on usually just slows down the rotate. We do see Team Nemesis, who was the team kind of poking from the green and white buildings outside of Northpad. It looks like the call is to try and maybe get up to purple here. A couple of Evo Harvesters being pinged as we take our attention now over to Cascade Falls. EK Esports and S8UL a little bit too close for comfort.
Now for Geekay and for Dropped in particular, it's been a history of always the bridesmaid, never the bride. A lot of second places. Can this be the team that finds him a first place finally at LAN? Even though it's a long old road as we check back in with what's happening up towards Wall, and this is Alliance trying to make a push in.
This is a really big fight. Someone's trying to force this. Hack is down, Alliance Reds are out. A combination of Wolves and a third party from Gaimin Gladiators means that Alliance will be the first team to fall in match 1 of our match point finals.
And when you talk about teams that are built for winning, Gaimin Gladiators, they have a little bit of everything as well. Could they be EMEA's hopes for taking another trophy here on ALGS land? And for Wolves, what a day it was for them yesterday. And you remember the incredible second place finish we saw with the Kraber and the carry from No Name. Only losing in the end to a lamppost, but they've been able to get here to the match point finals. And at the moment, they are taking a little bit of a peep over towards GG, but I think both of these teams now, after eliminating Alliance, they can be comfortable in sitting in their buildings.
Throughout the years, I've lost many a fight to a lamppost, I will say, when I'm not paying attention. So I'm with you, No Name. But that was, I tweeted about it yesterday, it would have been one of this what felt like the biggest single-handed carry from a player to get Wolves into that position and pop up for a win that we would have seen in the history of the Apex Legends Global Series. Wasn't to be, but still extremely memorable. As we take a look at where that zone is going, we are pulling hard in towards the wall, and that's a good zone read from UNLIMIT to play that backside of it, have their backs clear, and let the lobby flood in front of them.
One team I'd like to mention here is Team Vision on that northeastern side. Not only are they going to be in a good position to transition at the end of this game, but they can hold out the likes of E36 and ZEDI. You can pick up KP and you can move into one of the priority positions depending on where that zone moves. If it does continue to shift a little bit further north, we often get very hard-fought fights up towards there. As our #1 seed coming into this, Elite Esports now just going to have a little look as we check back in with the replay of how Alliance went down.
You can see just getting pinched essentially by two teams who wanted to force that building. Speaking of forcing, Yanya says go. Henchman is down, Light and Kinda have to retreat here. And Yanya's on the hunt.
Yeah, they're not going to let them escape easily here. Jerome goes in.
Kinda goes down. Jaguares with the RE45 from distance will finish that off. And now Light, he's being chased here by the Axel. Light turns around. Yanya says, boys, you can get yourself a KP. And that's going to be the end of Elite Esports, the #1 seed coming into today. But Nemesis are now looking at this. Sacred sensing the opportunity to get some KP.
Expect to see a lot of these teams fighting when we're on Storm Point because of the congestion of just big, aggressive, fight-heavy teams on this northwest side. Nemesis are trying to hunt down AG, but now AG happy to try and retreat. Nemesis just one step too late here. And the Axel has very much helped out AG. When you talk about legend changes, you talk about compositions, running the right kind of legend. Well, Axel is everything that AG wants.
So Nemesis will retreat for now. The good news for Sacred on the altar is he's managed to swap out that Rampage for a Hemlock.
Not a bad trade.
Always a good thing. But now they've got a little more attention to pay to AG, because AG are back, because they don't really have much of a choice on where they're going to rotate. Arbolelli with the fuse ult. EMP is going to be destroyed as well. And now firing these knuckle clusters forward. Even though they've got the high ground here, Nemesis, they don't have the armor advantage. So this is a pretty equal looking fight.
This is where you need an individual to hit a big shot.
The zone's going to be a problem here.
Oh, they're going to try and wrap round again. I mean, they went this way before. It didn't really work for them. This is such a long route, by the way. They need a lot of meds. And I'm looking at it, 6 syringes, a med kit. Elsewhere, ZETA Division, they've lost a couple of players here by the looks of it. E36 are pushing up onto them.
Right at the top of command center. Obley's down. Satuki underneath, just playing in and around the knockdown. Oh, CNAP. Oh! Got the armor swap, but it's not a great one. Oh, in the first, Force 36 will go down. And it's going to be ZETA Division who will win their first fight. You did see a scan coming in, though, from height. ZEDI Esports are very, very close, but over to Team Liquid now, at the other side of command center, down on the low ground at the entrance. They're trying to force their way in towards Geekay Esports, and there's a Mythic bin spawning pretty close as well.
ZETA had no right winning that fight, by the way, but you mentioned it. ZEDI Esports perhaps helping them out a little bit. As Geekay now holding out Team Liquid. This isn't going to be a comfortable rotation for them. Trouble is, if Team Liquid opt to go the other way, they're just going to go into Falcons, and actually, Falcons are hearing all this commotion. They also see the Mythic bin, and Falcons are starting to approach. So we're going to have 3 teams all around this Mythic bin now.
GK get EMP'd. Or should I say that, excuse me, is their EMP trying to slow down the push coming in from behind. Where that zone is going, though, we'll pay attention to that in a few seconds' time, because that is going to upset the lobby. Wow, to say the least. That is where we are going. I mentioned how it didn't feel quite right for a hard pull into wall. Well, it has bounced back to the hill house, the top of the zip line, where that building is, and who is holding pretty at the top of it? It's NinjasinPyjamas.
Sentinels also in the area as well. We know what an incredible zone-heavy team Sentinels can be, the reigning world champions. There's Team Liquid, backed away initially from Geekay, but perhaps they're going to re-engage now they've not seen a third team. Falcons, they didn't see any knocks in the kill feed, so they back away as those CQs now start to give a little bit of information, and of course, disable those abilities and a little bit of a stun as well.
I was going to say, the difficulty here for Geekay is if they get hit by that CQ, then Caustic becomes essentially useless. Cannot get those barrels out. Cannot use that Caustic ult. As we see Sentinels eliminated, the world champions will fall early in match number 1, and they had a great position as well. It's NinjasinPyjamas who took care of their nearest threat, and with Team Liquid now portaling through, and a Skynade coming in from Jesco. This could be the end of TL's game.
Last player has to try and get away. It's going to be Panic as the last one alive. And actually, Panic gets a knock, but not going to matter. Liquid go down to S8UL. That's what can happen sometimes when you blindly go in as S8UL. Now they're going to be under pressure.
And the team that's pushing them at the moment is Team Falcons. Walking their way up outside of Command Center from the Spider Cave. S8UL looking to see if they could drag Jesco back as well, and manage to do so.
Come hither.
So they will be healthy. As Falcons now going to start to hold out Geekay. Great shots coming in from Hal.
Oh, this is going to get ugly because ZETA Division also here in Command Center. It's going to be difficult to try and escape this fully healthy once you start to see as here is ZETA Division. They've already held a 1 versus 2. And now Yuka with the longbow will eliminate S8UL down to 14 teams.
And they're healthy. They have to keep moving forward though. 23 seconds on the zone. But Yuka, off of a body, has swapped out a longbow for a Kraber! Inches away, but inches makes all the difference. Uh-oh, Falcons. You're getting slid on. You're getting picked on. But now, it's up to Guild. He can't win it. Falcons eliminated. And ZETA Division continue this reign of terror.
AG Global eliminated as well in the kill feed. Nemesis now approaching onto ZETA Division here. But ZETA seem to be an unstoppable force as Geekay Esports will get taken out of the lobby. Now this is the center of the zone. This is a huge fight to win. NIP have lost 1.
Cole is down. A lot of damage, of course, done by Vayne with that car, but not enough to get the knock and even up the numbers. However, the portal from Kurev, huge, vital, to get Cole back into a position where he can get res, but here comes Cinetic. Here comes ForFun, and Kurev has to jump into the void.
And Vayne's not particularly healthy as well, but of course can go into that drone. Grab that death box potentially as well. There is still hope here for NIP.
Overflow on Kurev as well, but ForFun have bullied them out of the building. Nemesis now taking a lot of damage. You can see that up on the high ground. Surprise, surprise, who's taking them out? It's going to be ZETA Division again. Team Nemesis will be eliminated. Half the lobby is gone.
The cockroaches of the lobby in the moment are ZETA Division. No one seems to be able to take them down. Surely this is going to be their final fight. But now, even Reject are under fire as they started to approach. Satuki has gone down. And finally, after a valiant effort, ZETA Division will fall. But alongside from KP is now RRQ approaching Reject.
Easy Flash pops back through the portal, just trying to look to see if they can pick up some KP. They will have to move in a little bit, and I think they're going to get healthy before walking up to where that portal was. The damage was enough for them to try and take this spot away from Reject. Yuri's still down, and Axe is barely with any HP himself. See the breach charges coming in. And RRQ are going to give an OXL over to Pricey on the Wraith to try and hit another portal.
4 of these teams are nowhere near zone. And they're going to quickly find out how difficult it is to try and approach uphill. Sadly for Reject as a 2, there's too many eyes on at the moment. Wraith portal is going to be the only attempt here.
Oh, the phase dome will keep him alive, but it allows RRQ just to creep up and take this tree spot away. RC's still somehow alive, by the way. I don't know how. UNLIMIT now from that southern the northernmost tip of the wall have to force their way forward. Remember, they dropped over here. They thought the zone call was going to be a hard wall zone, but the pull away has really scuppered their game.
Oh, and the caustic barrels in the end do enough as UNLIMIT and Reject will be wiped away from this server. As Team Vision, I mentioned this position a little bit earlier from the northeast. They bided their time, they didn't overcommit, and now they've been able to slowly but surely work their way further south. And now they actually hold out the likes of Wolves and GG.
One of the best conversion rates that you could possibly ask for when you look at top 5s to wins is Team Vision. That'll be very important if they hit match point today. But they've got to get there first. A lot of work to be done. Gaimin Gladiators will be eliminated as Wolves find themselves down to 2. And RRQ are making the call now to try and wrap this damage that's been done to numerous teams. Look for these KP. And then work their way towards zone. No Name, he's down, pricey with great shots. Easy Flash goes down though, it's a 1v1, Strafing Flame versus Crazy Kong inside the building behind the knockdowns. Swing comes in, Crazy Kong, he gets taken down, Strafing Flame with the biggest shots of the final so far.
And that takes us down to our last 5 teams, which is significant, because statistically that's where the last final circle will be around. 5 squads competing for a win as ZEDI, they've lost Jelly at the moment, but perhaps they'll have a chance to get him back up as they're trying to compete for this same building that NIP have been holding for what feels like the entire
NIP
game.
have just got a res! You just saw it there! Somehow NinjasinPyjamas have got a res and will have Cole back into this game. Meanwhile, inside that building, ForFun and ZEDI having a little engagement. Deathbox res comes in, but look at the damage that they're taking. They're under so much pressure. The heat from those flames is singeing away at ZEDI, but they somehow managed to reset here.
And you mentioned those conversion rates. NIP with a 33% conversion rate from top 5 to a win. For Vision, it was 50% in Pro League. It's not been as good here in this tournament, but maybe they can find that form.
Zach says to Lota and Carter, go get us some kills, go take out the threats that surround us. RRQ have been eliminated as NinjasinPyjamas are safe in zone.
Oh, those nades, they hurt though, they burn. And it's really down to whether you can actually heal up here.
Kurev gets out. Safe was the wrong word from me. They certainly weren't. The nades just rained down from numerous teams. They've managed to reset once against the odds. NinjasinPyjamas in this game. Can they do it again? Top 4, Team Vision. NinjasinPyjamas, ZEDI Esports, and ForFun Esports, your final 4 teams.
And I like that you touch upon final circles for Vision, and it's down to Zach Meza, their IGL. They found the last remaining player. Kurev can go into the void once more, but it feels like it's just delaying the inevitable. Maybe you can find a little hidey hole to play here, because perhaps ZEDI and ForFun are focusing elsewhere.
He might be able to get a placement point if he's careful here. He also might be able to get a Deathbox res. Had overflow, which means you'll get healthy nice and quick. As Team Vision hold the most space, it's ForFun and ZEDI that are stacked up on top of each other. Maybe not. NinjasinPyjamas will be eliminated. Kurev cannot get the extra placement.
That was like a silly bang out, but bang it, the dirt is gone. But it was NIP who finally get taken away from their building. Other cleaning products are available as Team Vision now will hold the main area here as ForFun and ZEDI are both going to be in this same building. Advantage Vision, 100%.
With the exhibit going down, certainly is, because that means ForFun and ZEDI are engaging. One alive on ZEDI. It's going to be Jelly. It's a 1v1 in the building. Cinetic versus Jelly. Jelly wins it, but Team Vision convert once again.
And as we were talking about throughout Split 1 Pro League, they had a 50% conversion rate from top 5s. And even though it hasn't been up there here at Split 1 playoffs at EWC 2026, now those percentages start to go up, which is the perfect time to increase them in match point finals. Zach Meza, without a shadow of a doubt, one of the best IGLs in the world. Can he get a LAN trophy for Team Vision?
Well, Zach with some choice words there, some confident words. He says it's over in 6. Well, with that kind of start, why wouldn't you have that kind of confidence? Fantastic end game management again from Team Vision. The job was made easy for them with the fight taking place inside of that building, but the zone pull, I think, caught a lot of people off guard. Something didn't seem right at the start when I saw that second zone. And the fact that it bounces back to that zipline building, a lot of those teams who had prio inside of wall really struggled to leave.
I have a wry smile because I called the position from Vision right at the start when they held the northeast. And the reason they played that, I like to think, is because they could split the difference. They could transition to either zone if it pulled north or south. And the big fight was winning it against NinjasinPyjamas. Those nades were huge, and they were able to sniff them out, take them down, and then look how simple it was from here. They saw the fighting take place. Easy as that. Did they get buffed from the patch notes?
I didn't read that.
So.
I didn't read that in the patch notes, but it might have been at the bottom because it certainly is coming true here. We'll have to see if they can continue, though. We know that a good start is one thing, but we usually go a long, long way when it comes to match point. But getting that win early on, boy, did it do something for the confidence. They will be feeling on top of the world right now.
I will say it's not exactly a mammoth victory in terms of points. It was quite shared out, quite even between lobby leaders. Vision did put up 19 points in the end, and we'll go through the rest a little bit later.
Careful, Nessie.
Nessie again just dangerously, tantalizingly close towards the crusher there, as those are the keys that will be crushed alongside the hopes and dreams of all these players on stage today. Only one will remain.
Well, with match one done and Team Vision taking home the champion banner in that first game, match two is just around the corner. We're going to go for a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Look, I don't know if you've heard this, Pricey, but I was on broadcast yesterday and I looked deep in the camera and I said, I don't know if they're going to make it into the finals. And I have been saying it's a reverse caster curse, okay? Because you guys did so well yesterday for APAC South. Now, going into today's competition, do you feel like yesterday's performance is going to bleed into today and that you can maintain what you guys have already done?
We've been going into, like, our last two group stages were bad. So yesterday and after every game, it was like a mental reset every game. So right now we're like still on that like even level. We're not going into like overconfident, underconfident. So we're just gonna play our game and see how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, I've been watching you guys from the side of the stage where you're kind of like cheering, even though, you know, you don't get the win in that match, but you know that, you know, you're getting those sorts of points. How has it been like sort of having Easy Flash come back in? Because, you know, Strafing and Easy Flash have been such a dynamic duo. How do you feel that you sort of like slide into that dynamic?
Pretty easily. Everyone does their part. When everyone's all happy and cheery, everyone does their part super well. So that's what we're going for today again.
Well, Pricey, I will never doubt you again. I'm so sorry Pana yelled at me the other day. But guys, best of luck to you today. Do it for APAC South.
Will do. Thank you very much.
Welcome back once again, everybody, to the ALGS Split 1 playoffs at Esports World Cup 2026. Match 1 is in the history books, and it's Team Vision who take the win. We also hear from RQ's Pricey, big Pricey guy, I have to say, personally. I think he's one of the most experienced and celebrated players in APAC South, and we love to hear from him. And I love his music choices as well, Dan. He's got some good music choices, I will say.
I'm sure he's a fan of the cosplay that we have in the audience as well. Some excellent representations of skins. As we look back at some of the highlights, and match 1 is done, and how many more are we going to have here in match point finals? I do want to correct myself from earlier. I said last year we had 13 games. It was actually Esports World Cup 2024 we had 13 games. It was 9 last year, so apologies for that one. But it was a brilliant first match, because like I said, the points were shared quite evenly across the top 4 teams. There was no one who really took the plaudits, apart from the obvious win from Vision and just a little bit of a lead from the extra points they were able to get for first place.
I forgive you.
Thank you.
That's okay. No problem.
It was only an apology to you, just to be clear.
I did not correct you. It's Team Vision with a very, very simple end game there, but I think the most impressive thing there for me was how they cleaned out RRQ to clear that side of zone. Very important. You saw the portal down using the Nexus, using the Q from from Alta to get down to that low ground and deal with the damage onto RRQ, knowing that they had the ability to portal up onto them should they be forced to later on with that zone closed. So just being aware of situations nearest threats to you is what Zach is so good at. Now, Crypto, of course, a huge contributing factor to that, being able to be on Crypto, being able to use that drone and see what teams are surrounding you and see what teams are also fighting. But now we move into match number 2. This is where the IGL stakes, I think, start to get lifted a little bit here. The value of a good IGL when Crypto is gone really does get on display.
And now differently to yesterday's competition and of course the group stages as well, in match point finals, we snake draft the maps. We will not see 3 in a row and then moving into the next one. Instead, we start on Storm Point, we now move into World's Edge, and we transition all the way through to E-District, and then we go back again. So we will have E-District back-to-back at 4 and 5, and then later on, we will not see Storm Point once more until match 8. So for Team Vision, for example, if Storm Point is their map, if that's where they're going to find wins, perhaps when we get to match 8, they would be match point eligible and might have the chance to win.
Well, just to give you an idea of the standings and the points that actually came away from match number 1, Team Vision with 19 points. The 7 KP that they got alongside the 12 for first place puts them, no surprise, top of the pile. ZEDI Esports with 14 alongside RRQ. ZETA Division actually ended up in 4th place. We saw a few team fights that they won. 11 KP took them to 13, ForFun with 10, and then NinjasinPyjamas with 8. We'll update you on the standings as we go through these games, of course, but it's all Team Vision.
It is all Team Vision. A 5-point lead and 5 points extra, you will take them. But it's still quite a way off being match point eligible, remember. Sometimes we've had game 1s where people put 27 points on the board and we're like, oh, wait, they're over halfway there at this point. Well, Zach Mazer thinks in 6, so we'll check back in with that once we get into match 6 and see where they reside and whether they're even match point eligible. Because how many times in ALGS history do we see a team win and then in the next one die first? So
very often.
We'll be keeping an eye on Team Vision here.
We'll see what happens. If they can get into the top 5, however, I'm expecting them to become champions again because they have a little bit of a knack of doing so. I will give a huge amount of credit, though, to NinjasinPyjamas. Such a stressful day for them yesterday to stay alive in the tournament. They had to make top 6 and they did it. Now coming into the first game of today, a good performance, a solid performance, and after you've been through so many trials and tribulations over the first 4 days of action, I think it will just settle them down a little bit in this lobby.
I do like that you bring up NinjasinPyjamas going into World's Edge as well. That's where they've had the majority of their points. In fact, the most points we've seen in this tournament has come from NinjasinPyjamas. They have had more games than others. To put it in a little bit of an equation for you, Liquid have only got 4 points less than NIP on World's Edge, and of course they played 3 less times on that map.
So World's Edge looking good for Liquid. Let's see if they can convert based upon the stats that you just gave to me and the beautiful people who are watching around the globe. Well, that's the end of Storm Point for a little bit. We're heading over to World's Edge now. A little bit of a change of scenery, but the action will be just as fast-paced. Match number 2 is live. Your match point finals continues.
And just in terms of POI draft, the big winners for me, Team Falcons at Lava Fisher, that's been the best performing POI so far this tournament. E36 over towards Overlook, and Vision at Launch Site, the 3rd best performing POI. So our winners from match 1 also have the stats on their side as well, because not only do they have Launch Site, they've been able to transition over towards Dome and double up in their loot phase.
Yeah, really interesting. They're actually splitting where they are landing at the moment. It's only Zach Mazer on your screen right now, who is doing a little bit of looting over at Dome. So everybody else is going to be, you think about the amount of information they're going to be able to leave with. It's quite something. They're going to have good Evo opportunities. They're going to have a lot of loot. And with the zone being pretty close to them as well, it's looking good for Team Vision. If you're wondering about the zone, let's give you that information. We are going out towards Harvester by the looks of things. AG Global, good news for them. Alliance, very good news for them over at Tree. They have a ring console, and RRQ arriving already to try and take that western side of Harvester.
Yeah, Liquid are going to be moving quickly from Lava. Siphon as well. NinjasinPyjamas are going to be shadowing them. And actually, NIP watched Liquid hit the ring console, survey beacon, etc. Now they're going to take that and get the same info that Liquid have. So NIP will be a little bit further behind.
Yeah, interesting as well. Sometimes it's best to let the team ahead of you hit the information, and then you can base your next decision off of it. Of course, probably a little bit early for that to be the most value that you can get out of it. Usually if you're playing Edge a little bit later on, that's a good thing to do, especially when you're still looking to grab those Evo points. Of course, the survey beacon and the ring console are going to allow you to do that. So NinjasinPyjamas, they're hitting an evac right now as we look over to Alliance, who went out first in our previous game. A tough moment for them, but they have fantastic prio onto this zone. And with Watson in the composition, Hackett on Wraith, and Unlucky on the Seer, they're set up for the long game here.
And I do think Alliance have to make these maps that aren't Stormpoint count, because Stormpoint is going to get ugly with the contest. That being said, Alliance have been able to find themselves in a pretty solid position to start with, as have many teams moving to the center of World's Edge here. And it is really about where you can find somewhere to call home and set up. The compositions have changed quite significantly with the crypto ban from match 1 as well. We can have a lot more Seer in the lobby.
19 Seers in the lobby. That's a lot of Seer.
Too much.
Interesting to see some of the racing essentially that's going on as well. You saw RC trying to get into that snake. That's already taken. A lot of these teams would have had a prior position that they want to play on certain POIs should the zone pull there. But if you're just half a second late, half a beat late on your loop path, the time that you leave your POI, you'll find that spot is taken. ZETA Division, they fought their way towards zone in the last game, and this time they're fighting inside of it.
Yeah, they fought excellently in the previous, and trying to both teams hold this snake.
Oh.
One of you has to go down here. You cannot both reside. You're going to constantly be poking at one another. And Sentinels, they do bite back a little bit, but now both teams say, I don't feel confident in pushing. So they will currently cohabit. But it's like a noisy neighbor. You just hope they move out soon.
Fun being able to pop that ult XL to get a gem back is very important. That gives an anchor position for Sentinels to fire from, knowing those shields will be recharged as they stay within the distance of that interception pylon. Up on the high ground, you saw RC trying to take that snake position earlier. They were beaten by Sentinels. Now they're playing up on that high ground, overlooking the snake at Harvester. Wolves on your screen right now. They're a little bit further away from the action, as our team Falcons, who look like they're kind of counter-rotating here towards Mirage for either a ring console or to hit the survey beacon.
And I was mentioning Falcons, I was mentioning Lava Fissure being the best performing POI statistically with its average points. I do think that Falcons chose POIs in the POI draft that have been performing well.
Interesting to see, you know, when you were looking at the stats, you kind of jumped out your seat. You're like, wait, there's a pattern emerging here.
Yeah, it seemed appropriate that Falcons would choose the best performing POIs, but I do think it's a risk. It's going off of the law of averages. It's going off where those rings have been pulling as well, because usually the points averages are kind of exceeded because of where the zones have been going. But it is a game plan, and, well, if it works, we're going to call them geniuses. Or one person in particular. Privacy will be called a genius.
Poor Draugr.
We already know Draugur's a genius. They're all geniuses.
Good save. Elite Esports inside a countdown right now. What a day it was for them. Well, what a 4 days, I should say, it has been for them so far. But no points on the board yet. And we mentioned how EMEA has an unfortunate kind of pattern and history when it comes to getting to the finals, looking fantastic through groups and then just kind of falling flat when the pressure gets a little bit too much for them. One team who isn't feeling the pressure and won't be in this game number 2 is our winners of game 1. 19 points already on the board for them. And we usually say, if you're watching for the first time, you're wondering how kind of an average of points per game works for a very good game. 10 points per game, you're usually saying we're in a position to win a tournament.
Very happy with 10 per game. Yeah, you would be match point eligible by match 5. Now, we have had teams reach match point eligibility from match 3. Historically, match 4, we've seen it quite often as well. But with how tight these lobbies have been, I am curious to see when we get there.
Well, let's see what Team Vision's plan is. We've got a listening queued up. Let's jump in and listen to the boys.
Got a long boat across the map. Oh, we're gonna have to trade, because I have no hop up.
Hey, make sure you guys have a fuck ton of nades ready.
Yeah, I do.
Because, like, on this fight, I'm gonna path the low ground.
Probably.
I'm gonna path the low ground and skynade and tack into them, okay?
Yeah, just remember they have gen.
Alright,
how many ult XLs do you have?
I'm gonna hit beacon, okay? I have 2 ult XLs on me with a gen up. I'm hitting beacon.
A longbow on one guy.
I need to give you power boost still.
Oh my god. Did we just go over here? Where does this pull to? I feel like it's this zone.
Yeah, I think it is too. Yeah, I think
I think
it's
it's
the
that
building was open,
zone.
no? The building was open. Yeah, the building's
Yeah, but the thing is if it's not that zone and it pulls here, then we have to fight up that hill. I'm getting aped. I'm probably good. They're just running.
He's on the rock.
Huh?
He's far, he's far.
I'm gonna bat.
A really good shot.
We're rock. I see him. You're good, I got them.
I'm a little bit confused what zone this could be. So what I want to do here is I want to go for yellow, but what if we go for here instead? So that we can play for both, because if we get stuck in this, we have to go there anyway. All right, let's just go here for now, and then let's war room, okay?
Okay. Yeah.
Because if we're reading the zone wrong and it goes over here.
Always great to see the insight from the IGLs about where they think it could be going. Vision a little bit confused about that ring pull. For now, they're going to head towards train station where Nemesis currently reside, and they sort of say, maybe we can just sit here. We have seen it pull this way before, but we're not entirely sure.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, that my eyebrows are raised, Zach's eyebrows are raised. You heard it from himself, the man himself. He said, I'm not quite sure where this zone is going. If I'm going to hedge my bets, I think it's going to pull over to the Harvester side, possibly on the hillside, but it's a strange one for sure. And I think a lot of the teams that have prior at Harvester are going to be looking at this and going, well, do we risk leaving early here, trying to take a little bit of the space that's available on the other side of zone? Team Vision are kind of gambled now on this side. If it does pull to the other, they'll have to fight through the choke, and then they have the hillside to work with. So I actually kind of like the position of Team Vision. If they don't get the pull this side and they can work their way through the choke, then they'll be looking down on everyone else.
It's them hedging their bets again, or not hedging their bets, excuse me, and being able to give themselves a secondary option just like they did in match 1. Now, UNLIMIT, under some pressure, under some fire, and currently within an exhibit, so they'll have to make sure they get away.
Creative routing coming in from Peace there to get out of the exhibit. And ForFun do force them away. Teams that are outside of zone right now is interesting. You've got UNLIMIT, who we just saw and can see on your screen trying to force their way in and will be safe. Team Falcons over at staging at the moment. They're not inside of the next zone. And I wonder if they're actually waiting to hit the ring console, which it looks like they're going to do. I think that's a very, very smart thing to do. If you're on edge right now and you could get the info on where this zone is going to be going, I think you're in a great spot.
And if they do get that info, they can rotate south if it pulls that way and be in one of the priority positions, that's for sure. Nemesis also in a great spot, but UNLIMIT and Fun still sizing each other up at the moment. No one overcommitting to this fight, waiting for utility to be used, perhaps. But they are hurting themselves the longer this fight goes on, because there is a possibility of a third party. E36 are having a little look at it. And the longer a fight does go on, the more reluctant you are to actually take it because of that third-party possibility. And it really has been interesting, Mark, to see the pace of this game compared to Stormpoint. Still 20 squads remaining. No real engagements thus far.
Peace wants this. Tyler Scarpa, and Tyler's down. Stu with some great shots. Peace with a distraction, essentially. They're queuing down on Alta. Avoid passage to get involved. Oh, but more take the attention away. We know how dangerous UNLIMIT can be in these lobbies, in these team fights. When they're working their way in from edge, they really are the boogeyman for so many teams in the lobby. The zone has pulled to the north now, and RRQ are bang center.
Yeah, we were worried that as ForFun get eliminated, by the way, we were worried that some of these Harvester teams would have to transition quite far away, but it has continued to pull that way. So for Team Vision earlier, as they were thinking it might pull further south, are going to have to work their way north now. As are Falcons, who would have hit that ring console from staging, they're going to have to transition east. And there's a lot of teams to get through as well. And remember, we don't have any Valkyries in the lobby right now. There's no one who's going to be able to send themselves up without an evac tower.
And now the positioning of Team Vision becomes a lot more difficult. Zone pulling all the way to the north. They are the furthest team from the zone that are still inside of it. You've got ZEDI Esports and S8UL who are currently moving their way through the lava siphon tunnel quite far off. But Vision have at least managed to move up alongside Nemesis here. And that makes the fight a little bit more comfortable for them, but they're getting shot in the back, and Sacred is taking an off angle here. Albreleli's gone down though. Lotus having a peek. Sacred trying to save the day here, but all three members of Team Vision are still up. And Carter's going to swing. Sacred has to queue back to try and keep himself alive. And it looks like advantage Vision here as Skittle Cakes is going to be taken down.
Trouble is, you've got Reject now coming from the other side. Falcons are coming through the tunnel as well. Vision are screwed whichever way they go here. And they don't really realize it, but here comes Team Falcons. Oh no, Falcons portal back. It does give Vision a chance. Nemesis will be eliminated. Reject starting to back away. And somehow Vision are holding on to this one. Falcons have been able to just give them that opportunity.
Over to the zone, ZETA Division are out. They bullied their way through teams a little bit earlier, but not E36 inside of zone this time around. Synapse going to be able to be brought back to his feet by the looks of things, although there may be a cheeky Yanya and Jaguares looking to move in to see if they can clean that up. Over to the southern side of zone where we've got a little bit of the build-up as well. Synapse will eventually be brought back to his feet. And this is SAUL GG. And Team Liquid will also having a little look at this one.
SAUL get out of zone and they can actually find a position to play on this southern side. But there's just such a long route from this point, and this is where you as a team have to start considering how you're going to find points. Could this 3 KP be vital for your chances of getting match point eligibility later?
E36 taking some damage from UNLIMIT as well in the kill feed. But GG inside the exhibit. Just go having a little peek at a prod. And SAUL have decided they have to fight this. Legacy gets the shields broken, but Lufka will be the first down. Legacy will also fall. Everyone is weak apart from Zane. Zane in a 1v1. Zane will win it. Blast is also up. It was a 2v1. And it's a comfortable hold coming in from GG.
So now Vision have wrapped back round to take the fight against Reject here.
Oh, he has not loaded the gun though, Carter. He gets taken down.
Falcons just went out. Liquid also fall.
That's the big dogs.
Big teams falling now, but Vision are applying a lot of pressure to Reject. But now RRQ are sending one player over as Reject do get taken out.
RRQ, Pricey's having a look at this, and now Zach is left on his own. He's going to immediately go for the res onto Lota. I wonder if they're going to be able to be out of the line of sight of everyone else to look for a death box res a little bit later on. It was actually a Kraber shot from Pricey.
Yeah, they are going to be vulnerable from that right-hand side. You can see Zach Mesa, and by the way, RRQ are not letting them go. They are tag teaming at the moment, backing through this portal. But that portal is only going to last for so long.
Looks like Vision might have done enough to stay alive here. And I'm still interested to see if they can hit that death box res.
They're trying right now.
Wolves down in the canyon. Got to be careful, the team's moving above them as NIP have to be careful of the pressure coming in from GG. Kurev is last alive again for them here. UNLIMIT just been eliminated as well. And even though Kurev may escape here, GG is still trying to hunt him down.
Zane is relentless. Zane is inevitable as GG pick off another team. NinjasinPyjamas go down. But now here comes Alliance sending themselves in onto E36 who are below them. AG in the area as well.
AG up on high. Giving a lot of options for them on teams they want to fire upon in a few moments' time. Got to be careful, watch it back, a triple swing coming in from GG, and Lucky is down. And then above them is AG, they hear the commotion and they sense the opportunity for some free KP. They peek down, Jaguares will find one.
And actually a member from both teams have gone down.
Careful, Yanya.
GG have lost 2. Alliance also got knocked as well, but Aku replied as Gaimin Gladiators, after a fantastic effort previously, will fall.
There's the Kraber! And for what looked like a fantastic position to play from, AG Global are dead. Geekay Esports will be out next as well! Oh, that's pricey!
One more.
Oh. Can't quite connect with the second shot, but the first one onto Aku is enough for them to really force Alliance into a difficult position here.
RRQ are holding so much space in this zone. Their major threat is going to be Wolves and Vision. Those 3 teams are in the best spots. Vision also taking up a lot of space. Now we check in with Sentinels. Down to just Blinkser. Backs against the wall here.
By the way, Vision did get back up to a 3. All 3 players are healthy again. And they control the southwestern side of this zone. E36, CNAP is up. Fun going to be finished off on the low ground. But E36 not safe inside of this zone. They have to keep moving forward. Blinks is going to have to queue through this wall, and it's going to be blind.
They can take a little bit of a route through this snake as Vision. Zach's very low. But they've been able to answer back to the damage Elite were doing here. This is an important fight. You win this on the west, you control the entire west side.
Look at the queue coming from Carter. He says, come follow me. There's nobody down here. Sentinels have been eliminated. They can't make it out. Elite now have to drop. And Carl with the G7 scout in his hands has given the advantage to Vision. The winners of game 1 are about to delete Elite Esports.
And now Vision are the only team who are not in the building at the moment. They have the most space. AG Global down. Everyone else is residing in this same area. Although Alliance have just created a portal to the south, they're certainly going to be in a good position as well.
Wolves up on the high ground. No Name, what a moment he had yesterday. Pricey's having a look at this. He hears the fight in. Obley only sees the death screen as Enter Force 36 will be eliminated. Wow. We have 4 teams remaining. And there's a healthy Alliance up on the high ground.
Yeah, fantastic ball from Hackers to give Alliance this southern side. Recognized there was a gap, there was an opening because everyone was fighting each other. And now actually Vision, they're in a tough spot here because both RRQ and Wolves are having a little bit of a look at them, as are Alliance. And to try and plan this one out is going to be very tough indeed.
Well, Vision will be a team that has to move first here. Alliance have all of the height on the high ground. Talk about making the most of the opportunities. That is what makes you successful in a match point. Finals are a match point lobby. Alliance have got to do it.
So many teams who wouldn't have done what Alliance just did. They wouldn't have taken that risk because most teams would have thought Vision would still be up there. Now RRQ, they say, Vision, we don't want you here anymore. And they try and do some damage before they go back.
It's off the back of the Kraber shot. And now Carter down, Lota down. Barely any help to work with. Team Vision will be eliminated. Now the Kraber, so vital here. Wolves on the high ground, RRQ below them. But a Kraber in the hands of Hackis, in the hands of Pricey, could be a difference maker. Hackis playing the off angles, playing the space. He's on Wraith, so he'll be able to queue back.
I love this though. You take an angle, you can add that little extra bit of damage, and then you just feed Unlucky and Aku. They're all going to play there, but now Wolves, they're going to be above them here. Maybe it's advantage RRQ.
Alliance make the play on the side of the building. They would have been vulnerable, having to move down, so they're trying to play this side cover. They were kind of forced to move from that height. And now they're ticking. And now they're burning. And with Aku down, all of a sudden the pendulum swings the way of Wolves Esports. No Name's found one. Alliance now down to 1. All 3 still healthy. No Name taking names. Hackett's down as well. Last hit from RRQ, and No Name is hunting.
Still not done yet. RRQ might get a chance to reset. Castle Wall comes out just in case, though.
It's bank center of zone. Wolves say, come to us, RRQ. If you're feeling brave.
Skynade.
No Name looking to cook. Oh, Kraber in the hands of Pricey, though. One bullet could be a difference maker.
Tell you what.
Do your peek. Oh, Pricey! It's interesting now. It's a 2v1 for Pricey, not enough! Wolves Esports close it out! But what an end game it was! If Pricey hits that...
The second one? Oh my god!
This place explodes.
I'm not sure I could have jumped higher. Wolves Esports, they held strong. In the end, Alliance were kind of frustrated by the length of which it took for RRQ to approach as well. They took every moment inside that building away from the ring. And in the end, they just felt themselves too vulnerable below Wolves. And Wolves Esports, who have quite the following here in Paris, they put up some big numbers indeed. And whilst they have not quite caught up Team Vision, they do put themselves at 29 points as a total. So they are over halfway towards match point eligibility.
Incredible performance from Wolves. The number 1 seed, Apex South team coming into this event. Well, they're starting to live up to that reputation. A big, big win for them. It felt like that endgame was in slow motion at one point. After Pricey hit that headshot, he saw the trailer. He saw the montage moment. But it's going to be Wolves who hold strong.
The advantage you have with a castle wall is just so significant as well. And even though it was a valiant effort as a 2, look at the reaction from Wolves. And to be honest, look at the reaction on the other side for RRQ, because they know equally how much points they just put on the board. They're only 1 point behind Wolves Esports. And right now, it is not about wins, it is about points.
It's about the race for points, you're right. It's the race to match point eligibility that matters for everyone in this lobby right now. 50 points is the target. Get to 50 points as quickly and efficiently as you can. Then you start worrying about winning games.
So the IGL is being put to work with some of these zones that we've seen so far as well. Back and forth they shift. As we look at the match results for match 2, Wolves Esports put 24 points on the board to send themselves up into second place. RRQ not far behind, and Alliance a massive third place for them, putting 12 points on the board as well.
Look at Team Vision in behind as well. Good KP for them. They put more points on the board in game number 2. Elsewhere, with the big points being soaked up by the top of the teams at the leaderboard, there not really too many points to talk about to be shared from the rest of the lobby. It's been a fantastic start to match point finals, as we always expect. We'll have to see if that momentum continues after this break. Don't go anywhere. The ALGS Split 1 playoffs will continue.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights. Better get right, I'm champion.
Now, I've just grabbed Zane off the stands. You know, he's trying to chill out before the competition today. But, of course, he's here to do a nice little interview with us, Zane. What do you think has contributed to your success so far in the tournament?
We've just been sticking to our plan, playing our game, and things have just been running smoothly for us. So hopefully it stays the same. And yeah.
Yeah, a man with a plan, Zane. I like that indeed. Now, do you guys think you have what it takes to win this today?
100%, yeah. This is the best team I've ever been on. My teammates, they've got close to winning like 2 LANs so far. So adding me to the team, I think we can make it happen today, yeah.
Yes, I love those vibes, and I mean, today is the day. Now, since Effect hasn't actually made it into the finals today, do you think you have what it takes to be the best fragger for EMEA today?
100%, yeah. Last LAN that I made finals, I top fragged, so hopefully we can do it again this time around. So yeah, 100%.
Well, you guys better be watching your screens today for Zane from Gaimin Gladiators. Best of luck for you guys today, and that'll be those.
All right, I'm here in the stands. We just talked to Lufka. I'm here with Charlotte and Robert, Blast's sister and father. Guys, how do we feel supporting GG in the crowd right now? Charlotte, I'll go with you. This isn't your first LAN.
No, it's not. I've been coming to LANs now since LA, so I'm super proud of my brother. I know that he'll smash it, but I'm trying not to jinx anything, because every time I say that, then something goes wrong. So I'm hoping and praying that things go really well, and they deserve it.
And as someone who's watched these LANs before, I personally feel this is the best I've seen them play in a while. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, this is the first time I've actually been nervous. The whole, like, normally on LANs I'm an absolute wreck.
Yeah.
But I've actually managed to, like, somehow not have, like, palpitations every single day.
Yeah.
So it's kind of nice. I've been able to, like, okay, they're doing well. I'm trusting in them, you know?
Now, Robert, you're Blast's father. The journey of a parent in esports has got to be a little different. Talk to me about your experience and just being here.
My goodness me, all I can say is, put it this way, right from when he was leaving school, I knew he was going to do something techie. He found Apex amongst other games, but this game just stuck out for him, and he's been devoted to the cause ever since, and he's gone just from progress to progress. He's soared, he's rocketed, he's going for the game, he's aiming to win, and I have every faith he'll do that.
All right. I was going to say any final words. That was all the final words he needs.
Yeah,
GG, man. What support. Robert, pleasure to meet you. Charlotte, pleasure to see you again. GG and the family zone in the crowd here at EWC 26. Let's see if they can keep up the momentum and take a win today.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Apex Legends Global Series Year 6 Split 1 playoffs at EWC 2026. So far alone, we just saw Wolves pop off with game number 2 dub. I want to hear your thoughts back at home, guys. I want to know how long you think this is going to go to. This is match point finals for a reason, as we get to see Team Vision leading the way with 34 points already. The fact that this team has already 17 kills in the span of 2 games makes you wonder, are Mazer moments a thing of the past?
They may be, because that team is looking incredible. The duo of Loader and Carter alongside Zach have been impressive, right? The fact that we've minimized all of our point losses there on World's Edge, it's their worst map, and they still were able to grab 15 points alone. As we go over to the back half, it's starting to look like Team Falcons, Team Nemesis, Team Liquid. Are we shocked to see them at the very bottom? This is the time for them to wake up.
Shocked. I mean, maybe is it the ramp up? Maybe that's the ramp up. I mean, we've seen this happen before, but you know what we have also seen? It would just be a Cinderella story from Zach not making champs when he was originally on VP with Slayer and Lou, to getting the most wins in Pro League and now topping the overall standings. Team Vision starting off great, and as we've already mentioned, when it comes to match point finals, this is my favorite thing as we swap over out of World's Edge into Olympus.
Yeah, the cool part about Olympus, right, is that we really loved the left side of the map. So when you're thinking about that story of Team Vision, where did they prioritize? They grabbed 24th pick, Somers University. So knowing that we can get a lot of points early prio to some of those zones, but who knows, maybe we carve our path to the west. The majority of our teams picked this about, you know, their 3rd map pick overall. And I'm immediately looking at ForFun Esports, but my big question is, where will Elite Esports be starting? And that is at Oasis. Now here's the deal, Elite Esports, they were powerhouses in group stages, but they are getting run down here in the early match point finals games.
I mean, and with the amount of zones we've seen pull over onto Summers and Gardens, it makes you wonder how Olympus end zones are going to look like on match point finals. And for those of you guys who are new to our match point finals format, remember, a team has to achieve 50 points. And then after getting 50 points in a separate game, be the game winners to be crowned your ALGS Split 1 playoffs champions. And ready with the way that Vision is playing, nearing almost 40 points. This is what you like to see. And then now Wolves ramping up themselves, getting 12 KP in a game 2 win, is trailing right behind the Titans thus far after just 2 games alone behind Visions.
Well, if we're going to be talking about Wolves just before we dive into the Falcons, the Wolves from APAC South are one of the most consistent teams across not only Stormpoint and E-District, but also Olympus. So rotating map to map to map like this should be in their favor. For Falcons, though, we talked about it at the bottom, and it's crazy to see that they are just, I don't know, Vicky, like, how do you think they're looking?
I mean, Hal looks a little nervous. I could understand.
Hal nervous?
I
mean, Aku's staring him down. He's like, I may be the young guy here for Alliance, but, you know, we're warming up.
Very true. As we get to take a look at the Alliance fans in the crowd, they know how to show up time and time again, from the family to the fans who have been trailing the Alliance story to making it into this finals lobby. They know what they got, but it's about converting into it when it comes to being in the top 6, 13 points. But it's still that very big gap that we have from even RRQ up to ZEDI in 4th place with 19 points. We're ramping up to go onto Olympus, everyone. We're gonna see with our teams getting ready within their POIs, but looking at the history and already talking about the Legend Bands, Tiff, we've seen Crypto and Seer off the table, and it's kind of followed that suit. Looking at the way that the group stage is played out, as well as that survivor stage.
Yeah, when you say that survival stage, typically we had that Mad Maggie in that 3rd game ban. However, we did see Watson banned early when it came to Olympus, so my thing is, are we prioritizing the Watson? Because I personally think we need to, and if I confirm, Vicky, how many picks is Watson?
The fact that Watson and Mad Maggie are tied at 100% each, Tiff, you are on the money when it comes to these Legend Bands and how it's kind of adjusted a little bit going through our different game. Oh my, hold on,
guys, this is groundbreaking. This is groundbreaking. We're going going to the West on Olympus for the first time in the Year 6 ALGS Split 1 playoffs.
Do my eyes deceive me? Am I in a fever dream? I'm rubbing them really quick because you gotta look at the teams who do go over to the west side of Olympus. I mean, even thinking about the POI drafts for the teams that think they're gonna have advantage when they end up getting even Team Visions over to Sommers, ZEDI 2, and with a lot of these other squads who will be able to get the ring console, they've gotten the memo early and they're already going in for a quick rotate.
Brilliant. I'm looking at Elite. They've dropped the evac tower over at Oasis. NinjasinPyjamas with the utmost rotation out of there for everyone that's got the 20 picks on Watson. So everyone, ring consoles galore. ZETA Division and ZEDI Esports are rotating towards Hammond Labs, likely to get access to confirm that we truly are going to the west. Now, for the teams with the longest rotations, bro, Team Vision, Somers, that one hurts a little. Back to Estates we go.
Already starting off with this early fight with a huge pileup of teams here. Sentinels being one of those teams to settle down. Got the fans behind us ourselves, but it's going to be tough for Sentinels since, you know, they're going to have to rock out here with their POI, fully white AG2. Who try to start off strong already, seeing the portal play right in front of them and losing out Nizula and Hobladis as the next victim. Sentinels looking like they went in for a kidnap from Blinkster, who is on the Wraith. Ooh. Now taking control over onto the high ground, and a little bit of revenge now is going to come out of the hands of Lufka, but a great way to start things off and getting this KP in early points.
But the best part about these buildings, right, is you have these crannies, but when Mad Baggy's prevalent, a riot drill will definitely hit a full for you. Good thing we can hit that death box recovery just a few more seconds, but incoming frag grenades are going to keep the Sentinels from being able to do that. Honestly, get in that tree right there, Fun. You shield cell up and let's get our Blinkster back.
Well, the fact that he was able to get that so cool.
What? Blast!
He was in the line of sight. We just spoke to the family of Gaimin Gladiators, talking to the father and also the sister Charlotte, who has been able to be here to support her brother. And Gaimin Gladiators have had one heck of a tournament run. AG, though, a team that also has been able to ramp up now down to a duo. Yanya's also on that Wraith to combat that with Blinkster being on the Wraith himself, but with so many teams now moving up, there's a lot of space to share over by Estates.
Yeah, it's been a slower start for AG Global for sure this entire week. They're one of our only teams that has not actually achieved a map win across our days here. So keep tabs on them as Sentinels are in the same boat. AG Global definitely looking to try and improve on this position. Portals galore to keep through the Watson fences, and we have not gotten Blinkster back just yet.
Yeah, Lufka now going to be able to follow up here as soon as the next to go. Sentinels are your first team eliminated for game number 3. It's a tough one here, Tiff, but it's going to be a cleanup with so many teams now trying to farm this KP. Geekay not moving from their spot, happily sitting underneath these buildings, and with the amount of Watsons, every team having a Watson, this is what you can expect as RRQ also from within this building, trying to find an opportunity to try to get a kidnap and protect this portal with the Watson fences.
And that's the thing, right? With so many Wraiths and altars in our lobby, it's making these holding the vicinities difficult, right? RRQ have the Wraith, so sure, they can't pop through a floor to go. They have to go in through the fences as GG last alive here. Next to the pylon, fences are up, going for the res. RRQ trying to get up there, or do we? Do we full send this? No, there's too many teams here.
I mean, with NIP and Cole being so low, which, by the way, this has been one heck of a tournament looking at Cole. He is going to be able to go back, and they get the finding strafing flame on the other side of that portal. Curve was ready for the suppressed fire just in case, and you saw those Watson fences lined up to try to block out the mouth of that portal, but Vayne gets caught as the riot drill does more than enough since he was literally 1 pixel of HP. With 19 squads left, though, it's literally just a drive-by with these teams just poking from afar, but the missile, once again, the drill just drilling into the team underneath them. As the nade, oh my gosh, the finishing blow to find Vayne, and now we get to get the Deathbox res on their side.
And Gaimin Gladiators with 5 kills so far in this game alone. Just need Zane back, our fragger. But if you keep those riot drills frying into the other teams, whittle down their resources, however, those pylons are going to keep... Meanwhile, we need a replay of this. UNLIMIT move in and take out Alliance.
Alliance going out early once again. Better looks here for UNLIMIT to scoop that up on an isolated fight. Over onto the north side on the outskirts of Oasis, where there was a ring console, right? So you could have gotten that information. Team Liquid are going to be transcending through Fight Night. Out of the north side is RRQ, not letting NIP breathe for a second. Remember, they sent out that nade that landed at their feet before. They can't catch a break with another Deathbox res that we saw too in the feed. A strafing flame. Hopefully he's going to be able to get these shields up. As you see GG now move up. And that's the side-by-side highlight actually from Sentinels, since this is their POI. That's how they fell a little earlier. But the live feed is on the bottom left here as AG do get a knock after they lost out on Hawades. And it was with a portal push to find NIP.
NinjasinPyjamas also eliminated during that skirmish as we tune into Enter Force 36. Obli is down and Synap and using a play around the pylon. Currently open with multiple options for teams to stare at them here. But Reject, also another team hailing from APAC North, were the ones initially dealing that damage to them before deciding to back away.
The team's not trying to get involved in the pile up here. Reject trying to clear this northern side closer to that evac tower. We see where E36 is situated over onto the choke on the north side that exits where UNLIMIT had taken that fight earlier against Alliance. But a lot of teams playing on the edge because this is going to be a Southern Estates pool.
Ooh, that's going to be crazy because we don't actually pull straight towards Dockyard. We bring up the map. You can see right there ZEDI Esports holding just on the outskirts of that rift. Team Falcons there. Team Nemesis back in their home of Dockyard. Do have Reject just ahead of them, but you have to start thinking about where we are going to approach that next circle and what information do we have. The ring console there at Dockyard will be able to get hit by the Watson from Team Nemesis, and they'll know exactly how they need to approach this. It's not going to be easy considering we have about 8 or 9 teams playing around the Estates area, and of course that little pocket with the 2 survey bins outside there. Ooh. That's going to be tough.
It's going to be great, too, to at least being able to hold on to the high ground if they clear that southern side of the zone. It really depends on that pile-up that we will eventually see against ZEDI as well as Team Vision before they end up wrapping behind them. But it's a side-by-side with Falcons. Mention having a pretty rough start. Tiff now playing off the southern choke themselves and playing it safe here, while E36 not so safe themselves. They do lose out on Synap in the process thanks to Rufa, who catches him with the Hemlock.
Yeah, Synap plays a lot of these movement characters as kind of main IGL and is just getting caught out on some of those entry moments. Obli and Juzna now kind of pulling together, playing behind the knockdown, under fire. Wolves from the back end, though, shooting towards Reject could allow E36. No, just kidding. We got UNLIMIT in the mix and Enter Force 36 go down.
UNLIMIT is seeing the buffet in front of them and just scooping them up just for themselves here. Going to be able to get that KP as ZETA Division also are neighboring the other side of the wall once they get through that choke. And as you see the nice flyby of where everybody is, this is the real estate that we were talking about with the dive up of a lot of these teams that are essentially coexisting with one another. But other squads who are still playing on the edge as AG still stuck as a duo, seeing if they have any opportunity because they were lacking on meds. I mean, you don't even have a med kit if you're Nizul. He's got the shield bat and only 3 shield cells. He's out of this fight, and I'm worried about that ammunition he's got for the alternator.
Yeah, it's not like you putting Alter here. You've got the race. So you're not going to be able to use Alter's passive to kind of loot the boxes around you, and we haven't taken an actual fight and finished it and had the chance to slurp up a lot of that loot. We do have the Maggie Ball in our back pocket should we need to, but the issue is you pounce on one team here in Estates, you're getting full send. Back to S8UL, a little bit of a slower start for them though as they're rotating.
Hold on, some Aussie on Aussie violence real quick here because the Legacy and we saw Zero getting knocked from both sides, while S8UL get a little bit of revenge and Panic trying to back up Zero in the process. We're gonna have to see how that's gonna play out because on the other side of that choke, it's Vision moving up behind Falcons who want the Mythic Bin. The team that comes out on top of this fight will be able to have priority over whether one of these teams will get the Kraber. We're gonna have to see as Carter moves up. Looking on the other side of the lip, though, it's still this other fight happening against S8UL and Team Liquid, so it's this pile up as Visions has to be careful because the 3P is behind them from ZEDI. Before Loader is going to be able to try to get this res, but you know that ZEDI's right there.
Team Liquid take out S8UL and Vision are going to have to get on the move because here comes ZEDI, here comes Dupe, and they immediately make their presence known. Deez with a play, he knocks Loader, and Carter joins up. Team Vision is out.
Gotta hit them with the Dupe. No, maybe scoop that up, making them fall in 15th place, and it's kind of great to see how Falcons see the now Visions gets eliminated. They get the Mythic Bin. They're now going to look at ZEDI, and Team Liquid, who took out S8UL, will be able to get involved themselves with a possible 3P.
You mentioned the Mythic Bin, right? And there's a Kraber in Hal's hands. Now, from this side of things, we can walk up into that next circle. The issue is it's incredibly open, so that Kraber is going to be needed to open up these engagements for those quick fights. However, we just saw ZEDI 3P up onto Team Vision, who are still needing to come out of the tunnel behind Falcons.
Why they're not trying to overcommit too, and that's why with those so many altars too in this lobby, you got that portal to just reset if you need off the Void Nexus. UNLIMIT though, who have been able to scoop up a total of 4 KP for this team. Slowly but surely with round 3 closing in behind their backs, they gotta start moving up, and it's Reject waiting to gatekeep them here as they move up themselves off the portal to try to get onto the high ground, but trying to mix it up too. You have one, then you go have the other to then pull it yourself up into the left side of the high ground, but you bait them. You see the Wrecking Ball coming in from right behind them, and this may be their opportunity. Oh, off the what the
They dropped the Void Passage.
No
they
way.
catch Axis. We need a reload. There we go. Peace is able to finish the blow, but we get caught out on the left. Ulariman and Peace diving throughout Urice.
Can we talk about the positioning of that Void Passage to get the abduction while Reject do get eliminated?
Wait. They really just said hold this frag. Really do. Elite, though, one of the best teams here on Olympus with the majority of their points coming from this map in particular. Good to see them still here fighting to climb up the leaderboard. Back to Estates ForFun. Wolves, who's in second place, tied with their APAC South neighbors RRQ at 30 points.
Oh, and they get the res on the death box too. UNLIMIT. After clearing this northern side, coming out of the fight that we saw earlier from Alliance to get the death box res, ZETA Division are neighboring them. Now they're looking behind them and having to be careful. ZETA Division hear this happening. Looking ahead too, with Elite still alive and covering these southern buildings of Estates. Dropping below with these resets that we're currently seeing from these teams that have just completely taken over this BOI.
They are just poised and ready. It's a shame they're still on all blues, but they just really haven't had any good fights yet, right? 0 kills, 13 squads remaining. And as they keep tabs on where everything is going, they are on that northern side. You mentioned UNLIMIT, ZETA, Team Liquid, teams that are wrapping. But from the south, things are going to get difficult. ZEDI immediately finding pressure from Skittlecakes across the way. And RRQ and AG Global can hear this.
So we saw them take out Team Vision. Now they've been able to hold onto the high ground that we were looking at before. Team Nemesis are looking at them, but ZEDI are going to be able to move up into that next zone where they really only have to worry about Falcons, who were isolated in the compound over to the south side of that choke that we saw earlier with the Mythic Bin, while UNLIMIT now move up. Looking at Team Liquid, for those of you wondering, they took a huge roundabout rotation, and now they are looking dead at UNLIMIT as Ulariman taking some shots off this G7, yeeting at the Wrecking Ball, but looking behind them is Elite, who want a chunk of the action. Team Liquid now moving around, playing off the rocks as Zero peppers into them. UNLIMIT get eliminated, and AG Global meet them in the lobby.
Team Liquid starting to heat up here in Olympus finally. Just takes to map 3, and we've moved up to 15th overall on the leaderboard. Riot drills happening as ZEDI Esports finding a home out on the rock. Let it eat, intercept all, but Dupe still the health ticking down as they work to stabilize.
Nemesis is trying to stabilize. Oh no, but Sacred can catch a break. At least he's going to be able to hide right behind the gen, while Nemesis are looking to get the death box regs onto Albert lately, but having to be careful because ZEDI being right here. Dupe now tries to fully swing onto him, but Skittle goes down. Former teammates, now enemies. As Sacred now tries to swing, playing off the knockdown shields, and look who tries to involve themselves from the high ground, forcing Deets to back away. It's the pile up here as Gaimin Gladiators have not left from their position. They see the opportunity, they dive in, and now Sacred's left alone, but a huge shot from Sacred! Huge! As Wolves do take out the solo, but that's without Sacred taking on Gaimin Gladiators next.
And that's what happens when you move into Estates with multiple teams. Everyone's looking for angles, and ZETA now with the building across from Elite. 1 kill. And into the Void Passage we go. The Riot drill to try and finish off the damage. We've got a wingman, we've got plenty of bullets, and we're just gonna let it rip.
Dude, kinda.
The young gun.
He has been playing insane. 81 bullets though in the R9, taking some shots out of Yuka. Wid's going to be able to use that Void Passage, but taking their time as round 5 closes in right behind their backs now. This is going to be difficult for them to make this next rotate because it's only Wolves, ForFun, and Liquid in this next zone.
But the moment they move, that doorway gets opened up, and the Thermite, it's just proving to do so much damage to them, and we have little time. We're going to need to use that Maggie Ball for the rotation.
Oh
and
my.
ZETA, Yuka still on the ground, Mike full health. He's trying to get the res before they roll, and Elite Esports has been eliminated.
I'm sorry, but No Name is the only name on my mind. As Geekay now take out the final player. Onto ZEDI here as Deets goes down and drop moves up, but he's literally one shot. Takes a portal, no way! Off the left side, he didn't mean to do that. He gets stunned, he gets slowed, and the rest of Geekay get eliminated. 6 squads left.
RRQ, so consistent, almost into the top 6, doing everything they can. We lose out on ZETA, and Falcons are the ones that everyone seems to be looking at as they take down RRQ.
Wow. You can't make this up. Falcons on the opposite end of this final zone with Liquid on the north side. Falcons taking away 5 total KP in their pockets with these remaining 4 squads, and with the Mythic bin, Hal has the Kraber, he's got the gold R9, and he's looking at the teams like ForFun that will have to move out of these buildings on the opposite side from Liquid Wolves Esports.
The best part about that is, not only that, he grabs an L-Star, throws the Kraber on the ground. He's probably going to use the rest of the bullets, pick up the L-Star for endgame. Falcons are going to do so much damage in a little time once this circle collapses. But Wolves are the question on everyone's mind. They need 12 points to hit match point.
Wow. So close with the way that Wolves have been playing. Hal, Kraber in hand with just 4 bullets. Not going to have the infinite ammo. L-Star in the other before backing away. Not having that amp is actually huge. I mean, look at this. They are starving in terms of ammo. Walt C2 with the gold hemlock, it looks like, with Wolves now taking their time and looking at ForFun.
And we have to talk about Team Liquid as well, right? On the other side, like you mentioned, they're going for a 2-1 split. The job of the solo is to keep Team Falcons from moving north and not rotating towards the east. Wolves and ForFun, at some time, you're going to have to hit these ults. With the Valk, though, on No Name, we know they like to take to the sky to see where everyone is and slam down at the end.
Wolves for APAC South now with 38 points alone after taking game number 2 on World's Edge with double-digit KP to destroy, or attempt to destroy the Watson. Spence is here backing away, the nades on No Name's feet. He doesn't have the Kraber like we saw just yesterday, but we know he's so quick with it, but have to deal with Team Liquid on the other side as they take this slow. Final zone closing behind their backs.
And Team Liquid give up the 2-1 split. They pull together and Wolves cross, make it straight onto ForFun. Tyler down, but a nade rips into the Wolves.
And Rex goes down as Wolves go out in 4th, but they got a huge amount of KP as Falcons move up. ForFun get eliminated. It's Falcons versus Liquid, but Falcons with the high ground. They take game number 3 on Olympus.
We talked about this moving into Olympus, Vicky. What was that going to look like with Falcons and Team Liquid at the bottom of the leaderboard? And both of those teams, 1st and 2nd place in map number 3, they recognize there's a scramble to get to that 50, and if we let it go for too long, our chances dwindle each and every moment.
And let's not forget, Tiff, something that you pointed out. Falcons and Liquid were literally in dead last in this lobby before this game.
Yeah. It be like that sometimes, Vicky. It really do. But we've seen crazier things.
And the fact that both of them, by the way, with Falcons taking the lead over Liquid because they take that dub, but the both of them got 7
the
KP
Hal jerseys,
as we see the CEO fans in the crowd.
That has to be just a sigh of relief because it can be such a momentum-based game. And you have to remember, Team Liquid, Team Falcons, these guys advanced on through the group stages. They didn't play through that 10-game gauntlet survival, so they had a day off. In a sense, those first 2 games they played, warm-ups. We're just getting started.
And they had some time to sit back and look at how the action played off here. As we get to see the fans, Team Falcons, they rise up, fly up, while Team Liquid do come right after them. 16 total points for this team, but it's so difficult to ignore what Wolves has been putting on as a masterclass, man. Like, are you kidding me? Already at 38 points, RRQ right behind him with 37. I mean, this top end of the overall standings after just 3 games alone is already looking to build its gap across the rest of the lobby.
Look, I tell you, that's just why I wear sunglasses all the time. You saw me down in the metro, popping the sunglasses. I'm just trying to be like Strafing Flame, okay? But he hasn't had the capability to net a win just yet. But if you guys remember, we're here for match point finals. We don't care when you win. It's as long as you've got 50 points and you close it out with the win, that's when it matters.
It's almost like storyline too to see in a stage ending like that, right? Olympus showing face with a completely whiplash of a zone pool than what we're used to seeing here. As we take a look at your match 3 results, Falcons do take the dub with the 7 KP. Liquid to follow right behind him, that 2nd place finish. But the story of what Wolves and Team RRQ have been able to put in, being able to get the placement points, the KP on top of it. And then you look on the other side, it was unfortunate for Sentinels because that is their POI on Olympus and how they were able to try to hold things down in that middle building. We know that sometimes it could be a little difficult when everybody's staring at you in the lobby, but I'm hearing that we got an interview with one of the members of Wolves.
3 maps into the match point finals, and I have got Crazy Kong here from Wolves. Listen to the crowd go crazy. I love that. Anyone can say anything about this tournament, but what they can't say is that Wolves Esports haven't played their game. You guys have been incredible. You guys have been taking space, getting aggressive, playing the way that you guys want to play. Now, I just want to ask, it seems like you guys are really comfortable today, even in this atmosphere. Does it feel that way?
那也可以看得出，今天你们战队就是手感火热，就是进攻性也打得非常非常的好，然后今天就明显你们状态好像今天非常特别的出色，你们是否也感觉如此呢？
对的，因为我觉得今天我的队友们的状态和自己就是精神的一个状态吧，都非常的好，所以我觉得今天我们是非常有信心的。
Absolutely, I feel like. It's not just us being in good form, even our mental state. We are in absolute tip-top form, so we are very confident in going all the way here today.
I love that. I love the positivity. Now, having said that, it hasn't entirely been plain sailing throughout this tournament, but focusing on today, have you guys made any adjustments given the level of teams that are in this lobby right now? And also, just to kind of back that question up, map 2 was super impressive, winning on World's Edge. Is that your comfort map?
今天应该说这个比赛到这里来，你们这个路程也不算是完全顺利的，也是有碰到一些挫折的但是今天明显感觉出你们这个状态非常好。你们是做出了哪些调整吗？比方说当时图2你们已经成功的获胜了，那是因为那张图那张地图对你们来说是最顺手、最就是发挥最好的一张图吗？
其实也不算吧，因为我们是第2局的唯一一家纽卡索队伍，然后我觉得我们的战术储备也好，包括前面受到的挫折也好，都是让我们今天能打得更好的动力吧。
I wouldn't say that the second map was like our best map, but I would say that the journey over here up to this point, every single loss that we've had, every single death that we had, we learned something from it, and we've been developing as a team, and this is what allowed us to become who we are today, right here, right now.
Spoken like a true top team. I love that. Now let's touch base on that match 2 win once more. Did that boost the confidence and give you some momentum to think that this dream can now become a reality, that EWC victory?
那你们刚才第2场的获胜，是否直接给了你们这种信心、这种动力，来让你们剑指冠军呢？
我觉得会的，我们一定会往最终的目标去冲。
The map 2 victory absolutely has, and right now our targets, our aim, our sight is aimed towards the grand champion.
Oh, I love that. Listen to that. That's great. Thank you so much for joining me in this interview. Oh, let's go with the shake. Thank you very much, Crazy Kong. Don't go anywhere because we've got another interview lined up. It's Rain Day with Zach.
That's right. Mazer Moments redefined. That's been the last year for you, Zach, and Team Vision, of course, Loader and Carter. How has it been? I want to walk through that last game. You were a little upset. You and Hal were exchanging words on the stage because you thought you had the game-winning spot.
Yeah, I mean, we knew we were making a really good play.
And we knew we were much closer to purple armor than the team in front of us. We knew it had a free walk-in and, I mean, basically a free game. And the Mythic spawned on them, which forced us to fight them early. We got third-partied, and we were the ones that died. And, you know, it's a battle royale at the end of the day. Sometimes the luck doesn't go your way, and that's what happened. Happy for them that they won, but, you know, I feel good that I still had a really good game plan, and I got to see them win a free game. If it worked out my way, different story.
Yeah, takeaway is that you were in the right position to take advantage of the success. Now, you did have success. You were the first team to jump out and win that game. What was, I guess, the environment of your team, knowing that, hey, guys, it's match point, we're performing going into game 2 and game 3, saying if we just keep this up, we are going to be on match point?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, we feel really good about it. We went in today feeling individually like we're favorites amongst, you know, Apex fans we may not be, but we're really confident in our abilities, and after we won that first game, it really like validated that feeling, and I don't really think we're going to slow down. I mean, that game may have only been 1 point, but it was a great game plan ruined by an unlucky Mythic, and I don't think there's going to be too many more games.
Okay, you said if this game goes 9 or 8, you've done something wrong. Just expand on that very quickly before we head out with this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm on 35 points. I'm 15 off match point. We just finished game 3. If this goes to 9, that means that I had many chances on match point and I failed, and I'm not going to let that many get away from me, so.
All right, well, there's a good juju here. I think the last team I interviewed on stage won the next game, so we'll see if you can continue it. Zach Mazer from Team Vision. So much more ALGS Match Point Finals coming up, so don't go anywhere.
Team and also our region as a whole, we came from a very low starting point. We've always been the underdog. When we were able to rise up and as a region, as a team, win that EWC championship in 2025, that was just, how can you not love that story?
This roadmap has made me very proud of to being one of the MDY fans.
An exciting first 3 matches here at Match Point Finals. And boy, have we gotten some shifts and changes on that leaderboard. But before we break those 3 games down, let's talk about the Esports World Cup Creator Program, which is running parallel to the live competition. Every streamer can apply via the EWC website to co-stream EWC and engage with their viewers to earn rewards. So make sure you check that out. And while we're at it, let's see if we can actually get a quick interview with one of those content creators, which is going to be none other than Sid from SAUL. Because right now, SAUL, I mean, we're expecting them to start off hot, but at the moment, they're not doing that great. Do you think they're going to be able to bounce back, Lace?
I mean, my prediction is SAUL, and we've seen them do it before. It is getting a little bit too close and a little bit too cutthroat at the moment. As you can see, you know, we just had an interview with Zach there, and he's like, we're going to do this. Everyone is hungry for it.
All right. Well, hey, Sid, thank you so much for joining us.
Hi.
How are you enjoying the tournament so far?
EWC is a big thing for us. It's like a festival back here in India, so I'm having fun. It's been a fun ride. Group stages were insane. Slow start, but I think we can still get it.
All right, yeah, you mentioned it. Slow start, Lace.
Yeah, we got the same brain. I'm on SAUL. We got the same team. You know, I put them as my prediction. So we don't want slow and steady, but, you know, they're going to come out of the gate now. What I wanted to ask you, do you have any words of encouragement right now for the boys on SAUL?
What else can I say? You know, they are being backed by 2 of the most passionate sporting nations in the world. We have insane passion in the audience. I just hope they win because I want them to come to India and we are going to treat them like kings. We're going to pick them up on our shoulders and take them to our gaming house and then party there. So what else can I say? I just hope they make it. It's just 3 games, it's a slow start, but I think they have it in them to take the win.
That's right. I'm going to run down on stage for you and tell you got to get lifted up on some shoulders. So let's pull it in, boys.
That's right. Thank you so much, Sid, for joining us. Don't forget that you can also join the Esports World Cup Creator Program. Just go to the EWC website to sign up. But now let's talk about this past 3 games because my goodness, we have gotten some big surprises, and we're actually going to start off with the winners of the last game. They didn't start off too hot, but we finally see a bit of a bounce back here from Team Falcons.
I mean, I said it before, you can never count them out. And the reason is that they are so comfortable in the heat of the moment, in these tournaments where the stress is at the most. If they make it to finals, people might not say they're winning, but when they win, everybody's like, yeah, that's usually what happens.
And if they don't win, people talk louder, don't they?
Oh, yeah, even more so.
I mean, you had them coming in as underdogs, right? After seeing those first 3 games, do you still feel like they're underperforming, or could this be a bit of a switch?
I mean, they needed that win big time. They were in 20th place, I want to say, before they were going into that game. But this is kind of what we've seen in the group stages. You know, they won game 1 or game 2, and then they start to fizzle out. So we're going to see if that continues here. But we know that Falcons usually performs best in these big lobbies with the best teams in it because they can predict what better teams are going to do better than they can predict what the worst teams are going to do. So for them to have that big game, massive confidence boost, and I definitely think that they can carry that momentum open. You know, this has been like probably the least we've talked about them, like I said, but there's always a chance you can never count a team like this out.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, going to the overall ranking, you can see Wolves Esports in first place right now by just 1 point. Don't forget, though, the match point is set at 50. Then after that, they have to make sure they secure a win. And I'm going to actually go to Team Vision, back to you, Snipe, because, man, this squad actually started off hot.
Yeah, I'm so pumped for this team because they had the most wins in all of North America. They came into this tournament. They know how to win games. Zach Mazer with his IGLing, they win 50% of the games that they get to top 5. We've already seen them in 2 top 5s. 1 win, 1 not. And, you know, I wonder if that game 2 is going to come back and bite them a little bit because they really did leave a power position to go put themselves to clean up some kills. I know they wanted that KP. They want to get to that match point format. But at the same time, you don't need to change the game. You just got to get there. And we saw what happened in that last game. They focused too much on Falcons and they got flanked. Someone wasn't watching their back. I kind of wonder what the comms are like there. But overall, I know for a fact that this team is someone that everyone needs to be worried about because they can win games in a match point format. That's what you need to do.
I mean, the scariest point that a lot of IGL should really look at is the fact that Zach said, I saw the game-winning play, and this happened, and he still made a play, but he was 1 fight away from being able to close out that game. If you're an IGL and you're like consistently being able to put yourself into endgame, 1 fight away from winning, you have done your job really, really good.
Yeah, and a team that was actually able to perform really well in group stages, coming off first place, Elite Esports, not having one of the hottest stars here, Lace, as I mean, right now, they are just not looking good, alongside with SAUL, sadly.
Yeah, we were all, you know, obviously the group stages showed us something completely different for Elite. They were able to come out swinging and maintain those high points, high kills as well. Nothing is happening for them at the moment, which is a little bit of a crazy sort of feat for them. Of course, you know, with 3 games down with a few more left to go, no one's on match point for finals yet, so it's not out for them, but why are they not showing up right now?
Okay, Lace, I'm going to say this once, I'm going to say this twice. First off, scrims, lies. And then onlines, lies. And now we're on group stages, lies. So we don't know if they can keep up the momentum or not. They haven't gotten it started, but I mean, we'll have to see. So far, it seems, though, a lot of these experienced players coming out and really showing up why they were once at the top and they can reach top again.
I mean, talking about elite players, right? One team that is also down there towards the bottom, NIP. I thought maybe the experience that they got out of survival, we were going to be seeing that momentum carry over here, but at the moment, Snipe, that's not the case.
Yeah, I mean, they've only been improving throughout this tournament, and for them to start off slow is a bit of a surprise to me. I thought they were going to carry that momentum forward with everything that they've been doing, but I mean, we just watched 2 teams in 19 and 20th end up top 2 in that last game and propel themselves forward. So we are still early in this set, but we heard Zach, he says that, you know, if it goes 8 or 9, then something's going wrong because they're starting so strong. I really think that we are going to continue to see teams elevate themselves. We might see Elite win the next game. We have so many amazing teams in this lobby that, you know, it's anyone's game yet. We don't even have a single team on match point yet.
I mean, just to quickly touch on that, we saw it on match 2. They made that crazy rotate into zone, but they had difficulty bunkering and holding it down. So it's, yeah, definitely NIP might need to do something like a little bit different from that. But yeah, I mean, they're getting into that position, but they were getting peppered in match 2, which, yeah, they're finding it difficult just to keep that building and stay in there.
I mean, honestly, the biggest thing is that the map is changing all the time. You don't really get to set your footing. So this is the most fun part of every stage of this tournament. It's very different. Is that you go from we're playing 10 games in a 3-2-2-3, and now you're swapping maps constantly. You have to keep adapting, and that really goes to show why these teams are that strong and why they keep coming up ahead is because they're so adaptable.
Yeah, I think one of the interesting things about that last game specifically was, you know, Estates ending, we had Watsons and Maggies. Every team was getting peppered by the Maggie Qs in the drills, and the teams that really dominated that game were the ones playing the edge and not putting themselves in the center. All the zone teams, the NIPs, you know, we saw Sentinels, everyone just getting blasted in the center of the map, yet Liquid had all the space around the edge. Falcons had so much space, and that was interesting to see how much the comps come into play when it comes to this.
That's right. I mean, with Wolves only being 12 points away from hitting match point in this last game, I know the crowd's going to be going wild. So it's Tiff and Vicky, because this game 4 is going to be insane.
Thank you so much, Seven, because the arena is hitting up. I mean, the fact that we are already 3 games down as we transition onto a different map. Falcons are soaring now up from the bottom end of the leaderboards now to the top, and we hear the confidence from Zach. We hear the confidence from Wolves when it comes to leading the pack, and currently, Wolves are leading the pack with 38 total points. I love hearing the insight, too, from Zach Mazer and how they really wanted to prio that unfortunate spawn of the Mythic bin, but specifically that lot. But now you have to make this adaptation when it comes to match point finals, because no team is on that 50-point threshold.
Yeah, exactly. And as we move over to back-to-back maps on E-District, you have to start looking at the teams that focus on E-District to get the most points. You mentioned Wolves. Well, guess what they grabbed in their POI draft? Humbert Labs, a big contention point because we've seen a lot of draft point. We've seen Humbert. We've also seen Energy Bank and the Rogue City Hall, in which Team Nemesis is landing in. But a lot of teams that are still at the top of the leaderboard that could eclipse 50 points here are RQ. 38% of their points from the past week come from this map. It is their best performing map throughout our series. And if we have 2 maps back to back, let's say we eclipse 50, do we go in win condition and win it on E-District? But here's the deal. They haven't won a map yet this week.
Ooh, that's actually crazy to think too, as we take a look at the fans, but you have to keep that in mind. I love that insight, Tiff. Yeah. Because it's the back-to-back E-District that we are going to have for match 4 and 5. So it really depends on how a lot of these teams prio that when it comes to their POIs, and how we're going to see if some of these zone pools pull, because it's kind of been a very similar situation, right? When it comes to predicting how these zone pools have been on E-District alone.
And we were also kind of wondering, would we see a Mad Maggie ban? Would we get a Watson ban? We actually get the Watson ban on Olympus here, so we could see a ton of Mad Maggies come through yet again with that Riot drill, bullying a ton of our teams in these buildings. I looked at Alliance, who are landing in Street Market, and we did get some endings in that vicinity, which honestly, for a team like Alliance that's kind of further down on the leaderboard, you want to traverse more space. You want to have to fight for that position, to rack up those kills, to jump up the leaderboard. And like you heard with that interview, looking at the head-to-head, this team on your screen, guys, 0 there, second place in the last map. Waltzy, first place in the last map. We saw a 1v1 earlier in the group stage, but we're tied on kills right now. But you know what? Could one of these guys break a tie for the week and just lift the trophy at the end?
Maybe when they aren't taunting yet, right? You gotta wait to the very end.
Would you fight Waltzy in like an arm match? Like
you
an arm
got me messed up, girl.
Bro can put up like what, like 50, 100 pounds each arm?
Dude, his biceps like the size of Hal's head. It's actually insane. It's actually crazy, dude. Like, what? I mean, this is the way you start elevating the vibes and the morale of the team. You already know, and you're looking ahead as we get started here on E-District.
Yo, RRQ there just for a brief moment as they get ready to get into the arena. Honestly, I can't tell right now if the Wolves fans, RRQ, or the Alliance fans are the loudest, because ZETA, they're throwing some shade up there too. They're so wild in here.
That's what I like to hear in the crowd, live from Paris. The energy is unmatched when it comes to our Apex Legends Global Series. Energy in the crowd for our lands.
There's nothing quite like an ALGS LAN. So the fact that all of you are here in Paris to witness all of the action live just goes how much to show. You guys are dedicated to Apex Legends. You are dedicated to the players. You are dedicated to the community. So why not get into it? Let's move to E District.
As we move in, and we got game number 4 on the horizon. We've said goodbye, by the way, to Watson as she was tied in our legend picks together with Mad Maggie. Imagine just getting drilled from afar when it comes to playing inside these buildings, especially when it comes to the teams that will be using the Void Nexus off these altars that you could absolutely expect going into E-District.
All right, now as we look at match number 4, Legend Select has occurred, and Guild is on Caustic. A ton of Maggies throughout, so there's a good chance that we are going to witness a Maggie ban with a 100% pick rate. Altars are 16 of them in the lobby, which means Wraith only 3. Definitely going to be using the Altars Void Passage a lot more to navigate all the different buildings throughout. But here's the deal, guys, that Caustic, it's going to be really nice when you think about hitting ring consoles and where you have to go. Information is critical, and to the north we go. Team Nemesis just there, hovering at City Hall, popping an evac tower. They don't have a ring console, right? So that's going to be difficult for them because they may look to grab any kind of information. With that catalyst, they want a ring console.
That's really important to note, too, with the way that a lot of these teams are already quick with this rotate. Maybe trying to get that insight with these survey beacons, too, but now trying to play a little bit behind while AG Global do move out of Resort. After getting that survey beacon and just trying to wait things out, they do have 2 Evo Harvesters on the outskirts of where the zone is going to be pulling. But once again, it's kind of been that City Hall zone whenever we see these zone pools.
The preference of Sparrow as well for the survey beacons, and being able to use the arrow to not actually have to get on the beacon is quite nice. For Wolves, over at Humbert did have a ring console, and with their catalyst have already moved just to the south of Energy Bank. But S8UL was hyped on the desk, and for now trying to poke at Sentinels, our former ALGS champs back just a few months ago in Sapporo. Blinkster, who hails the Canadian American, is an absolute savage when it comes to here. But it seems now for a disengage.
And being the first team to go out in that last game, too, is tough. But this is a team with great vibes with the way that they could just reset and have a good time. Talk about having these slower starts while GG, right alongside them, do hear him actually getting control over onto this light arsenal. And thankfully, with that portal play that he also put down just for some insurance, he does manage to back away. Blinkster is locked in right now, too. He is able to also get the scan onto the crate dropping down from above. Get some more of this Evo charge, too, before looking ahead of the teams who may have found themselves up in the high ground by that building, because we know, coming out of City Hall, there is that high ground that we see a lot of these end zones end up pulling towards.
Just imagine what would happen if they hit the back-to-back. That would just go to show how good of an IGL Blinkster is and how fantastic Monsoon and Fun are. But back to Wolves, who only need 12 points. How many times have we witnessed over this past week, not only No Name going crazy, but Crazy Kong and Wen alongside them? Some of the most fantastic endgame plays.
Love hearing a Crazy Kong, too, ramping up with the rest of Wolves. After dominating Pro League in APAC South, now looking to dominate the overall standings as Wolves now move up. And a lot of these other teams have found themselves around these chokes. Falcons neighboring that of Liquid, by the way, where Liquid do want to get control over that circle beacon. Together with Wolves now wrapping up on the southern side, though, as they go through this highway. Nobody in the vicinity other than Alliance who will be coming out of Blossom Drive, where there is a ring console themselves.
And they've had 3 wins, 3 second places, and if that doesn't define consistency, I don't know what does. RRQ is right there with them, and that's why they're in the top 2. However, just a few points separating our top 3 as Zach with Team Vision, 35 points, and Team Nemesis looking to get some, but through the Void Passage, NinjasinPyjamas go with their great escape.
You know how I feel about this character here, Tiff. The legend that is Alter. Bandit solution when it comes to allowing these teams to get this reset, to get aggressive before diving down. Even bigger when it comes to utilizing that Void Passage to get onto the high ground for free as Sacred. The young legend who we have highlighted so many times in the Split 1 playoffs, being on the Maggie, having to be careful too with the drill. This is what we were expecting when it comes to these teams trying to coexist inside these buildings.
And Sacred, who spent since 2019 wanting to be a pro, wanting to be here on a main stage alongside the people that he's looked up to for so long. But back to GK, honestly, Vicky, they've been kind of floating under the radar this week, right? They kind of just get in there in a nice spot. Knocked though, already out. Keon and Drop trying to get him back.
Slow here too, and with Drop feeling a little bit of pressure. Triple take. Sniper to his back, trying to see if they can at least get knocked back. But now when you talk about the catalyst, a lack of catalyst at that too, the wall's coming up, and Wolves, the team that we just interviewed, have now yeeted out the Wrecking Ball, playing off the other side of the piercing spikes too, after looking at a team who's been playing Sparrow, trying to shoot at the dark when it comes to this Wrecking Ball, but playing it safe inside the corners of the bathroom.
But the reason this is important is a 12-point is an above-average game, right? So being able to go on to win condition after this would be key. Give you as many games in your pocket to convert before other people eclipse 50. So every fight, every shot is gonna matter. You have to be perfect this game.
And a lot of teams are noting that, right? Hearing those interviews, imagine how that fuels some of our teams and trying to cut off these rotations when you know off the POI drive what that rotation may look like. As we see a flyby with RRQ being another one of those teams, but they're going to be hanging out over the middle part of Energy Bank. There is no team around here. I mean, they're just going to get the information off the survey beacon and the ring console, so they're just going to be playing objective, but it's that big pile-up that's happening over on where the zone is bullet.
And it's a little more of an aggro comp for them, right? The Mad Maggie, Alter, Sparrow, they're focused on getting kills, throwing down damage, and completely assaulting whatever team lies in their path. Brief check-in with Nemesis, still in the building, still holding it down. You've got Falcons on your screen, your most recent map winners, who have now gotten further up the leaderboard, not quite where they want to be just yet, but into the top 5 they are. For that circle, we pop just a bit north of where Team Nemesis are, so that's going to favor Team Falcons. But my thing is, where is Team Vision? Based off the interview with Zach, being able to outline what that game-winning fight is. Is it against Falcons? Do they see the same thing? Are they going to move against each other? Because here comes Team Liquid from the north as well, and those 3 powerhouses keep hitting against each other early.
And I just really love the insight from Zach Mazer, noting that if he would have controlled that building first, it was unfortunate with the Mythic bin spawning there and encouraging Falcons to also situate themselves there. I mean, what would have been that endgame, right? If they had found that spot first and not gotten third-partied. I like being able to see the what-ifs here as Vision now take a roundabout out-of-zone rotation to come out of Resort to play off the back end of where Falcons is. They did hear the evac tower, by the way, so Falcons may now look behind them since there's 16 altars in this lobby that allows a reset with the Void Nexus.
And there's something you have to think about. Falcons are the only team out of Team Vision, Team Falcons, and the team we were talking about that have the caustic, right? So they can get ring consoles. Everyone else, you have to realize, hey, if there's a team by me that has access to a ring console, there's a good chance they have that information, and we play off them. But Interforce 36, meanwhile, have been going through it. Juzna, the fortress, the gas fortress.
He is pretty safe, even if he is a solo. You could see just the caustic traps settled all over that bottom floor. Now, it really depends on how E36, though, as just is forced to move. How he can try to get away. He's trying to dance around them, though.
Not
he can't
the
get around
30-30.
the corner because the 30-30 has claimed his head and has claimed E36 as the first team to go out in this lobby.
Those 30-30s, the moment you hear it, it's like second worst to those Kraber shots. You just know.
You clench.
You're like, oh man, it's coming for my head at this point. But nice job there for Nemesis to use their high ground and those line of sights to grab kills, because they haven't left where they've been. For Team Vision, like we were talking about, right? Using Sparrow, Alter, and Mad Maggie similarly to RRQ to go aggro. Their objective right now is to eclipse 50, and that is all that matters.
Oh, wait, hold on. Crazy Kong going down, and now the Arc Star, the nades in No Name's direction. He gets knocked next. This is so hard. Wanks, he sees the TP from the other side. He's trying to play around it, being on the other side, but he can't stay alive. Getting griefed. Elite come out on top, and they clean that up so quick.
And that's what a fight looks like when you don't have Watson. Let's just put it that way. You don't have the pylon to intercept those nades. You don't have the perimeter security to break through. And even with the catalyst, the piercing spikes, the reinforcement of the doors could not stop the onslaught that Elite brought to their door.
It was a very nice clean fight too, right? They did it very quickly with the nades that they were able to put right at their feet. After going down now as our second team, though, this opens the gate for a lot of other squads to try to, a little cheeky portal there. At least we're just trying to move forward because there is a team trying to harass Elite. Vision, though, remember we talked about how they were able to take an evac tower to play on the edge of Resort side.
All right, look at this right now. Zeros out towards their left in a 2-1 split for Team Liquid. They rip Carter down on the front lines, and this is where you have to stabilize because Team Liquid, once they smell weakness, do descend upon it. And Zero on the altar with the movement capabilities to make it happen, but they're being smart about it. They're not going in with their blinders on. They pick the knock. They know the reset's coming with altar still in the lobby.
Literally, like just having that Void Nexus. Once again, it's like the insurance that allows these teams to get these free resets, but Liquid not overextending, hold the side of zone. While on the other side, though, ForFun looking like they're not having a lot of fun because Team Nemesis are taking a picking out of them. Let's see as Tyler tries to jump down. Sees Nags though on the back end side because there's a player on the other end of the stairs. And now moving up, I believe they're pinging to the possibility of a third party, forcing Tyler to back away.
This is not good. The Mythic Bin is just south of this fight, and Nemesis, NinjasinPyjamas all send ForFun. That's what I'm talking about, the distance, these angles that you can have in E-District once you get to this area of the map on the buildings. We're still not in the circle, right? So get all the loot that you need here for NinjasinPyjamas and focus north.
And the third party was there, but it was a duo of Geekay where there is a replicator on top of Team Nemesis and as well as a Mythic Bin. So now Geekay move up, try to harass that one solo of Team Nemesis who is on that Mythic Bin, but Skittle Cakes has the high ground. It's like looking to see if he can give him some press fire.
It's definitely a Hunger Games cornucopia if you're going for that kind of vibe. Like you're like, oh wait, I get my teammate back and I get a Mythic Bin, but Nemesis, they're not gonna let you have it. Sacred, eating with the RE45. I'm gonna need you to get some energy ammo and feel a little better as we move to circle, but just one more player left of GK.
The fact that Monsoon too also finds Lifka. Action non-stop. Sacred. Every time I'm looking at this player, man, he's always got the RE45 in his hand, and with the Mythic Bin in their favor, having a lot more walking away from this building because they will have to start inching to the north, where it will be pulling, not towards the high ground where we've expected time and time again, but on the bridge on the north side of City Hall where Vision, Zach himself, called it out on this rotate where Liquid was neighboring them.
So they're going to have a big fight later with AG Global for that power position on the west. Elite Esports on your screen on the south side. For Falcons, who have just rotated in, find a spot and Guild getting the caustic barrels down, immediately covering their path. And they start looking back, right? The riot trail, the nades coming. We saw Elite Esports do this once before, and Waltzy throws out the Maggie Ball to try and prevent the slaughter, and through the Void Passage we go.
Especially when it comes to that Stinger Bolt, the direct counter and trying to deal with so many caustics in this lobby. All right, he sent out that Nox grenade from very far left field.
So 2 ults down.
And now Vision looking to see if they could get this res onto Loader before backing away. Zach is going to be able to pop this ult up just so that way he can get his own Stinger Bolt, but with the Deathbox res, they bring back Loader. Nemesis are still farming NIP, by the way. And now, as they're going to be able to get the trade-off, too, with Skittle looking to see if they can get the res, because it was the caustic nades. NIP do get eliminated, and so do GK. That is going to be Legacy picking that up onto Kura.
And the Battle of the South is not over by any means. S8UL actually trying to make their presence known as Reject. Move in on Team Nemesis. You're going to have a lot of angles down there as Team Vision still keep tabs on AG Global, bunkered up inside a building.
And this is what we're seeing up in the kill feed because Nemesis are down to what looks to be a solo. It's just Sacred hiding behind these knockdowns. It's Elite moving up, but there's a 3P of Reject up on the high ground. Elite having to be careful as Reject actually may allow Team Nemesis to try to survive until that very moment. They pick that up. Do not allow Reject to take that KP away from them. Team Nemesis now get eliminated, and AG involved with Team Vision, who move up from the low ground into this building.
Niazul's full. Jaguares on the ground, and Yanya right there. Thanks to Sparrow giving us the information, tracking him where he's going. AG Global eliminated. Panic dealing the finishing blows.
And with Team Liquid looking at how that fight was going, they wanted a time at 3P, but Vision had timed that themselves really well with the way that they took over the building off from away from the AG, and Liquid took that KP.
A team that's in contention for 50 points. Rather silent here is Team RRQ all the way in the north. 2 teams north of Team Liquid. For the Falcons, however, the south side is going to be kind of difficult with S8UL and Sentinels on the horizon, but through the Void Passage we go, what does that look like? But I wanted to see the North, and here we are.
And trying to control the bottom side of this bridge is RRQ, one of our teams who've been fragging out. See the opportunity. Oh my goodness. Jelly sliding in for ZEDI as RRQ get eliminated. Our top-heavy teams in some trouble, minus Vision. RQ won't be able to boost themselves up. This actually opens the gates for Team Vision as Team Liquid clawing their way up. Zach, by the way, picking up the KP onto Hockey's. 11 squads left. Zach is fragging out. He finishes off Hockey's. We heard the interview. You hear the confidence. And now they're going to be able to take this Void Nexus back.
Still a lot of heavy hitters in the North as we lose UNLIMIT. Please remember, S8UL and Sentinels are still in circle, and everyone's vying to get there.
Vision are currently at 40 points total. They need 50 points to be at match point. As Reject do get eliminated, Sentinels have been farming as well. Monsoon being on the Mad Mag, he does find Zane, but playing up the low ground here. As Elite looking to get this res, but Vision has been harassing these teams in their line of sight.
When you have Alliance also in the vicinity, they are some shooters, we know that. So Loader and Zach are going to have their jobs cut out for them. They are the furthest out. We do have a Maggie Ball, we do have Zach, but with your altar down, movement is going to be tough. Carter needs to be rezzed here. The reset, critical to their game.
Oh, that was so scary right there. Zach is also in the middle of healing, but it's fine. He manages to get away right behind Zach while he pops the shield battery. Elite do fully reset while Alliance are looking down onto Vision. Falcons lose out on their Mad Maggie, now forced to play things out as a duo, looking to see if they can at least reset, but it's the Wrecking Ball as Elite see Vision, the beaming, it's up to Zepto, playing off the knockdown, but there's too many people looking down as Vision are the next to go, and Elite get to see another day.
And they reset. They reset. Alliance doesn't drop down and go for it. Instead, it's Team Liquid.
Reset, but not for very long, right? They attempted it here as Zero moves up, picks up Henchman, now playing off the other side here of the middle console. They get eliminated. 8 squads left, though. Looking behind them because there's another team up on the high ground that were harassing Elite before.
ZEDI Esports in the mix here as well, so multiple teams. And ZEDI, with the timing, you have to think about this, right? They could just throw down and third party this with ease, but Team Liquid has to stay healthy in this engagement, and here comes ZEDI.
ZEDI now engaging against Team Liquid with Alliance still alive here as a duo from the other side. They get taken out, and so do ZEDI. Last 5 squads now, as Falcons are still in this lobby.
Your winners of match 3, your Titans climbing the leaderboard. However, they're just a duo, and Gaimin Gladiators likely recognize this, but with Blast being caught out by Blinkster from Sentinels and Fold, it's a 2v2 and House swings.
Side by side with Guild, having to look behind them though, the drill peppering into them. Gotta give a nudge over to Dia for that, as Hockey's still alive as Falcons get eliminated. His legacy with the Kraber in hand, finding Hal, finding Guild, last 3 squads, and Sentinels who have been farming this side of zone. Now look at SAUL, the Kraber shots, legacy who is so consistent with this weapon.
This is the game they needed to turn it around here on E District. 8 kills for the team, and so many Kraber shots connecting, and here's the deal, it's infinite ammo. We can open up these fights, but do not forget about Hackis, the altar, who's laying low. Imagine what he can do. We've seen him play Wraith as a solo in end games. We get as many placement points as we can, but we could convert this if we time it right.
Or if you get the Terminator here to exterminate the rat, but Alliance, we've seen this before, staying alive, waiting for the 3v3 of Sentinels and S8UL with Sentinels having the advantage in terms of their positioning on that slight high ground. Legacy pinging on where to rotate. Feeling the drill though, and the pressure with Kraber now in his hands still. Peppering in also the caustic barrels to at least give him the space.
Respawn for Alliance, a full reset. Welcome back, Aku and Unlucky. Now it's a 3v3v3. Here comes the Maggie Ball. And despite getting them back in, this causes chaos. Could Sentinels win?
Sentinels now move up. This is all for Sentinels. They see Alliance, who still get the KP, but it is Sentinels who are king of the hill and king of E District for game number 4.
Sentinels with their first win of the Year 6 ALGS Split 1 playoffs. Better late than never, boys. This is what matters. You lock it in on match point finals.
That was nasty from Augie's. The fact that he pulled off that res, the fact that they still won that fight against S8UL was unmatched. But it was Sentinels with 9 KP to take game number 4. They held that side of zone for so long. We saw their names lighting up the kill feed too. And that was with them going out first in our previous game. Let's not forget what happened on Olympus and now turn things around to get the win.
That was a good game from them, right? When you start to think about it, they started in Canal Plaza. We're going to the north. It's such a quick rotate for them. They're allowing themselves to set up in Godspot. But not only that, they defend all of the sieges towards their building. They are our ALGS champs from Sapporo, guys. There's a reason they are this dang good. And you've got to give it to S8UL, right? Sure, 3rd place in that match. But what they did, they had the caustic ult. They were poised on resources and abilities for that endgame fight. But Alliance Hackis getting that reset as we kind of dive back to our top 5. This is where you see Falcons swing the duo of GG and that Hackis push as they're coming down, because that's what he has to do. They see the res go off, they're going to jump on it, so Hackis goes up to put the pressure on them first.
The bait is insane. I mean, the fact that they even lost that fight, allowing Monsoon to wrap right behind the man to take the win. I mean, we'll take that any day. S8UL, they were hungry. They wanted to dive onto the res. Hockey says, come to me real quick. They get 2nd place, and Sentinels just clean up on aisle 3. And we even saw Blink a few times get a kidnap, as he's usually known for, right, to kind of kickstart this momentum for them on E District. You love the energy in the crowd. You love that Alliance, by the way, slide through its 2nd place spot for game number 4. And again, we also have to mention that it is the back-to-back E District.
That's right, we're going back. Honestly, it's kind of crazy. The Sentinels literally throw 1 Mad Maggie ball and 7 bullets and clean up that fight. They're like, yeah, you'll take these 12 placement points. Let's see how many kills we got. 9 kills, wow. A 21-point game. Do you know how good that is to get you back into it, right? And for Zach, who was saying, like, if we're still going to game 9, I made a mistake. They just needed 12 points. We got half of that. We got 6.
They're getting close, though.
They are. They're incredibly close. Alliance there with an 11-point game. If that is kind of our floor, our dud for a game, going into the top 3 as a solo and bringing everyone back, it's a little unfortunate that I only got 2 kills from that. But it's Team Nemesis who started in City Hall. Yes, they went out in 14th, but if you're going out in 14th with 7 kills from your building, that just goes to show you how good you were defending everyone that was full sending you. It's just not quite enough. We need a 20-pointer. We need a banger.
And even trying to take a safer rotation, right? Until we saw this collapse of a fight. Taking a look at some of these highlights of the end game here with Team Liquid now having to go from the under part of the bridge. I really do like this zone pool too, because then you have to mention Sentinels who were clearing their back end of the POY that they have been in, and ZEDI too making a mention as in these last 5 squads. Walty had gotten down earlier, but with the Mad Maggies in this lobby, Tiff, it was a bloodbath with that drill. We won't be seeing her anymore. No more with the Warden, as I like to call her. And S8UL, they wanted the shiny object of the res before their eyes, before Sentinels. It was with the Wrecking Ball and a nice strike to take that game.
Ooh, and with Mad Maggie gone, does that mean Gibby coming out? Does that mean?
Oh yeah, 100%.
We don't see our Gibby boy, but there it is yet again. That end win for Sentinels, dominating the fashion, timing it to perfection. Guys, we're literally just getting started here at the Year 6 ALGS Split 1 playoffs at EWC, and I could not be more excited.
I know, right? I mean, the fact that we are going on to game number 5 after hearing our interviews, after hearing how confident our IGLs are feeling, but now you take a look at Sentinels turning things around, and after getting that win alone brought them up to those 21 total points, with Alliance coming in 2nd place. That could make a difference. We heard it from Lace too, as S8UL kind of starting off slow, ramping up here. They didn't get that 2nd place spot or that 1st place finish, but it was the 9 KP that they at least got in their pocket.
And that is a big deal for them, right? Because sometimes with S8UL, yes, they can net themselves the win, but maybe it doesn't have enough kills to go alongside it. So if you're getting the 7 placement points and 9 kills, a 15-point... Wait, hold on, time out. We pause for this.
That was so crazy.
Yeah, you're nasty, Legacy. You're nasty. We love that. For overall rankings, guys, remember the key number is 50. That is what we want. Teams that are 12 points away, I'm looking at the APAC South squads of Wolves Esports and Team RRQ. Team Vision, you guys heard it. If Zach did something wrong, if we go to 9 games, well, blame him, I guess.
Well, you know what's also scary too is with Wolves and RRQ going out a little early in that previous game, the fact that they're at 38 points nonetheless is a few points away from overtaking Vision in this first place spot. We could easily welcome, 3 teams here at match point depending on how this rolls out for game number 5.
And we went how many games last year, Vicky? You were there. 13?
It went the distance. Gauntlet. It was crazy.
Worse than a survival stage. But you know what, with match point finals, my favorite thing is one more game.
It is. We got some more Apex on the horizon. I mean, just the fact that you even see the Kraber shots, that 2-in-1 deal, we'll absolutely take that. As we see a nice little flyby of our pros and what this means and how these teams are now able to turn things around. Maybe a slow start for some of these teams, but with the back-to-back on E-District, it sets the likes of even Sentinels to take this momentum and roll into Game 5 with it.
Ooh, I'm ready to see it. And we got the Wolves fans. That's actually such a gnarly fan right there. Like, how cute is that? It looks so fluffy. Well, the Wolves fans, they have the most intricate things. If you look behind, like where our studio desk is over there, did you see like the anime-inspired Wolves fans? Did they ever go? Monsoon Riley? Yeah. That's actually sick.
I love the fans and I love the signs in the crowd, guys. Get ready because we got E-District on the other side here. Don't go anywhere because we'll be right back.
Welcome back to the ALGS Split 1 playoffs here at Esports World Cup 2026, and we are closing in on our first team hitting match point. The match point finals has been fantastic so far, and with those 3 gentlemen on your screen, Sentinels getting their first win, things are starting to hot up here.
You know, Sentinels, one of the best performing E-District teams we have in this tournament. They now raise their average to 10 points per game. 50% of Sen's points have come from this map as well, so I'm not surprised that they finally put that win on the board and put themselves up there.
Interesting though, this is the team that I want to focus on. This team right here from APAC South, criminally, and I am taking the blame for this as much as anyone, underspoken about. One of the most consistent teams in the Apex Legends Global Series, and when we talk about E-District, Dan, which is where we're going back to now, some of the most stand-out statistics you could possibly ask for.
And you saw what they were able to do, getting into that final circle, putting points on the board. They are the best E-District team that we have in this tournament, averaging 12 points per game. Again, 50% of their points have come from E-District as well. So SAUL will definitely be a focus going into this next one, as will Elite Esports and Reject, 2 more teams that have been able to put on a lot of points on this map.
Well, let's see who continues their form, or if someone is going to jump up and make themselves known as we head back to E-District now for match number 5. The match point finals continues.
We are so close now for one of these teams crossing that match point threshold, but it is still not guaranteed. Vision, 9 points away from getting there. Wolves, 12. RRQ, 12 as well. If those 3 teams exit early, and similarly to what we've seen so far, some of these lower scoring teams finding points, finding wins, maybe we go all the way into further without teams getting to match point threshold.
It always feels like when we're close, you're like, oh, it has to be this game, and then another game, and then another game. Even teams on 49 points, Sentinels being one of them, back in Sapporo in January, could not get that single solitary point they needed to get over that match point threshold. However, it didn't end up too bad for Sentinels. They went on to win the whole thing.
And what a booster this is for Sentinels' chances now as they close in on halfway to match point threshold. Well, you wanted to see different zones. We're going to be heading to the southwest now of the map. Enter Force 36 in prime position for this one. ForFun are moving very quickly from draft point, and Alliance are going to have priority too. Remember, Alliance did get to that end game, and currently they sit in 8th position, so they're also putting a consistent amount of points on the board.
Yeah, second place, if I'm not mistaken, for Alliance in that game as well. Somehow out of the dropship, you saw the POV of Aku. No mags, no problem. He was hitting every bullet and then unlucky cleaned up the pieces, denying S8UL their chance to win that game and opening the door for Sentinels to close out. But Viaduct is looking pretty, I would say, spicy when it comes to where you want to be positioning yourself. But a lot of teams actually heading to the street market side here. Yeah. We do see those deep Viaduct pulls, but I wonder if some teams are thinking that maybe they want to hit a little bit more info, see where everyone else is, with the amount of teams that are kind of look a little bit lost on where they want to play here.
Well, Enterforce 36 are playing the baby comp, and they have opted to go away from their POI. And as you mentioned, maybe to build up that Evo, just get a little bit of extra something. They dropped at Viaduct. They are currently hounding Alliance, by the way, and kind of shooing Alliance away, saying, we don't want you to take this western side away from us. So Alliance have respected them, backed off a little bit, but Enterforce 36, they are currently relentless with their push.
Yeah, just looking at compositions is actually an interesting conversation to have, because now with Maggie being banned, we did have that joint 20 pick aside, by the way. We'll go back to that in a second, because Jelly from ZEDI is finding some Wolves players in front of him. This is down on the southern side of the zone, and this is very close to where the end game will be taking place. And it looks like a little bit of an engagement ends with no harm, no foul for either side. Everyone's still healthy for now. But going back to composition, the fact that Maggie has been banned, now we are starting to see Gibraltar, Newcastle, and the baby comp start to come through. The counters aren't there that were previously available, so teams might be looking to play this one a little bit slower, build up to purple, get those purple perks, and then make the most of the composition.
For newer viewers, baby comp has been defined as Gibraltar, Newcastle, and Valkyrie, because Valkyrie kind of carries the two through the air and slams to the ground, or because babies could play it. You judge, it's up to you.
It's the second one.
We are going to see Gibraltar banned in this game because we do have 15, so going into match 6, there will not be a Gibraltar, and the full baby comp will not be available. As up into the sky, there's a charge rifle available for Deeds.
Deeds, one of the best Newcastles in the game, and I feel very, very confident in that statement. Very well adept at anchoring the team, and making sure that he's in position to drag those teammates up when they need to. Now, speaking of dragging teammates up, Falcons might need to do that right now, because the breach charge from Jelly is going to take down Waltzy, who's going to be playing Fuse. Interesting composition, actually, from Falcons in this game. Alter, Catalyst, and Fuse. Now, Jelly has just found himself down. Deeds does his job to pick him back up. That was a beautiful Skynade coming in from Guild.
Bubble goes down as well, just to protect themselves. Breach charge goes out. And ZEDI are going to opt to a back away from this one. Probably an intelligent one, considering the position that Falcons find themselves in. And Falcons just have that advantage on the damage they've been able to output at the moment. But you mentioned it. I love this composition. I think Catalyst is going to be integral the further we get into this tournament as well.
Fuse as the counter comp, you could say, or the counter pick to a lot of the Gibraltars that we're seeing. And also the Newcastles firing a couple of those knuckle clusters behind those mobile shields certainly does make you uncomfortable if you are running that legend. So Falcons choosing to try and play against what they expected to see in this lobby with some counters. UNLIMIT, they're being very aggressive. Look at this competition. Strafing Flame is going to be trapped inside of that room with nowhere to go. Easy Flash has just been taken down as well by Stuvie. When you're choosing Sparrow, Alter, was it, and Axel, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that says we're going to play one way.
Well, it's never too much fun if the Gibraltar's the last one alive, usually, but ever since the changes where he can run a little bit quicker now, he's not as bad, even though the hitbox is still pretty annoying.
They added some fast twitch fibers to this, man. I'm convinced of it.
But Pricey has been playing excellent, and RRQ very much deserve their position in third place. But an early elimination suddenly allows everyone else in the lobby to start to play catch-up. Now, I mentioned Elite Esports. We saw how incredible they were through the group stages. This was the map where they found so many points. They dominated so many games, and they need to find more here to put themselves in contention of getting to match point threshold.
Yeah, 20 points on the board so far. It's okay. It's decent enough.
Middle of the pack.
But like you say, the fact that this is the last time we'll see E-District for quite some time as we snake back through our map selection. Got to make the most of the opportunity where you've had those successes. NinjasinPyjamas, not the greatest of starts for them. 18th position overall at the moment. Just the 11 points on the board, and most of those came from game 1.
They did, but they are another one of those teams that could potentially take a win here, by the way, as Pricey's still being hunted down. And
poor Pricey.
You never know.
think in a match point finals lobby with the talent on display, a 1v3 in that situation, unlikely. No, Dupe. He's going to be dragged back up, Dupe. No problem whatsoever. Gets chased down by ZEDI Esports, as they will find those kills. They're completely isolated, deep in zone at the moment, ZEDI. As you can see on the bottom right-hand side of your screen, they're just outside of stadium. Where the zone is going, though, we are pulling down towards the south, down towards the back of Viaduct, where I was expecting to see teams start to converge upon. One team who's taken their time, though, is the team who came second place in the previous game, and that's going to be Alliance on that northern side, collecting some info.
Yeah, they were at Street Market, and they've moved all the way around the west, hit the north, and they were bullied away initially by Interforce 36, and now they've been able to scarper themselves to the north. They will also be playing the Baby Comp that we were mentioning earlier. They have the Valkyrie available. I think that we've learned a lesson through group stages. Some of the Baby Comp teams who did have zone pull towards them really struggled because they weren't able to capitalize on the composition they are running. So instead, you go, you get your Evos up, you get as much weapons and utility, and then you slam down into zone later and destroy one of these teams who is not quite as built up as you are.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get that skyward dive up to purple, get that perk where you're supersonic into the skies, and also get the triple defensive bombardment, which I think really is the key to damage output for a lot of these teams in the end game. It's worth just taking that counter rotate away from zone to collect that Evo to make sure that that composition is as powerful as it can be.
So we briefly checked in with Team Vision, our lobby leaders at the moment. 9 points required. Could they be the first squad to reach the match point threshold? Zach did call them in 6. So they'd have to do it right here, right now. In the kill feed, Yanya's just gone down to the ring, so AG are also taking their sweet time. It looks like he's been picked back up as Team Liquid going for a very interesting rotation on the south here. They're actually so far off the map, they weren't even on my feed, but they've been able to sneak in behind enemy lines.
Yeah, full wrap towards the southern side here, and this backside of Viaduct is going to be very, very precious to a lot of teams. This is where the zone usually pulls away from the main kind of crane structure that makes up the POI. So sneaking your way to that southern side is going to be very, very effective if they can survive towards that end game. A team who's very close to match point, Vision. We've got Interforce 36 inside of Street Market right next to them, as you can see from their POV. Only 9 points away, Team Vision. Oh no, Lota goes down. And it looks like the Void Nexus is going to be the play. You can already see that he's been dragged back. Castle was just sitting on that as Zach and Lota were extending to see that things went badly, that they could get back into the game. Now, Worms Esports taking some damage, and it's going to be the wrap from Team Liquid they weren't expecting that's cost them crazy comp.
Yeah, Team Liquid have just really created a lot of uncertainty here on the south. A few of the teams starting to get involved in this fight, thinking maybe we could pick up some KP, maybe we can take advantage of a couple of teams being weak. And Wolves are going to really have to try and battle back to get up to a full 3 here, with 1 being down. 2 will at least be okay. There's NIP also in the area and also noticing Team Liquid. Now Geekay arriving. And this is what happens in this game. When we have this many Valkyries, everyone's going to start to arriving.
One team who are very proficient when it comes to the Baby Comp is going to be Geekay. They ran it for so much of the split of Pro League. Team Liquid decide that they don't feel comfortable. Wow. They're going to go up into the skies here. Now, they have managed to get up to full purple, so they're going to have all perks available.
They're going back.
And I don't mind this too much. I think it was just a little bit too busy for them, and I think the actions of the teams around them, who were just being kind of a little bit too aggressive for their liking, they want to re-enter when the space is a little bit clearer, or maybe those two teams do start to engage with each other.
I mean, during the toilet break, I heard Zero shout at one of the other teams, "Why are you inting me for?"
Doesn't sound like Zero.
And he probably feels like they would be a little bit vulnerable to some aggression. So Liquid reset. Falcons also on the southwest. Wolves still struggling at the moment. Ooh. It's going to be down to just Crazy Kong. And it was Geekay who have wedged themselves between these teams, who are causing a real problem for Wolves right now.
So look at the kill feed. Alliance and Nemesis having a little bit of a scrap. NinjasinPyjamas inside the zone will be safe for quite some time. Also, you can see S8UL picking up a knock onto Mike from ZETA Division. Crazy Kong, by the way. He's got a Moby.
Just need to find the gap. Thread the needle.
He's got both of the banners. He's got himself a catwalk.
Oh no!
But he might have forgot that there's 19 other squads available. It would have been very, very impressive to get that done. Maybe not right now.
Yeah, ForFun aren't going to allow that one.
Perhaps.
And he's spent the Dark Veil, that's the problem.
EWC are fighting. They've just been taken down by Geekay. Crazy Bomb's dead. Wolves do not get the res off. A valiant effort though.
So close. Mere moments away from getting the team back in. He was happy to sacrifice himself. Well, now we have lost 3 teams, and 2 of those teams were in 2nd and 3rd. It opens the door for Vision to take a little bit of a lead here as we check back in with Sentinels.
That's a kidnap.
They're able to kidnap them.
That's a kidnap. Wow, yeah, not much chance of getting back through the portal that time, especially with Sheila staring at you now. Alliance on your screen, 2 EMEA powerhouses. Close enough that they can smell each other, and somehow Hackers has found himself a Kraber already in this game. Mastiff in his hands as well. The fuse ult though, the Motherload is burning. They have to play behind the Newcastle wall here. Look for this res. Bubble's going to go down. Unlucky will be able to drag Aku back to his feet, so should be okay. But Elite are just waiting here. And as soon as that bubble goes down, these frag grenades are going to hurt.
He's got frags, he's got arc stars, he's got everything you could want here, but there is still other teams in the area.
That's
so Elite,
Geekay again.
They cannot capitalize. Yes, you get the damage.
Kind of actually finds one onto Hackett, so that nade does its job. But with Aku still alive, there's still a chance for Alliance to survive here. You can see that Elite are desperate to clear this, to finish it off. Everybody is firing down, and now they bubble forward. Aku has to hold the line, but all of Alliance just got up.
They actually knocked Unlucky with the Thunderdome, by the way. Hackers gets taken down by Sentinels. Alliance are just being too focused. And they'll fall in 17th place. That's another team in the top 10 that's gone down. And this is how match point finals go sometimes. Just when you think teams are starting to take a lead, those that have been struggling start to pick up the pace.
Well, it's a Motherload coming in from Vision here. They want to try and push this. Remember, they only need 9! And Lota, through the fire and the flames of the Motherload, jumps forward and deletes Waltzy.
Just like that, they only need 8 and a placement point on the horizon if they get into the top 15 as well.
Now, this is a really big fight as well. Guild actually does a good job of the rest of Falcons to retreat through Avoid Nexus, because this endgame position will be huge. You can see where the zone is going to be pulling in 30 seconds time. And if Vision can clear this side and find a place to play, the 8 points they now need becomes a very, very viable option.
Yeah, Falcons had to be a focus for them because Falcons are going to hold them out. On the other side of Falcons is Team Liquid, by the way. Suddenly we're starting to see Hal and Zero get into these end games, which might be concerning for some of these other squads. NIP still very much a feature in this one as well, as you've just seen Guild get finished by Yanya. So it's just down to the CEO himself here. And sadly, Falcons will fall in 16th. So now we will have 15 teams. One more placement point for Vision. They need 7.
You can see the exhale from Hal, though. I think he knew what his fate was about to be. But for Vision, they're going to be safe on this bridge. Next to them is going to be AG Global. That's where the focus of attention is going to be for Vision for now. You can see that Zach is just kind of trying to wrap behind Vision.
Oh, it's AG Global.
Excuse me, AG. And see if he can force them away. If they can deny them stepping towards this side of zone, then their focus can just be straight ahead to the north. Big moment. We've got to be careful here. Knuckle Cluster goes in. Car takes a little bit of damage, as does Zach on the cross here, but it does force the bubble. Motherload will follow up. Vision playing tight, making sure nobody oversteps and gives that first knock away.
This is a huge call from Vision to try and force Liquid away, and they've done exactly that. They've claimed it. Liquid say, actually, we'd rather stay alive. We need points as well. Live reaction of Hal complaining to his teammates. Not really too surprised with that one, but Vision have now been able to take one of the better positions on the map. Reject are arriving as well with the skyward dive, and actually, Reject arrived to the west. They become a threat here.
They just landed on their height. So Reject on the height now. Vision have to play bunker down. They cannot peek. They cannot take the fight with Liquid. All of a sudden, Vision under pressure, but still safe in this zone. 15 squads still alive, by the way. If you see the mini-map, every single team seems to be stacked inside of the main structure of the POI and has to leave. This is going to be an absolute battle on the northern side.
Vision under a lot of pressure. RC have taken prime position.
One more potential point for Vision, by the way. Logan just got the knock onto Plinzer.
If it gets finished, that's going to be the real question, though. It's now Team Liquid. Maybe they sent Vision a week here. It's a great answer back, though. 2 are down on the side of Vision, and Carter has to stay alive.
Oh, the charge rifle. He's going to get him finished off, though. Excuse me, it was actually, I think, A shot from distance. Maybe even a breach charge that took him down. Vision, Carter, left on his own. Legacy, ports back through. Zero says peekaboo. Vision down. No match point for them as we turn now to Liquid being forced by SAUL.
It's a brave fight from Liquid, but this could be a huge revive for them as well. Bubble was down. They get back into a 3. Now you need Sykes to get that bat off as Team Liquid will hold.
Oh, the double
huge bubble.
Arufa tries to poke from RC up on that high ground using the Valve to drop down, deal that damage and pop back up. But the main story here for Liquid is they have reset. They have got healthy. And they will be able to participate in this endgame. Now, Sentinels looking for a back-to-back. 2 shots left in the Kraber, make it 3. My maths still not on point. Hopefully Blinks' Kraber will be.
Still somehow 13 squads alive in this final circle, by the way. The most we've had so far, it seems, is ForFun under a lot of pressure. And one of the key factors here, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd are out of this lobby. We still may not see a team reach match point depending on who takes this victory here. Nemesis go down.
And it might be GG next. Caustic Ult very, very close to them. Void passages coming through from ForFun to try and see if they can peek on the damage. GG have to force that bubble. They have to expend the bubble. And they're going to be vulnerable when that goes down.
Gibraltars are very much the main players in this final circle as Vayne has fallen. Power ramps are plenty, I'm sure. GG's still alive. They've still been able to use this little nook and cranny to stay in a successful position.
Well, NIP and Geekay is now a 2v2. In fact, it's going to be Geekay who win that one. NinjasinPyjamas are dead. GG's still alive, by the way, and a combination of GG and Elite will delete ForFun. It's a Mia on a Mia on a Mia. As we now jump back to the Americas. ZEDI on your screen right now. Half the lobby has been eliminated. 10 squads remain.
An opportunity for ZEDI, maybe. They're at 37 points. A win here may just send them over that match point threshold. And the position they hold could be a perfect one. It is another KP that goes in their favor. As you can see how close these teams are now for reaching match point. Liquid, Sen, and ZEDI is all eyes on. Can you do it here on E-District?
ZETA Division bang center of zone behind a Newcastle wall. Sentinels getting pressured by Elite Esports as well inside of their little hut they call home. GG now the play onto Geekay. Looks good, gets the clip. Zane sends in the motherload. Zone is closing, Geekay down to 1 as Blast will find another in the feed. You can also see ZEDI doing some damage onto AG on the low ground. GG will reset.
This is going to be one of the most difficult end zones you've ever seen to stay alive. It's all down to bubbles, castle walls. And maybe, just maybe, there's something you can throw in. There's ramparts that are in the lobby. Don't forget a catalyst there with the Dark Veil as well.
An L-Star will certainly help. Elite Esports will be out next. ZEDI looking to punish RC behind this wall. Geekay Esports, they'll be out of the lobby next. The solo will go. RC now versus ZEDI. ZEDI are trying to send this on the high ground. Rejector out. Gaimin Gladiators also out. We're into our top 5.
ZEDI find themselves 7 points away now from the threshold. But Jelly's just gone down. They're being bombarded, but another bubble comes out. They should be able to get up, but the zone's creeping in. You've got to move.
Well, there's Deeds doing his job again on Newcastle. Members down in front of them all of a sudden. The game in ZEDI's Liquid will fall. Everybody is in front of them. Oh, but that's ZETA Division. There's ZETA Division. ZEDI will fall. And send them for back-to-back. But it's ZETA Division who come through with the win for APAC North.
Yuka on land. Could we see the man who has been chasing that victory for what feels like forever? As no team crosses the match point threshold here in match 5. It has been the tightest ALGS tournament we've had in quite some time. ZEDI touching distance, Sen touching distance, but neither were able to cross. And it is ZETA Division again, time and time again this tournament. They just creep out of nowhere and slam a win on the board and put themselves in contention.
they just managed to avoid the attention of the majority of the lobby. They were playing down in a little corner on the low ground. Everybody else was just a step above them in each other's eyesight. It allowed them to go unnoticed for long enough that when the final moment came, they just had to pull the trigger.
ZETA Division put 22 points on the board from that game, 10 kills, which is the same number Sentinels also found. 10 points for Sen, which actually puts them only 5 away now from that match point threshold. Our reigning world champions trying to go back-to-back with LAN victories, which is not something many teams have been able to achieve. You talk about the greats, you talk about the dynasties that we've had in this competition, the likes of Dark Zero, the likes of TSM. Could Sentinels be another name added to that list?
Questions that will all be answered at the end of today when one team lifts that trophy. But the fact that we still do not have a single solitary team on 50 points means we get some more Apex, and that's what we love here in the Apex Legends Global Series, knowing those games are gonna keep rolling. Here's your match results. Dan, take us through.
ZEDI also giving themselves a fantastic chance with the 12 points they put on the board. They are actually the closest to match point threshold, as we'll see later with the series results. Liquid with a big 12 points through kills alone. The way they were able to hold the southwest side of that zone was perfect. But then some teams still struggling a little bit down towards the lower half of the leaderboard. Big ones would be NinjasinPyjamas, for example. Our #1 team coming out of the Americas region during Split 1 Pro League are in 19th place. Enter Force 36 are in 20th place at the moment. They just haven't been able to get going.
Well, here is that endgame from the POV, momentarily, of ZETA Division. You can see the carnage, the defensive bombardments raining down from the sky, nades, bubbles. It is absolute chaos inside of that final moment. You can see Fun at the end there. Comes down, I think he might actually die to zone.
I think the last player actually Valkyried up into the air at that point and avoided all the gunfire. You were quite right when you pointed it out that they just were able to get away from everyone else, which sometimes as a Valkyrie, that is your job. You talk about those final circles, you talk about Gibraltar getting the bubbles down, Newcastle using the shield. As a Valkyrie, it is survival of the fittest.
Well, survive they did, and as the games keep rolling, well, we have to wonder, is someone going to hit match point in a few moments' time? The ALGS Split 1 playoffs here at EWC will continue.
Managed to snag privacy here so we could chat a little bit during this break. Our legendary analyst for Falcons. And we got to talk, okay? Because it was a little bit of a slow start, but we finally got that first win in there.
It is. The first, for us, the first game was like a little bit of an, I would say like a zone was far, but still we could manage to go into a good spot. We had a little bit of a bad luck because one team was playing Fuse, which is very uncommon. We have only 2 teams playing Fuse, and because of that, Fuse ulted from us from the far, and we couldn't really take a fight with the ZETA. Taking fight with ZETA was for a huge game. ZETA had a like 13-point game. We could have been ours if we weren't like getting, let's say, killed by Nemesis with a Fuse ult from far. Second game, we got it back, but again, it was like really not the zone for us. We got thirded. But the last one, we get back zone. Didn't pull to summer for some reasons again, but we came back to a good spot. Was a good zone call from Hal. Was a really good composure from everyone. Everyone did his job perfectly. We watched angle perfectly. Did no mistakes. We moved step by step, getting kills, trying to third party. And when we realized that Liquid is the biggest danger in that win, we got the right side, and we tried actually to pressure them. We pushed them into state, and we had a win.
I mean, obviously coming into this tournament, big expectations of Falcons as well, right? Not only in Apex, but across the entire event. So talk to me a little bit about what that pressure kind of has been like for the team.
There is like the pressure is because the will of winning EWC for FX team, especially for example Hal, his first EWC win, especially now coming back to IGLing. First, really EWC as an IGL. Guild wants to win his first like LAN, and it's a EWC. It's a good for the orgs because the orgs supported us in everything. We want to give them back something, and this is the win of EWC because that's what they want, and that's what we want, even all of us, because none of us won EWC. There is a big pressure, but everyone is confident. Everyone is like ready for that win, and we hopefully will get in the next game and get the consistency back now. And that game was what we needed actually.
Yeah, you've definitely got the ball rolling now, so we're going to see how the rest of the games go. Thank you so much for chatting with us, Privacy.
Yeah, hopefully. I think next game I'm going to say 10, 12 points. The next one, another maybe 12 points. And then we will be just like a good game. And then game 8, we close the game, I think. Game 8, Falcons.
All right, you heard it here first. Game 8, Falcons. See if that happens.
Welcome back, everyone, to the ALGS Split One playoffs here at Esports World Cup 2026. I love Privacy.
He's so funny.
I've got to say, he's so funny. He's so passionate.
Take a breather.
And he's so damn knowledgeable as well. He's saying Falcons in 8. He would. It'd be weird if he didn't.
I mean, they're on course for it. Everyone is, because we don't have a team that has crossed that match point threshold now as we move into Olympus, as we continue our draft. Nessie, what are you doing there?
Nessie gets everywhere. Honestly, I want to, whatever badge or pass she has, they have, I want it, all right? I want it as much as I want to talk about the POI draft here. As we change back over now to Olympus, we snake our way back. What are you making of this one, Dan?
Well, you look at those numbers, and those numbers represent the pick order for the POI draft. You see it in the 60s, you see the 70s, a 24 there of Somers University from Team Vision. I wonder why that is. Also the 13 from Alliance for Gardens. And again, I wonder why that is. Recency bias is why it is, because these teams have seen so many similar zones on this map that they've just said, look, if it's going to keep going this way, why not? But do you know what happened the first time we had Olympus?
We
had a different zone.
It did not go there, and the numbers at some point you felt had to really start stacking up against those Eastern pools. This is how we're looking right now, by the way. Remember, 50 points is the magic number. You hit that, you're match point eligible. ZEDI Esports 4 away. Sentinels 5 away. Vision 7 away. ZETA with that win 10 away. Everybody, it almost feels like in that top page, has a chance here with a big win or even just a few points of making match point.
And as a reminder, once you reach the match point threshold, you then still have to win match afterwards. That's why sometimes we just keep going. It is not as simple as crossing 50 and then winning. It very rarely happens, actually. It sometimes takes teams 3, 4, even 5 matches to find it after we've had one team cross that threshold.
Yeah, it's almost like the curse of match point, Dan. We've talked about it a million times before. You hit it first, doesn't really mean too much a lot of the time.
It does not, but maybe some of the teams who are going to be closely contested in terms of Olympus and finding points. Elite Esports, again, they have been our best performing Olympus team, averaging 17.7 points per game. If they can find that kind of number, then they would put themselves in contention with the lobby leaders as well. Nemesis and ZETA Division, 2 more teams that have really enjoyed Olympus here, so we'll have to see, A, are we going to Somers University, and B, who's going to pick up those points?
Well, what do we think, Paris? Someone hit match point in this game? We're not sure. They don't want it. They want more Apex. I get it. I understand.
Sounded like a no, which I'm all for, because I just want more Apex action. As we jump into Olympus now then, remember, ZEDI Esports are going to be the team that is going to be closest to the match point threshold, but in terms of legend compositions, we're going to be changing everything. No Gibraltar is going to be available now. You're still going to see a lot of Valkyrie, a lot of Newcastle, I'm sure. But can ZETA Division find another win? Or, to be honest, just 10 points is all they need. They don't even need the win here to cross that threshold.
There's a lot of teams who don't need a lot of points whatsoever. They're in the top right-hand side of your screen. You can see what is required. Now, this is where things get interested as well, because what we've essentially seen for the first 5 matches is teams trying to accrue points by winning games, winning team fights. Classic Apex Legends. Now, when you're in a position where you only need 4, you're like, we see one team in front of us. Do we go for the fight? Do we just go for a cheeky int? Do we try and see if we can get our job done nice and quickly? Or do we play the classic way, try and get extra points, try and get max points, and not only get over match point into that threshold, but also stop everyone else getting there?
Don't be alarmed, everyone. It is not going to be Somers University. Fantastic. We fixed the servers. Now,
I've just clapped.
GK, by the way, servers weren't broken. It was just very unlikely that it happened. Now, GK are going to be moving quickly, as are various different teams here. This is pretty much dead central. A lot of teams have been able to move extremely quickly to zone. So we might see a couple of early engagements as NIP just about avoid that one. And Falcons taking on GG at the moment. It could be from distance, though.
Yeah, this is over at Terminal by the looks of things. ZEDI still need those 4 points. Once he actually gets the finish as well. By the way, Neazul's also getting involved. It looks like Terminal is pretty busy. By the way, so many teams already in zone, but there's not a lot of places to play. This is going to be a very open end game. AG decide that blast time is up.
Yeah, when AG decide to push, you don't really have much chance of retreating. And this is always the worst game to be eliminated. When teams are just on the cusp of the match point threshold and you sit there thinking, yeah, maybe we're going to be done next game here, and you don't have any chance to actually try and impact it yourselves through points.
Well, big moment for ZETA Division that previous game. And now they only need 10. I say only. Stay hydrated, everyone. And 10 points, like we say, that's a good game in Apex Legends. That's not easy in these kind of lobbies to accrue. ZETA Division now will look for the fight potentially inside of the building. Scary moment though, because still on white armors.
I mean, we're getting to that stage of the tournament where every fight is pretty terrifying. You know the impact of it, whether you die or whether you win. Strafing Flames down at the moment, but Easy Flash still up, and there's going to be the full knock as Easy Flash goes down. So it's Pricey in a similar position, left on his own once more, but this time as a rampart.
Well, Hal is hunting with that 30-30 repeater. It's 2 knocks for him as they're overextending from that position we were talking about in Terminal. They kind of play in that balcony, but Hal's got a little bit of license here on Alta to try and finish off Pricey and finish them off. He does. 3 KP for the CEO. RRQ are eliminated second.
And it has been quite an up and down tournament for RRQ, hasn't it? You think of day 1, how much they dominated. Day 2, suddenly they fall off, they look lackluster, and then they find themselves in match point finals through an incredible survival stage. But now at 38 points, they fall here in match 6. So again, they'll have to sit back, watch, and hope not too many teams cross the match point threshold, because realistically, one should.
One thing that sometimes has let Falcons down a little bit when you've been watching scrims and watching a few Pro League games, just taking their eyes off their back when the zone is closing behind them. They have to worry about a few things when it comes to that. We'll get back to that in a second as we see ForFun and Geekay engaging with each other. Geekay just get wiped pretty comfortably. And ForFun will be able to reset, but Falcons, like I said, a little bit of their Achilles heel has been just teams wrapping behind them late. They're going to have a couple of teams potentially do that. N4 36 have actually left, but they still have team vision. They still have reject on that southern side to worry about.
This is also an interesting point in the tournament where some of the lower teams start to play a little bit more aggressive. They take a few more risks. They take a few more fights they perhaps wouldn't. That can be very frustrating for the middle of the pack that is trying to play a little bit more zone central, avoiding said risks and trying to survive to put those points on the board. And that dynamic can be a very frustrating one if you're on the receiving end of one of these pushes. One of those teams who do need points, NIP. Again, a difficult tournament for them, but they'll be delighted they at least find themselves in the match point finals. Will they come to life here today, or are we going to see them just fall off a little bit in these final matches?
Remember, a win puts them right up there. That's
it really
the thing.
does, yeah.
It really, you know, we're so early, it feels like in this match point finals, that one win can really put you back in contention. 7 points the difference between being match point eligible for Vision and having to watch another game slip through their fingers here, though.
And the only reason why it feels early is because no one's on match point yet. How many times have we been in match 6 where 5, sometimes 7 teams, I just really didn't want to say 6, 7, by the way. 5 or 7 teams find themselves on match point, and it feels like you've got so much to do to catch up. But because no one's there, it does just give you that little bit of extra on the clock.
Forever saying 5 to 7.
5 to 7.
5 to 7. It's the safe spot for
6
us all.
has been forgotten.
Well, Team Liquid down on the low ground now. Playing the bunker position underneath Alliance, who are playing this height. Alliance will be safe for quite some time up there, but it's about what you do after that that's going to be interesting for a lot of these teams. A couple of Valkyries in the lobby. One team that does have it is Alliance, so their options are pretty vast when it comes to how they want to actually approach the end game here. RC under fire here from Elite Esports, who are holding them out.
Elite Esports have not necessarily found the same form that we saw from them in the group stages, but again, they do still have time, and it is their best map that we're seeing in Olympus as RC are forced back into the zone. Elite Esports were able to really apply so much pressure, and it's going to be an uncomfortable rotate for RC now. As looking at the zone, it does continue to pull a little further south. Sentinels are very much set up shop, by the way. Look at the amount of space they currently hold. And then ForFun on the northern side could potentially pick up quite a bit of KP of those teams arriving through the turbine area. Alliance and Liquid may be passing each other shortly.
He just saw Sentinels portaling out for a little bit of loot. I think they would have rotated as essentially as quick as you can from estates. That's their game plan, right? We saw a tweet from Blixer last night saying, got draft again because they got all their central POIs.
I feel like everyone says that.
But it's what works for Sentinels. And now having that rate in the composition, even though they rotate quickly, it means that all the time it's at the cost of being able to loot efficiently. So if you see some death boxes, send that Wraith portal out and make sure that you're getting that loot to make your fighting chances a little bit stronger. Team Liquid on your screens right now. Still playing below a lot of the main structures that make up where this endgame is going to be taking place. But the fact they got up to purple from here, I will say, is very impressive. That's damage output. That's having a good pathing towards where they wanted to play here. And I kind of like the comp. I'm going to say, Sparrow, Bang. We know how good Zero is when it comes to Bangalore. And I like the aggressive nature of what that composition can offer.
I'm enjoying seeing the amount of teams that are switching over to Catalyst as well. Vision have done it, Wolves have done it, Falcons also find themselves on Catalyst, as do Nemesis and NIP. They know the importance of not just that Dark Veil, but the piercing spikes can be so detrimental in a final zone as well. But it's just whether you can get there. ZEDI Esports, another team that will be wanting to get there, of course, but they could find themselves on match point threshold just through KP here. You wipe out one team and get into the top 15, it's job done.
The good news for ZEDI is they're not feeling the nerves. As you can see, they hit purple on Marvin. And now Falcons have been watching their back. Here come Wolves. Falcons are sending it. Good damage done initially by them, trying to avoid that Dark Veil. Halgosu does more good damage. Guild will capitalize. Wen's going to be down. Guild just making sure that he can protect their side of that wall, and now Falcons will send out their own Dark Veil to try and clean this up.
And they're just going to make sure that there's not any other teams that are starting to look at it. But yeah, I was about to say Vision are starting to approach, and Falcons may be sensing that. They turn around, they flip it on a dime, and instantly they're going to force Vision away. So great awareness from Team Falcons there. You said it, in some scrims, maybe weren't watching their backs enough, but it does seem like they're a little bit more locked here in match point finals.
Yeah, it's a very boring job if you're given that responsibility, but it's one of the most important, and certainly one that you get blamed for first. If a team does wrap behind you, Wolves still alive, but only just. Overflow here for No Name, but no knockdown shields to hide behind. Wolves Esports will be out next.
And that's more KP for Sentinels, more points for Sentinels as they find themselves now only 3 points away from that match point threshold, and they are in prime position. Yes, the zone is going to move a little bit away from them, but where they currently reside, a lot of damage can be done. They have a lot of sight lines on some of these teams that are going to be moving in. One of those teams in particular is going to be Elite Esports, 2 Sentinels West as well.
Team Vision also in a fantastic spot for this endgame and to get the points that they need. Now, this is a big moment. Elite Esports looking to wrap the position of Sentinels. They do have Alta as well in the composition, which means they can queue through that wall and catch them off guard if they're not paying attention.
Sentinels were pinging it though. They do know Elite Esports are there. And that's the first job done. They're not going to get caught off guard. But ForFun, however,
not looking as healthy for them, as Panic is using his abilities to portal through that wall. A little bit of a damage exchange, but Tyler's actually going to get the first knock onto Panic. Zero has to retreat. Can they activate that Void Nexus in time to drag Panic back? Just about, but where does it go?
That is a nervy moment for Team Liquid. It does take them out of zone, and remember, zone is closing in 10 seconds as well. And ForFun not the only team in the area. Alliance also kind of watching over things. There's the lay of the land in the top left-hand side of your screen. Rejector starting to take a big dive into zone here, by the way. They've just hit information, it seems. Team Liquid are back up to a 3, so it might have looked a little bit dicey, but at least they're alive.
Well, Reject have landed in zone and will be safe.
Will they?
Well, I say that, and I've just seen in this that Yurisa's gone down to a Kraber, which I did not take into account. Aku, gets queued up on. And the beautiful shots coming through from Stuvie means that Alliance's height position has become compromised. Team Liquid also decide it's their time to go up to the height.
Yeah, this has opened things up for Team Liquid. Again, great awareness of what's happening around them. Unlucky and Hackett are going to be alive. Aku's back up. It's a full 3 here. Actually, UNLIMIT are going to be the ones who lose out.
NinjasinPyjamas somehow also looking at this. Panic's just found a member of them. It's an absolute pile-up as UNLIMIT will be taken out of the lobby. And Alliance have somehow reset, but the armor disadvantage is notable for everyone to see. All blue here for Alliance. On the other side, Team Liquid all in purple.
It's great stabilization from Alliance, but this is where you need to look towards your fraggers. Unlucky and Aku. This is your time to put Alliance on your back and keep them in this tournament.
Liquid's climbing. Panic gets good damage done. And with Sykes taking down Aku. And Alliance losing Unlucky to a NinjasinPyjamas player as well. Team Liquid will seize the high ground here. And now find themselves just 9 points away.
Hackett did get away though, so it's not all doom and gloom just yet for Alliance fans.
Blinxer in the kill feed just finds one, by the way. That's going to be a kill confirmed. That's going to be a point on the board. And that's going to be Sentinels hitting match point.
Could ZEDI be next? They're back up and they're healthy. There's one more. ZEDI now just 2 away as Nemesis get eliminated. 12 squads. There's now Legacy. Oh, it could have been a freebie.
It would have been a donation. Legacy has to take that void passage back up to high and just by the skin of his teeth manages to get up. By the way, Blinxer on the Kraber's going absolutely crazy right now.
Well, then now the job is for Sentinels to take as many points away from the rest of the lobby, and that's exactly what they're doing. They win another fight. They're up to 54. They deny E36. Our reigning world champions will be the first team to cross the match point threshold.
Over to the south side, where we see Elite taking down Hao and finishing him off. Waltz is going to have to pop this medkit. As 11 squads find themselves alive here. Vision are just waiting to pounce on this. By the way, look at the kill feed. Deeds has just gone down for ZEDI. Now it was, I was going to say it was from distance potentially, but that's 2 kills from distance as the Kraber's in use as well.
Oh, no.
And ZEDI, who just need 2, they need dupe, and they need him bad.
It's never fun to be in this situation as they go down. ZEDI will not cross the threshold. Eyes turn now to Vision as S8UL are the team they're able to put that final nail in the coffin. Liquid also under fire. NIP, Falcons all losing players. And Zero trying to stay alive!
Zero! NinjasinPyjamas will be down next as S8UL will stabilize behind this Newcastle wall. Now Falcons down to 1, Falcons down to 0. The knuckle cluster from Vision flushes them out.
Vision at 49. Those kills put them just 1 away. Now they could just try and play for placements typically. And because of the position they hold, surely they get to 50 here. They're the only team on the south. They just need to wait for other teams to go down.
By the way, Blinxer is going wild in the kill feed. I will say, we need to stay here there on Vision to see how they get to this 1 point. Elite Esports just been eliminated in the meantime. Team Liquid now trying to force their way towards zone. They only need 4 points.
It's a bit more difficult for Liquid looking at their position. They're at the northwest. They're going to have to go through Alliance, who I think just got back up, by the way.
Win a fight, and that'll be good. S8UL are out. Liquid sense danger. Liquid sense opportunity. Alliance trying to reset here, but the shots are coming in from so many different angles.
It's Sentinels again. It's Blinxer just having a field day. He's at 6.
He's got infinite ammo on that Kraber. And like you say, 6 KP already for the IGL of the World Champs.
It is worth noting as well, with only 5 squads remaining, that does add placement points to Vision. They will also cross that match point threshold at 51. And Hackis, he was down, he was out. A little bit of extra salt rubbed into that wound.
Liquid in 3. 1 team fight for Liquid, and they are good. They will hit match point as well. And Panic is just trying to find a victim, but does he know that across from them is going to be Sentinels? And do they know that Blinxer isn't missing with that Kraber? Elsewhere, you can see that AG taking damage to Vision.
I think the L-Star is going to play an important factor into this one as well. You put an L-Star in Panic's hands, he can do some dirty things.
Smoke's going down as well. Alliance just been eliminated. The final player cannot survive. Aku will fall as Team Liquid start to take damage. And those 2 points seem a long way away all of a sudden as Sykes will be down. Panic says, I'm going to try and do what I can here. Sentinels, you will not fall either. Liquid come up short. As now AG try and swing behind Sentinels.
AG with a last gas push as well to try and send themselves closer to the top. Sentinels, after a valiant effort and doing their job, will be eliminated, but it's Vision.
Oh,
AG on the hunt. They want to cross match point too.
Vision's the last team in front of them. 1v1.
Surely not.
For match point here for Neazul. Can't get it done, but Team Vision, they do get it done. Match point hit.
Well, Zach said 6 games. Maybe it was 6 games to cross that match point threshold as we have our first 2 teams who will get the opportunity to win this tournament in match 7. Vision, one of the best IGLs that we have seen in Zach Meza in recent times against Sentinels, the reigning ALGS World Champions. Match 7 is going to be absolute cinema.
We win these. We win these indeed. Big moments. Big moments for Vision. I thought we were going to get away with it, but Clara had to hit it.
Someone has to. Well, Team Liquid, they were desperately close. ZEDI Esports also couldn't quite cross that finish line. And whilst we may have 2 teams now on match point, that doesn't mean we're going to get done here in match 7 because there are going to be so many teams hunting down match point eligibility themselves, looking to try and put points on the board, and all of those teams who are still down at the bottom of the leaderboards, we have some huge names that can definitely find wins. Alliance, GG, S8UL, NinjasinPyjamas, like, these teams can definitely keep us going here in match 7.
Well, something to note here is usually it feels like we have one team hit match point first. Everyone in the lobby is aware of where that team is going to be, where they're likely to rotate. Now it's very interesting. The fact that we have 2 teams hitting match point together, that makes it a little bit more interesting. That gives the 2 teams who are on match point right now a little bit more cover and a little bit more anonymity when it comes to those end games and the mid game as well. This is going to be a very, very interesting dynamic that's being added here in our match point finals.
And now you start to get into the territory of, do we switch things up? Do we play differently now? Well, for a team like Sentinels and Vision, who play a very particular style, they should be fine going into match 7. Sentinels, who love a zone-heavy rotation. Vision, who like to kind of pick their zone, pick their spot, and we heard the listening earlier of how they approach things. These are 2 teams who are certainly capable of winning it in this next match, as there's confirmation of the points from match 6. And again, some of these teams that are at the bottom that didn't find points, they're going to be desperately looking for them going into match 7.
Neazul, heartbreak for him in those final moments. I thought he was going to just maybe reload the Kraber and just no-scope someone to hit match point. That would have been absolutely ridiculous, but did everything he could to try and force AG over the line. Weren't quite able to do it. But this is how things look in the overall rankings. Now, a reminder, if you're watching Match Point Finals for the first time, if Team Vision or Sentinels win the next game, the tournament will end and one of them will be crowned as champions. For everyone else, it's still about hitting match point, getting a 50, and there's still a long way to go, you feel. But for now, that's going to do it for the games. We're going to go down to the stage here because Barney's with a member of ZEDI Esports.
Thank you so much, boys. ZEDI Esports just barely underneath that match point finals, or that match point threshold, let's say. Jelly, thanks so much for joining me over here. Quickly, just want to touch base with you about today. Today, you guys are absolutely frying. You're putting down loads of damage. Deeds is cleaning up the kills. The synergy looks like it's on point. How is it feeling for you guys over there?
Honestly, like, our synergy with me and Deeds is like, I don't have an off switch. I'm always on. But he will just call me back, and he knows when to call me back, and that's just how we roll, you know? I'm always in there, but if he calls me off, I'll call it off. I trusted my teammates to do that, and they trusted me to frag and do what I do, you know, and put a lot of damage.
I mean, coming into this today, obviously, you're trying to put down as many points as you can. The frustration is clearly there. We've got a couple of points shy right now of match point, but look, dude, you're 18. You've got all this incredible, you've got such a bright future in this esport ahead of you. How are you staying composed? I'm guessing Dupe is keeping you guys focused, because how are you staying composed when you're so close and you can make it happen?
Honestly, for me, it's like nobody believed in me, nobody trusted in me, so I have like no expectations, right? Everybody doesn't believe in me, so for me, like I have nothing to lose. I only have something to gain, right? And that's people's respects. So for me, I'm really just trying to prove people wrong and just frag out. You know, I've been called an onliner so many times, you know, and this is just my opportunity to shut them down, you know?
Dude, being here at this point in the competition, playing the way that you are, I tell you what, if other people don't, I believe in you, man. Jelly, appreciate your time. Thanks so much. Go back, chill, get your brain composed for the next game. We expect you to be in that match point threshold. But for now, we're going to head back over to Rain Day. He's got himself an interview with one of the boys from Sentinels.
Well, we may not have a defending EWC champion here. We do in the ALGS circuit have a defending LAN champion. Blinkster from Sentinels joining me. Blinkster, you guys are one of the first teams in our history, obviously, to win a championship. You did that a few months ago. And now you have a chance to be one of the only teams in ALGS history to go back-to-back, getting on match point with Vision. What's going on in your mind right now?
I mean, not much, to be fair. You know, it feels good to be like in this position to like go back to back. I know like it doesn't like happen often, but we're really like for it, and I think we're looking to do it again.
One of the things that has been talked about for you guys is your team synergy, but it takes more than that. How did you feel about your draft coming into today? Because that was a big conversation amongst a lot of pros. Getting to the zones that are pulling this tournament, how did you guys go about that? Do you feel good about what you have?
So right, our draft, you know, we play hard zones, so we have Jurassic, we have Canal Plaza, we have Landslide, the worst POIs in the game, some people might say, but we love it, and I'm gonna say again, it's God draft, best POIs in the game by far.
Well, you guys are getting to zone. You're doing the right thing. 65 points. This game could be over at any moment in time. Since we may not get a chance to talk to you, before you lift the trophy, I want to give you a chance to say something in French.
Écoutez, merci tout le monde d'être ici. La foule est incroyable. Vous êtes beau à voir. Sorry, vous êtes beau à voir tout le monde. Merci beaucoup pour l'amour. C'est ça.
I love it. He did the no-no. Can't take my mic, but you might take the championship. Blinkster, appreciate you from Sentinels. Pretty soon, we're going to be coming back with the studio for more here at the ALGS Split 1 playoffs at EWC 26.
Body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Beautiful. You're my hero. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Hooray!
I've managed to grab Clara here. Perfect time to talk to because we are 3 matches in now. Oh, yeah. And we have Vision within striking distance of match point eligibility. So talk to me a little bit about that and the crowd that we've got going on right now.
Well, the crowd is absolutely insane. They need to get us some more seats here at EWC because we got people sitting in the stands. Like, it's insane over here. But no, Zach woke up feeling today, is so confident, and all the boys feel really good, and they got the best coach ever. So I'm locked in. I think they got it.
I mean, coming out the day with the win to start everything off, that's got to be a good way for them mentally, even just kind of get into the rhythm of things, because we know how chaotic match point finals can be.
Yeah, I feel like when you start game one, like, I know the boys, if they win their first fight, they're feeling really confident, they're feeling really good. So especially winning the first game, they're out there for blood.
I mean, I love it. Any expectations outside of Team Vision for how everything could go today?
See, here's the thing, is I did have some non-biased answers, but then they exited the tournament. So now I feel like I shouldn't say anything. So, give you the bias. I mean, Falcons, of course. We all love Falcons. I got the Alliance fans over here behind me. And, like, of course I'm going for Alliance as well. So, yeah, those would be my bias answers.
I love it. I love it. Well, Clara, thank you so much for chatting. Enjoy the tournament.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Hi, Mom.
We have two teams already in match point. This could be ending in the next match. Sentinels, I mean, what a turnaround. 2 lays, because this squad, if I'm not mistaken, they were in 19th place. Shout out to Sniper, because he's the one that told me that before, after those first 3 matches, they have turned it around.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you heard Blinks say, yeah, not much is going through my head. You know what's going through his head? That his MVP trophy from Triumph still hasn't been delivered, and he's apparently blaming me for that. So, yeah, we might need to fix that, because obviously they're looking incredibly good right now. Blinkster is, like, not only managing this team, IGLing this team, but you've, of course, got Monsoon and Fun as well, who actually flex roles and change and adapt no matter what map that they're on. So this team is really showcasing it and telling us why they've won champs, and look, they might even do it again.
Yeah, I feel like we might have even another underdog story. Even though they won their last LAN, I feel like a lot of teams did not give them credit. And to go first, second, third in back-to-back games, to jump from 19th to all the way up here in the top 2 is incredibly impressive. We always mention how no team that's got on match point first has won the tournament, but now we have 2 at the same time, so more odds, the merrier. And it's very awesome to watch this team, especially Blinkster, and how amazing that they are doing. The power of friendship continues to perform here at EWC.
And one team that we gotta talk about as well, it's none other than Team Vision, currently sitting in first place. I know you guys were watching the multi-view provided by ALGS. What were the comms looking like?
Dude, the comms were juicy. Zach has never been more on point than he has on this LAN, I think. So he's one of the people everybody has always rooted for, because he's funny. He's had his Macer moments. He's had a lot of fun things. But this LAN, he is on a different level. When I hear him hold back his teammates when they are literally just screaming to go, 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 he's like, no, slow down, slow down. And he's at every single angle, even that specific bridge fight as well that we saw in Edish Rig, he's right there. He knows what's happening around him. He's aware. He said we needed to push this fight. When they fell short, he was like, we should have closed out that game. He still knew exactly what went wrong already before he did, and he's just right there.
Yeah, shout out to Multiview, because we've been watching a lot of teams this whole tournament, and the communication, and honestly watching Zach Mazer control the emotions of every single one of his teammates. He's got a young team that has not performed to this level before, and to be able to have so much chaos going on. We've had questions about Zach's IGLing in the past of trying to do too much, you know, contesting teams when they shouldn't. I got a chance to talk to Loader in the cafeteria. He's never been more confident. Zach was so confident. And honestly, Grace, for example, how important is it to have an IGL that while there's so much chaos going on, you're able to reel your team in, talk about just the ability to control emotions, not just after the game when it's over and you go back and you think, oh, well, we did this wrong, but in the very moment it's happening.
I mean, really, it's all about being able to be level-headed whilst everybody else is flourishing those emotions at the highest, because you're at the highest stakes of the tournament right now. We're talking about life-changing money, 600K on the line if they were to take this home. And of course, people are going to be really excited to make plays. However, playing too much and people might third you. So it's really good to have somebody mature like Zach, who's been through thick and thin of these tournaments, to really have your teammates back in case you do need to slow down a little bit. And boy, so far, they've even been triple split, if you guys saw in that match win as well. They've been triple split 3-way to where 2 people are playing a 2-by-1, and he's just like, okay, you guys can go. No, wait, come back, just make sure. Okay, you guys can go back. He's everywhere right now. He's on point.
I mean, you can tell right now on your screen how good both of these squads have been playing. They're currently tied. They have hit that match point. If any of these 2 squads win the next game, they will be crowned the ALGS at EWC 26 champion. But talking about plays, talking about mood, talking about all that stuff, how the players are feeling, I think we expected a lot more out of Team Falcons too. And at one point, we actually saw Imperial House just chewing out his teams.
Yeah, well, you obviously, we got to speak to Privacy, and he's sort of giving us that play-by-play, saying Falcons are doing it at 8, and obviously, we're not at that sort of sense yet, but we talk about this sort of mentality going into it. There's so many expectations on top of Falcons' shoulders right now, and we're seeing that kind of reflect in their gameplay.
we'll see if hopefully in the next couple matches, I mean, they got to make sure they stop Sentinels and Team Vision. Now, talking about those two squads, right? You already hit match point. I want to go get into your guys' brains, Graceful and Snipe. I'm going to go with you first, Snipe. You already hit match point. What is going through your head in regards to, are you going to be changing your game style? Because it could end up backfiring.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams are obviously doing everything that they can right now. The win is in Vision, for Vision, and Sentinels already knows what it's like to win a tournament. So for these teams, it's just continue doing what we're doing. Obviously, both these teams have now performed. Vision wins at the beginning of the series, they win at the end of the series. They're the team that I think has the best chance to win games, as they proved that all throughout Pro League, being the most winning team in North America. So for them, it's just continue with that pace. Don't let it get ahead of themselves, but at the same time, don't slow down. Keep getting the kill points, keep getting the KP. Make sure you stay at the top of that leaderboard, because no matter what, that's good. Obviously, the win is what you want, but make sure you stay at the top. Don't slow down and continue with everything that's happening.
I mean, from what I've seen so far out of them is really the macro decision. Like, they've all been playing kind of half speed for now, where they come in zone 3 a little bit late, instead of just opting in early. A lot of these teams have gone in almost too early, got punished for it, and we've seen a lot of teams are being proactive. That means people will take fights here. I think Alliance is a great example. They go in a little bit, immediately pinched by 2 teams. Zach and the boys, and also Sentinels as well, have been playing on their own pace. They don't care what the lobby is doing. They're playing their game, and it's really, really giving them the results that they're looking for.
I'm glad to hear that, especially with the way Zach is playing. I know everybody's currently very proud of the way he is playing. Now, talking about those two teams, if you had to pick one, Team Vision or Sentinels, I'm going to put you on the spot right now, Lace. You have to pick one, or...
It's got to be Vision's then. It's got to be. I feel like Zach deserves his moment.
He deserves it.
I think we all agree. We saw the passion when Monsoon, then the Team Sentinels won their moment after such a long, series. Yeah, I got to say Visions.
How about you, Grace?
Yeah, the Mazer Laser has to come out. I'm rooting for him. Is the greatest guy.
Yeah, comeback story. Zach missed the last LAN. I know that was heartbreaking for him, as he just, he's been such a passionate player, and I think that this is the team. He has a team that trusts him more than any time before, and it's in his sights. I mean, there's no better team right now, I think, than Vision.
Well, they got to make sure they hopefully close it out within those next matches, because if not, Team Liquid, ZEDI Esports too. This is one squad. Remember, Deeds ended up finishing EWC in 2nd place last year. Right now, they're just 2 points away from the match point.
Yeah, I mean, this team has been flying under the radar the entire weekend. I feel like no one talked about them. They were one of the weaker teams in the region, and for them to come to this event, I guarantee that experience with Deeds is huge. I got a chance to talk to Dupe and Jelly upstairs, and they were just laughing. They were giving each other nicknames, and it's like, I feel like this is the same kind of Sentinels thing, where it's just the friendship and the trust within each other. There's no egos on any of these rosters, and it's incredibly impressive to see them this high up in the leaderboard and performing this well.
I think they also have the benefit of not being the first team to hit match point, because that's been occurred in a lot of the tournaments where they're not really able to close out the game. So we'll have to see if they can do that now.
Well, I think we will be finding out as the match is ready. The crowd is ready as well. We're going to be going into match 7 with 2 teams at match point. Let's send it over to Vicky and Spider Tiff.
Thank you, 7. We got 2 teams at match point. The legendary moment that can shine as we go into World's Edge. Pressure on the backs of Team Vision in Sentinels. Tiff, imagine the story if Zach clutches up, but we can't taunt it yet because the end is in sight. But we heard the confidence from his interview earlier, and this could be that gift wrap moment.
I mean, look, he was confident earlier on stage. You see the smiles right there. We heard from Clara just how confident they woke up this morning. Back just a few days ago on Media Day, I was back in the room for like 6 hours talking to a ton of different teams. And when Team Vision came in, Zach only had positive things to say about the up-and-coming Carter and Loader duo. He's like, here's the deal, guys. Yes, I'm the IGL. Yes, I can say where I want to go, but those two get creative. It's like, yes, he makes the calls, but he IGLs through them, involves them in those creative decisions. And you're gonna have to get creative because Team Vision has not won a World's Edge in this tournament thus far, and neither have Sentinels.
Oh my goodness, noting that too and how this game is gonna play out. It's crazy too. Before we go into World's Edge, let's not forget, right, what that game number 8 is looking like, because they will be Stormwind. But that is to say, if we even get there is the question, because you heard it from Zach himself. If it goes the distance, he feels like he failed as an IGL. An IGL, by the way, that has insane micro IGLing play from the very beginning within the Americas region, and now being able to shine on the big stage.
Knowing there are 4 teams at the back within just a few points of eclipsing 50. This is Sentinels and Team Vision's game in pocket to close it out. World's Edge, it's one of our oldest maps in our map pool here for the ALGS Split 1 playoffs, but you're gonna have to lock it in and get crafty.
Lock it in, we do. Everybody, are you ready? This could be a wrap, or we could even see more Apex as Vision. This team right now rocking out with the Alter, which to highlight, Alter is the most picked legend in this game, so she will be banned after this. Young players here as Sentinels looking for the opportunity to get the back-to-back since what, the TSM and Dark Zero days? The real ones, remember, that would be beautiful with this squad.
And there's some stark differences here when you look at the legend compositions checking in with Team Vision and Sentinels. But the one thing that rings true is both of them are running Catalyst. They're focusing on getting Ring Console, getting that information. And as we pull it up, you immediately see from Landslide, Sentinels pop the evac and go straight to the north. Now, these circles tend to be incredibly difficult because you think of how open things are post that tunnel, where ZETA Division is already starting to walk up on those train tracks. Now, one of the teams that's going to have the longest rotation there is our other match point eligible team, Team Vision, down in launch site. They will have the longest, but that's okay, because keep tabs on not only them, but Falcons. Every match that we've seen thus far, Team Falcons and Team Vision have wanted to play from the same side of things. But Team Falcons are over in Lava Fissure. They have information, and they're immediately diving up to look towards Trials.
And that's really smart to try to rotate over onto the north side, because then you look at Skyhook and there's a survey beacon, but you also have to consider Elite Esports, who also split loot Trials and Skyhook West. But with E36 in dead last, with teams already managing to secure themselves in the match point team format, it's beautiful to see. As Wolves in the distance, Sentinels in hand, is looking at a team coming out of the choke. I know Sentinel's also going to be able to be on that side, having to be careful with Wentz. He's going to land some of these shots.
12 points needed, and they have been stuck there. But to Geyser we go for NinjasinPyjamas and GG. GG also kind of one of those teams that was favored to come in here and do really well. And NIP, the triple take in hand here for Cole. Some of you may know him as McLovin throughout his years in ALGS Comp. He's like, no one remembers me as Cole now. I'm just a new guy, right? No, he was McLovin.
Wonder why.
That's such a cool name.
It is a cool name, but he really likes his name, and you know what? Cole is cool too. And now NIP looking ahead to try to at least get some points themselves. A lot of pressure here on this team now, chasing down Gaimin Gladiators over by Geyser, but let's also not forget who's over by Big Mod. It's S8UL, who are looking to 3P this. And with these teams now feeling that pressure, they need all the KP. They need to grief the teams who are sitting in the match point format.
And S8UL was incredibly consistent during the group stages, but haven't found that form here in match point finals. A lobby in which the match bans have gone relatively similar in the early matches, but are now deviating. And with the Dark Veil up, Lufka on the Sparrow, trying to use the tracker dart for information, we invest even our ultimate and let it start ticking the information, and it puts a thorn in NIP. Now we even have to bring in the mother load from Vayne.
I mean, they try to cut off the Gaimin Gladiators rotation, and they actually pay for it with Cole going down now. Curve wrapping up right behind him. They're one of the teams that don't have the Alter, and it's unfortunate here. With so many other teams that are, Curve now running for his life while Luca is going to be able to try to pick that up for free. Curve literally one shot is trying to get away, but guess what? Who's waiting for NIP? The last member is S8UL. As GG want to scoop that up, but Legacy has other plans. He finds him in the process, and on the other side is going to be Vayne, who thinks he could get away, but it's Team Liquid, who are a point away from also being at match point.
And I love that we get onto Team Liquid here, because not only have Panic and Zero been really incredible for this Team Liquid roster, we don't talk enough about Sykes. Sykes has actually been crushing it as anchor. He's been flexible on all of these different legends, and it's really allowing Zero and Panic to kind of unlock that next potential. They've been in full form, but 1 point away from 50. And GG's at the top. Sure, not the best armor on GG for them for now, but Team Liquid have to be smart about this, knowing where they are.
Especially when they're so close, Tiff. Having to be careful with GG could wrap around behind them. There is a survey beacon too. They're going to be able to prio that if they haven't already. GG now backing away. Looking at the Evil Harvester, making sure everything is safe. Team Liquid match them though on the other side of the tunnel. Splitting ends as S8UL go through the choke that exits out of Geyser, but it's a huge pile up over on the northern side of where the zone is pulling on the outskirts of Skyhook East.
Very true. GG now rotating away on triple blue. Checking in here with Team Vision, one of your match point eligible teams, hitting the replicator, grabbing the evac tower. It is time to leave Stacks with our information in tow. But knowing that the Northern World's Edge, Vicky, is one of the most difficult zones to play from. There's not a lot of space left. And Sentinels, you can see Blinkster on the Wraith must portal back to the building that Sentinels took such early on.
And that's why they're going to play this safe. You mentioned it earlier when you took a look at their composition. Settle down here. Blinkster, by the way, has gotten cheeky with some kidnaps back-to-back. And it's also crazy to say that Sentinels, after 3 games, were literally almost in dead last and now have elevated themselves as we get to take a look at Falcons. It's versus GK here. Isolated fight over by Skyhook West as How moves up here, sends out the nade from a distance.
13 points needed for Falcons to eclipse 50. And a Sky Nade past the Dark Veil to see if we connect. We hit for minimal damage in the Void Passage through the wall. Through the bottom of the entrance we go. Up the zip, possibly no, dropped. Watching, showing the presence. Keon on the Valve can cover multiple angles.
And you know who hears this fight right now, who wants to invite is Elite Esports, and so is RRQ. Now, GK actually back away because, again, with all the altars in this lobby, why not with the Void Nexus, the Band-Aid here, to help them? And Falcons, seeing that they wanted to go back, means that that could be an indicator with another team being right behind them, being Elite, who are trying to get this KP.
Elite need this KP. They don't want to get dubbed a group stage warrior. And 18 points, it's easily doable in a game considering how strong they were. They've already crushed 6 keys and they really want to do the rest. For RRQ, they just need 12 points that they've been striving to get. Same situation as Wolves.
Breaking keys. Strafe and Flame taking a note out of that one as Falcons now looking at the team ahead. It's getting congested here as GK come right back after utilizing that TP out of Countdown where Team Nemesis want to go in for a 3P.
And GK just holding steady here. Bruiser on the longbow. You can really do some damage up there in Skyhook. And it's going to be one of those calls where if you don't have the information, you play the wrong side. And Team Liquid, 1 point away from match point.
Wait, if they can finish off Blast, they will be at match point.
Every kill matters, every pull matters, and Team Liquid hit 50.
Another team, welcome to the Match Point Club. Welcome Team Liquid, our 3rd team. Falcons chasing right behind them though, involving themselves against GK. Once again, getting a little bit of deja vu while Reject now show face over by Skyhook West. Zone closing in behind their backs in the next 7 seconds. They're trying to break through this door, especially when you have to deal with the Catalyst.
It is really difficult. You are 100% right. That reinforcement, the piercing spikes, but Falcons, they disappear for the time being, and GK move back to their building thanks to the Void Nexus. Hal on Altar. A little stare peek to stay safe. Have moved into Diner, but you have to think, we have to go through the chokes. Do you take Tunnel? Do you take the Skyhook West choke? Or do we go to the Sky?
Calm before the storm here, because they know once they start moving up, they heard the shots in the distance. Team Nemesis are on the choke that would lead you from Countdown to Skyhook. You even get a scan here in the distance to highlight the teams that are still on the outskirts of this next zone. But it's going to be a difficult rotate because so many other teams waiting for them outside of Skyhook who didn't have access to either a ring console to get that info or even the survey beacon.
So here's the deal. Keep your eyes on Team Vision right now, just on the south side of Epicenter. They hit a ring console before they decided which area they wanted to rotate in on. Is that fight with ForFun that's brewing maybe one for the win of the game? Team Liquid at the top of Epicenter seem to constantly run into each other. They've been calling similar end games all day. For the teams that got to get out of Skyhook West, good luck, have fun. Team Falcons go countdown for the rotation.
This is going to be so tough. As you can see, Carter, he hears ForFun right above him. It's going to be Nags as he's waiting to see if he can get the portal up, trying to see if he can also get a kidnap, but it leads him to the other side of the rock. Unfortunate, because they wanted to try to get up on the high ground after hearing that player right above them, together with a void passage too, so now they have to kind of backtrack here, take their time.
Keep your tabs on AG Global. Just heads up, they are getting and waiting for Mythic Bin in the south of Team Vision. Likely gonna have a Kraber, a couple of gold weapons. For now, Team Vision are safe, but big fights are brewing. For the Falcons who went through Countdown, it's not going to be easy. Reject has taken a ton of space out here. You can see one in the tower, and you know just how good at fighting they've been.
The fact that they're in 16th with 21 total points, if you're looking at Reject, Rufa now jumping down. It's going to get congestion on this side of zone because SAUL are ahead of Reject on this rotate, and Team Nemesis will show face right behind Falcons, who are trying to pressure them out because there's an Evil Harvester on the outside of the tunnel that leads you out of Skyhook as Hal now gets up to the high ground. Oh, missing out some of these shots with the Hemlock. Doesn't have the extended heavy mag. It's fine though. But Desco actually takes that off of Axis, utilizing the nade. And now Falcons still not being able to pick up that KP.
And you see exactly what's happening. Reject drops their portal on their Wraith player and tries to get ahead of SAUL. All this is doing is delaying the inevitable and opening up which side the Falcons would like to rotate in on. For now, Team Sentinels hold the building in circle with the survey beacon, and Reject are down to just Urice.
This is just going to allow Falcons to walk up through this choke for free. SAUL taking advantage of Reject. Well, now they wrap up behind SAUL, but we have to take a look at Vision, who now have pulled up on ForFun. Backing away, Carter, one shot. Reject do eventually get eliminated, a second team out of this lobby, but it's up to Vision to stay alive.
And it's going to be tough. I like that we've got Zach on the fuse to keep the knuckle clusters going. We have a mother load in the back pocket should we need to expend it for the fight, but managing these cooldowns to navigate that opened endgame is going to be critical.
Especially when he's got that purple perk too. Through the walls, through the floors. Oh my goodness, that Sky Nade.
Best nade I've seen in a minute.
Onto the feet of Zach. Looking behind him to make sure that no team wraps up on the other side, because who can do that is Team Liquid, as you mentioned, Tiff. Trying to neighbor that together of Team Vision, mirroring the way that they rotate. As Carter looking behind them, they do have that portal nexus set up just in case. They move up to the other side. Elite do get eliminated. Team Nemesis to join them.
Elite were in 10th place on the leaderboard, 18 points outside of 50. The next teams that have the chance of eclipsing are ZEDI and AG Global. ZETA as well. ZETA, who's in endgame across the street from Sentinels building here. And Geekay, they've come knocking on the doors. You have to look at the resources of what you have to be able to lay siege to a building reinforced by Cat.
The fact that Sentinels have called this circle pool over to Grandma's house. Waiter's here to serve you up with some cookies as Wolves get eliminated in the feed through the window. Sentinels are looking at victory in sight. They are primed and ready. 15 squads left. And as you mentioned, Tiff, with AG being so close to being in the match point team, but ZEDI are even closer with a 1-point difference.
AG are going to have a big fight in the South with Alliance, but this one has been brewing. Carter down. Zach Mazer, shields ripped off him. Loader and Team Liquid have moved in. The Young Gun panic. Too much damage. Team Liquid evict Team Vision.
And Vision knew that they were going to wrap behind them. They knew that there was a team on the horizon as Panic, the young player coming through as the kill leader, Synetic does take onto the high ground, but Team Liquid, they want to be able to secure themselves after getting the match point, at least in this game.
Exactly, their job is done. They've reached 50. They can int everything. Their job is to get it one more game.
This means the door is wide open for Sentinels to possibly take it. And ZEDI do end up getting onto the match point club. They are at 52 total points.
They win the fights in the north at survey camp, and they hail down, as this is one of the most open rotations we're going to see. Teams coming out of tunnels, UNLIMIT, Interforce 36, and AG trying to get away from Alliance, trying to find a space to play from.
But they're getting desperate. They want to finish off the players who are knocked right before their eyes because they know they need this KP with 12 squads left to SAUL, who were fragging out in this game, do get eliminated.
That's really unfortunate for a team that needs every point that they can get. They had 5 KP before they fell with 6 total points. ForFun Esports go down at the hands of ZETA, who need 4 more points to hit 50.
And the chaos and the collapse as everybody moves outside of Epi. E36 look at ZEDI. And Sentinels with Blinkster still holding onto the longbow, does find that pickup onto Unlimited. ZEDI now move up, Duplex playing out of his mind. He follows up to find Synap and Jelly to find Oogly. But Sentinels are not leaving from this building, which plays into the composition that you highlighted earlier, Tiff.
And ZEDI finds Juzna. Interforce 36 is out. Falcons, Geekay, Sentinels still trying to lay siege over here in this building. Who lays claim? Keon underneath with Knocked. And you have to keep your eyes like, look at the floor. We are piercing spikes galore, reinforced on the left. They're like, dude, keep out. You know what it's gonna take? It's gonna take a fuse. And Team Liquid are out. AG Global is out. And Alliance are in trouble.
And Alliance go out. Unlucky. Unable to clutch out while Sentinels are still alive. They deny themselves the opportunity to maybe getting all the extra loot that they need since they rotated here so early, but they bunkered down. You mentioned the piercing spikes, but the floor is lava. There's Geekay, who are right underneath them. Do have the Alter. Remember, Alter is the most picked legend. They have to watch out for the way that these teams try to push him, which is why they're also running the Catalyst.
This is insane. 50% of the time, Sentinels get into the top 10. They go top 5. That conversion rate for the top 5 into the win is 12.5, but they still haven't taken a World's Edge win. Could this be the first? Could this be the back-to-back?
Sen City trying to perform the back-to-back. They're settling down as ZEDI move up. Looking at ZETA as ZETA holds on to Pride Rock. Because in the jungle, Mike now looks here. On the fuse, he finds the crack. 7 squads left, and they are a point away from matching that in the match point club. Avoids the nade, by the way, from a distance. Takes the portal down. Flying by, though, with the skyward dive, as well as a missile storm. Mike tries to get the knock. He looks behind him. He's getting whiplash. He gets out the piercing spikes with the melee, but there's only one away. They don't do it. They don't make it. As ZEDI greets them.
They're out at 49 points, 1 point away, and Sentinels are in the top 5 as we lose Geekay. I said a 12.5% conversion rate. This will be the first win on World's Edge. Who can take them down?
Sentinels are primed. Nobody's behind them.
Everyone is on the eastern side. Team Falcons, Team RRQ, and UNLIMIT as ZEDI falls.
The possible back-to-back is here. Blinkster being the top fragger in this lobby from your MVP player at Champs. He shows off the consistency. He's gotten so many of these kidnaps off the Wraith.
Who can stop them? What do we have? Falcons and Alter, a Catalyst and a Bangalore. Do we have the Rolling Thunder? RRQ brings out the Sparrow ult, but they're fighting.
Only team that Sentinels have to look at is UNLIMIT.
And Guild is down. If we don't recover here, because UNLIMIT could send this, but they're up on the top. They have the amped covers. They're using the coverage. They could break out as Sheila and do some damage if they can find them.
Straight Big Flame said, Hasta la vista, last 4 squads here. Hal knows they need 2 more points. They're getting beamed by a longbow. That's probably the hands of Blinkster. Backing away and dancing around the Void.
The Void Nexus is available. You have to dodge all of the Sparrow utility, but we're opening ourselves up to the left from Sentinels. The duo of RRQ, Strafing, and Easy Flash, who have worked together to get top 3 at LAN before. They want to halt this. They need 1 more game. 6 points puts them on 50. 2 points for Falcons.
Falcons desperate as the final ring closes behind their back, and Sentinels are looking at this pileup. It's just a matter of time. Sentinels do have to move up eventually, but this is their moment.
Okay, Waltzy. We didn't find all of our RQ, but we get in. We have coverage. We threw the Rolling Thunder north. We let UNLIMIT take that, and our RQ are playing for the center of the train tracks.
From winning champs here, 4 squads left, Falcons desperate, UNLIMIT moving up. RQ though are fixated onto Sentinels as they try to back away. It's a duo, they take the
Cal
portal
is
back.
down,
The
Easy
catalyst
Flash
wall.
is down. The only team full up is Sentinels, your former ALGS champs.
Sentinels looking for the back-to-back victory in sight.
UNLIMIT also still back up to a team of 3. UNLIMIT have high ground. Peace, Yalari man, Itsubi, and Waltzy is the last standing as Team RRQ is out.
They got to match point, but is it all for naught? Has Sentinels now move up with Bleacher, making the move off the right. He gets a wall jump, he takes it back. Don't think he meant to take it though. It's only up to Bleacher. No way! Falcons! The script writers are hard at work as UNLIMIT to stay alive. Falcons get eliminated. Bleacher, that's it. UNLIMIT! We keep this going!
Stop it! One more game! UNLIMIT show no peace. They set fire to the flames. And Blinkster, although trying to stall with the portal play, do not close it out. The celebrations from UNLIMIT, who held against a Rolling Thunder from Falcons, who kept RRQ at bay, who let RRQ and Falcons tackle each other, and they focused on the real objective. One more game.
UNLIMIT, keep this going. Go next, as Sentinels do such a good job at securing final zone position. The choke at the very end when victory was in sight. The catwalk creating chaos, the split up of the fight. Falcons though, alongside so many teams, have now found themselves at match point, and it makes you wonder, did they lose out on this opportunity now?
Now you're starting to sound like Eminem. One shot, one moment. I'm just kidding. But here's the deal, guys. As we go back to see it from UNLIMIT's POV, they were situated up north with the rampart, behind the amped covers, and it wasn't just a win for them. It was 23 points. As you see them annihilate Falcons, Fun down on the ground. We just have to locate Blinkster. They're waiting. The portal goes outside the ring. And the dichotomy between the reigning champions and the ones that are looking to take it for themselves.
When you need them the most, they don't vanish, they rise up. UNLIMIT, 43 total points, but we gotta highlight the teams that now meet up with Sentinels and Team Vision in the Match Point Club. ZEDI, Team Liquid, Falcons, Vision, and Sentinels now all beyond 50 points. ZETA Division, by the way, just a 1-point difference like we saw in that previous game. Easily can match that, depending on how game number 8 plays out on Storm Point.
But how many times have we seen Yuka F in that situation? So close to breaching that. As we pull up the match results here, UNLIMIT, an absolute explosive performance for 23 points. Sentinels, you see there's only 2 KP. It doesn't even matter, right? Because we're focused on the win, and they held that building. And Falcons with a 15-point game, they just need a little bit more. ZEDI, though, went massive to hit 50 points, though, with 17 points on that game.
Crazy to see on the other side, too, how a lot of these other teams, even S8UL, with 5 KP, we saw what they were doing when they're holding the choke on the outskirts of Grandma's house before Falcons wrapped up right behind them. Vision 2, when they got wrapped by Team Liquid.
That was tough. And they went for so much information, so many ring consoles. They deviated out from the bottom as we look back towards the top 5 situation yet again. Trying to stay up, Guild going down in that initial fight, and trying to res the Void Passage. Even Fun with the angles like that over the intersecting Dark Veil.
That split too, why it's so important when you highlight the catalyst. Waltzy being able to secure the KP that they needed for UNLIMIT, just dives up, waits for the portal. Once that wall was down, it was all here for UNLIMIT to move up. It's not like they were the ones with the catalyst, right? They just saw the wall go down and they came up, found the other side of the portal that Blinkster tried to move to clear that space.
And when you look back at it from UNLIMIT's POV, it almost doesn't even look close. They still have 2 players up. And Exuvie is like full health with an L-Star, just eating not only Team Falcons and Sentinels.
That means we get some more Apex, guys. That means we move on to Storm Point. Game number 8 coming to you soon.
One more game. That's what we get here at the ALGS Split 1 playoffs at EWC. The crowd is hype and so are we. What a moment there, Barney, to see Sentinels on the brink of what would have been history. Back-to-back LAN wins. Blinkster, Monsoon, and Fun could not pull it off, but that is not for lack of trying. That was unfortunate, but also maybe the most exciting moment so far.
Just mere moments away. Everyone was holding their breath backstage. But again, like you said, one more game, baby. Who's currently in the good spot right now?
Well, I mean, I love the way that we're seeing Sentinels play, obviously. But when we go down the list, Team Vision kind of started this galloping trend towards the top from some of our teams we expected great play from. But it's not just them either. We've got Team Liquid and we've got Team Falcons. Hal and Zero have both had different splits this time around. Not the dominance that we've seen before in North America, but now both equally in their lane to try to win this championship and claim what would be an assertion of the best IGL between the two. However, I did see Zero as I was going backstage, and he said, "We're winning this."
Woo! Scratching the surface, about to get into the match point position. We've got ZETA, we've got AG Global, we've got RRQ and UNLIMIT, all within 10 points of the match point threshold. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we head into our next match, and it could keep happening, make some noise!
Let's go! Come on!
Let's head over to our casters to take us into our next game.
Thank you so much, Barney. Storm Point is among us. And with so many teams now finding themselves at match point, could it end here? Or could the curse happen where the Grim Reapers of match point format, Onset and Gaskin, maybe rise up, but for the sake of Sentinels, Vision, ZEDI, Liquid, and Falcons, the scriptwriters are hard at work as we take a look at the amazing fans in the arena here live in Paris.
And if your team's not on match point, you need to send that energy straight to them. We need another game. We need more Apex Legends. We went double digits, but the fatigue that it can have on our players as you settle for a gauntlet of a series, a $2 million prize pool, the ability to call yourself the best at Apex Legends right now. Zero. That's a Zen moment if I've ever seen one.
Time to lock it in. Sit up straight here, but it's crazy to highlight how UNLIMIT get to keep this going. How Yulari just ends up doing this back-to-back, man. He's always, what is it, the boogeyman, the kaiju.
But not even just that, Peace as well. Peace is doing so much damage and finding so much potential here at ALGS Split 1 playoffs, but also it was Exuvie with the L-Star in that end game that made such a vital difference to swing it their way. The Wolves fans that are asking for the comeback that is needed. But guys, as we look forward to Storm Point, it's gonna look a heck of a lot different. We have no Gibby, no Newcastle, no Alter, no Watson, no Mad Baggy. We are deep into the series. And you wanna know what teams have wins? Team Vision have won 2 games on Storm Point historically.
Ooh.
Team Liquid have 2 wins on Storm Point, and ZETA's won 3.
We've seen it end with match point finals on Storm Point. So many times, Clara giving them the energy. You love to see it. The support. As Alliance are also feeling the pressure. Their fans just rallying behind them. Storm Point, could it be wraps here? Game 8. We're starting to go the distance now, Tiff. And if you are Sentinels, you are resetting and you go next.
That's all you can focus on. One game at a time, one fight at a time. You get into that end game. Your zone calling has been so solid. You know what it takes to be at the top and to convert because you've done it before.
And let's make some noise. Game number 8, Storm Point. As the storm is brewing and putting in the pressure as we welcome more teams into the 50-point threshold in the Match Point Club here at the Esports World Cup. Taking a flyby and to highlight Sentinels, the fact that they landed Jurassic. Will they have the information is the question as ZEDI taking a look at this team with the young legend Jelly and the history that this team has also put on with Duplex being on the Valkyrie.
Valk needed for the rotations, especially if we go to the north, because you need to know that we're climbing up those battles, and it can be so difficult on foot. For our teams that are in match point, a lot of them vying for that catalyst. You can see Panic is going to be the one playing Cat here, Zero on the Bang, and Sykes on the Sparrow. That's a good setup for the Team Liquid boys.
Very similar page in the way that they want to play in that end zone. On the other half, you have Falcons moving out of Barometer where there is a survey beacon. Don't believe I see a ring console here in Barometer, and the zone pulling all the way up north towards, where is it here? Tiff, Visions over by Lightning Rod.
That's a good pickup for them. That is definitely a good draft pick. You mentioned Falcons. That's essentially over in Barometer where Team Liquid played through out of Storm Point for group stages. They have a survey beacon, and that's okay. With the Sparrow, they'll be able to have access to it. And you can see down at Team Liquid, yes, they do have a survey beacon as well, but Team Vision from the north immediately poised themselves. Your next match point team that almost clutched it out, Sentinels from Jurassic, only had a survey beacon, and Zane's getting into early action, and just like that, Gaimin Gladiators evaporated from the lobby.
I mean, just over time, snowballing downhill. NIP do pick that up. Even though they're in 19th, have been able to find this KP, but over onto the north side, look at this. With Vision showing face, Wolves as well. ForFun now, take a dive. Right on top of the action. Sentinels may come in right afterwards because in Stormcatcher, they follow. And Wolves are looking down on them, especially with a lot of these teams calling a northern pull on a zone like this.
And ZETA Division, I want to give highlight to them, coming from Pylon down south, do have ring console in which Team Liquid wants access to. But ZETA are already out of the POI as ForFun continuously keeps tabs on that. They've moved into Thunderwatch. Vision, they're only going to get involved if it nets them Godspot. And for now, this power building that they're able to hold, especially with Catalyst being able to reinforce it, we just, honestly, we wait and we third party.
You said pretty. I mean, it's not like we haven't seen an end zone pull up here that has ended the history of our end calls for match point finals. AG were so close to getting the KP that they needed, while Wolves pick up on Fun, taking a look at the side-by-side though of a previous fight. We'll love to see what happens to Sentinels. Yes, NIP, they finish off this fight, but neither of these teams are close to the Match Point Club. They take out Gaimin Gladiators and Sentinels with Blinkster trying to get the res, get it back up with Fun, but having to be careful because Wolves have them in their sight.
They get the Dark Veil out, and with just a few HP, the Bangalore passive from shooting at him just gives him the extra nudge that he needs to get behind cover. You can hear the bullets whizzing by, and we are stabilized. Can Fun get back? Because Wolves portal in, and they're just ahead. They connect, one shot with the wingman, immediately send damage towards Monsoon, but do not connect.
They have the information from the Sparrow arrow. Wanks letting them know, and after getting that knock, they fully said that they're trying to stop Sentinels. That was their chance, and now Sentinels are eliminated. One of our match point teams are out of this lobby. Wolves keep the dream alive for themselves, but it depends on what happens to the other remaining 4 teams. They take the portal back, 18 squads now left.
And they break the curse of the 30s. They were stuck in the 30s for like 4 or 5 games, one of the closest teams after our first 2 matches to that coveted 50 that have now approached 42, 8 points away. We check in here with Team Nemesis, a team that is very momentum-based. They can get super hot, but once they lock in, they're so focused. And a time for a comeback is now. And being 29 points away, we have seen games that big prior.
We've seen literally more than half the lobby at match point before. That's what we love about our match point finals here in the ALGS, as Nemesis come take to the skies to mirror that of the team who's also taking an evac in the distance. That's going to be Elite Esports, by the way, who were getting harassed by Falcons, denying the information from the teams who need it over by ZETA. AG Global looking at Nemesis too in the skies while they are so desperate to pick up this KP. You have to imagine how these pros feel with this pressure being so close that they could taste it. Even Team Vision, who over on their POI over by Lightning Rod, hopefully could build up those Evo shields, poking pressure over time. Especially with the way a lot of these teams have been able to get this information with that Northern Zone pool.
We definitely have to keep remembering the fact that we are going uphill. Team Vision still holding down their building. AG Global shouting out the fact they see an evac tower ahead of them, so a team that they're essentially shadowing. A squad that has played in so many ALGS lands together, but are just looking for their first win. See? Vision in the building. Their only concern this lobby was someone sending them for that prio spot on weakened shields, but we're up to blues. We've got ults.
And they feel the threat. All these teams now rotating to the north side, noting that this is where Vision likes for their POI. Our enemy number 1 for the teams that are not at match point, who are now looking to see if they can evict Vision. Looking behind them now, as Loader wants to prio get the ring console. Having to protect them is going to be Zach. Nice calls here from Zach Mazer. We're talking about what a prestigious IGL he is. And with the side-by-side view on where the zone is pulling, look at Liquid wrapping on the cliff side of things, going on the outskirts of Stormcatcher, while ZETA Division still 1 point away from being at 50.
You can see they have to go either north or go through Stormcatcher. If we go north, we get the battle of the former teammates with S8UL. A little Sharky v0 connection up there. For Team Vision, they're still in the north, but Geekay and Alliance could wrap behind them. Falcons over at Cascade drop an evac tower and are working their way. Now, how many times have we seen a command center collapse? But there is a ring console in there, and to know exactly where you need to go, but those choke points on the outskirts are being watched by Team RRQ, who have also been stuck in that area, but they have broken. They're just 6 points away from 50.
And with Catalyst being the most picked legend into getting these ring console scans too, and bunkering down Sparrow to match that alongside Bangalore. 13 Bangalores in this lobby, 11 for Sparrow to not overextend and get that console information as well. Off the survey beacons, and just being able to cover your backs in a lot of these chokes to give you that information was honestly the demise of what Sentinels had to deal with, right? When they saw that Wolves wanted to send it onto them, as Falcons now rotate from the back ends of Command Center, and just like you said, Tiff, having that ring console will allow them to plan out their next rotate, but with Team Liquid trying to stay alive are looking down at Sharky. We talked about it before with the Aussie violence between Zero and Sharky, but he tries to rotate out. He tries to take a different angle, and S8UL are hiding behind the rocks.
But with Sykes on the Sparrow, this could be the difference maker. It's a Valk v Sparrow, but everything else is the same in the Legend comp, and you can see ultimates are coming through. The Dark Veil's been expended, piercing spikes, and Team Liquid answer back with a Veil of their own to give them the ability to climb up. That Skynade preventing Sykes from climbing there alongside Panic is everything for S8UL, because now they open it up in their back.
But trying to cover Vim at the same time, Zero finds a knock onto Sharky. They back away. Beautiful suppressed fire to help out Panic. He gets his shields back up. Now they try to cover the next angle here. S8UL now seeing this pressure. No team wants to greet them here. As Team Liquid show their presence, find Jesco. Legacy's one shot, who's still on the high ground until now, because Vision Carter actually scoops that up in the distance before Jesco is the next to fall. You try to take this fight versus Liquid, and now Zero has cleared this entire northeastern side of the zone.
And the fact that Vision has an angle on this is something to note. The difference between what we saw in Sentinels in game-winning position in last map and now with Team Vision in the north is you have to show presence. You have to play big and keep teams off your backs. for Team Liquid, who have just solidified right here. So long as no one rotates up on them that wants to full send, like potentially Elite Esports, for now they're okay. Back for a check-in with Team Vision.
I cannot wait to see how this zone pulls. With Zero Calling holding this northeastern side, rotating from cliffside, it could be brutal if this zone ends up continuously pulling towards the south by Stormcatcher.
Geo does it pop back. We've seen crazy bounce backs. Alliance, who recently just got a reset. They brought one back to a team of 3. 15 points. You think about a normal game for Alliance, they can do that, but 15 points has them in 11th place. And there's so many teams that it could eclipse match point here. ZEDI, who recently just did it last match. ZEDI could be a game-changing team here to get a win on land. Think of how close that they have been before, Vicky.
Literally.
Especially Dupe.
Literally with the Optic title, right? Imagine how beautiful that would seem as Skittles is knocked. I mean, the script just writes itself. ZETA, they were 1 point away. If they could finish him off, they will also be at match point. But with the side-by-side, now Elite move up, and they may help them. They get the crack following up. Sacred finding Henchman and Light to find Alverlele. ZETA are praying to see that this knock goes through because Reject are crawling in from right behind them.
Do ZETA get involved in this? They're doing really well to only invest a bit.
Nope.
But in a 1v1, they swing. Light, 10 HP through the knockdowns, and he cannot cover it. Elite Esports is down and out, and ZETA have hit 50 points.
Welcome to the Match Point Club, ZETA. We welcome another one. They did the job this game around, and now fate is out of their hands with the outcome of these teams that are holding final zone spot.
A moment to settle in and focus. ZETA was holding Stormcatcher for a long time, and with Satuki there on the Sparrow, we finally get that full. We go to 51. We drop the Rolling Thunder. We must get Satuki, who has been so valuable to play alongside Yuka. It's looking so crazy because you need the information. You need the tracker darts.
And Wolves also need this KP. If they try to fully send this, I mean, they were at 42 after what we saw them on the hillside deal with Sentinels before. ZETA do get the res. They do put in the pressure with Yuka having the Nemesis in hand, but the fact that this zone is pulling to the north side where we see that pile up towards Team Vision, where Liquid had taken the fight versus SAU, who have cleared the northeastern side. To reiterate, AG though, who still could not get a single point on the board after getting 47. And Presidente Yanya trying to stay alive before dropping down. He does manage to survive, but it's just a matter of time.
The Chal on the low ground. He's in the sky, he's getting clipped. He's trying to get back to the high ground, and they follow. AG Global will not reach match point.
Los Amigos are not in this game, and now I'll have to look on as Vision was still full blues, taking their time. They have the ammo, which is important. They had the light arsenal right next to them too, but it's not like they're going to be able to take advantage of that, right? But they're at least denying the info off the survey beacon from the other teams, as they are not going to be moving from this building, playing to their comp with the Catalyst.
And Team Vision are still in the coveted God spot. They are in Lightning Rod. They chose this in their POI draft. Could this been a $600,000 choice for them?
Depends here. Was ZEDI now in trouble though? RC looking to get involved. Yuri's finding Jelly. Only one left for ZEDI. It's up to Deeds. Moving back, playing off the knockdown shield. It's looking scary with the Stinger Bolt. He gets the next knock onto Forufa. But it's hard when you gotta worry about the barrels. Deeds, he was alive for now, and they go out in 13th. Another one of our match point teams are out of this lobby.
APAC North are the slaughterers of our match point teams.
You have to highlight that Zach, with his amazing IGL skills, has pinpointed that Team Liquid is this team that they're pinging. They know that if Liquid pushes them, it could be curtains trying to harass them, prevent them from getting into that next zone. That's why it's only up to Zach to move up. He's waiting in the next 40 seconds when this ring closes in to perhaps send out the bangle.
The only team on the north side of the next circle Our utility is as follows. Loader has 2 ult excels, Zach has 1, and we are saving our ultimates for the next fight. So long as Team Liquid doesn't push to usurp that. But what does Team Liquid have? It's a mere comp, aside from the fact that Team Liquid has Sparrow and Vision has Valk.
It's time to play big here, as Falcons lost out on Waltzy. That's not what you want to see, as the Falcons have clipped their own wings here, moving up as a duo. Ring closing in, and How pushes up together with Guild. It's gonna be hard as ZETA try to take to the skies off an evac, and it does get destroyed at the hands of Wolves. Great awareness. They take the gravity cannon. It's the Hail Mary attempt to stay alive now as the zone closes in. Vision, though, have to look up to clear their bomb building.
And the missile swarms coming in from Vision. We have to move, and Hal, after the gravity cannon, loses out on Guild. A solo Bangalore underneath Thunderwatch. And ZETA and Wolves still have to move. And look at Vayne, he's taking just angles. They know someone's underneath them. Mike on the ground, Yuka on the replicator. Wolves at their back.
And Falcons get eliminated. Yuka staying alive, but it's up to Visions with RQ, who had pushed up. This is a green light for Team Liquid, but Panic is at least alive while Zero pops on that kit.
2 match point teams are here. ZETA is down and out. Vision, Team Liquid, and RRQ are in the north. And with Zero, last standing for Team Liquid. He's out of here. Vision are alive in the north.
Our other match point team has fallen while Team Vision try to keep this alive. The only team left on match point as Wolves get eliminated. Vision are looking with victory in sight.
But a new challenger emerges. NIP and RRQ are still showing presence. But 64% of the time that Team Vision hits top 10, they get top 5. But Zach is down and Cole is here. He's healthy. And Vayne.
They know this is Vision. They fully send it. Carter, though, backing themselves up, breaks down the door, and he can't see alive. We go next. We get more Apex. Vision get eliminated. RRQ still now showing face. It's thanks to NIP as UNLIMIT once again now move up. Talk about timing our final 6 squads.
RRQ on match point. UNLIMIT. Your prior match winners looking to join them. ULIMIT, the Messiah, and Peace and Exuvia alongside him. Through the portal we go. We negative rotate out to the back of Thunderwatch. We push all of the teams in.
With RRQ being at match point, we welcome more. Can it be half the lobby is the question. With UNLIMIT still being alive with 46 total points to their name. ForFun now also looking to restabilize, but RRQ, after hitting match point now, they're looking down at the teams that will be forced to move up towards Lightning Rod.
And as you can see, UNLIMIT need 4 points to reach match point. But 4 teams outside the top 10 are still in it. The Infinite Ammo L-Star. We saw what it did for UNLIMIT in that last match, and they take it to RRQ.
Can they get it to 50 points? Singer Ball is absolutely deleted, but ULIMIT does go down. UNLIMIT 3 points away as Suvi does end up popping the shield back. Looking to get this res. They hear the nades. As now they try to make a move. Suvi trying to give him suppressed fire. Looking behind, making sure they caught. But they swing him at the right time. RRQ, the piercing spikes, slowing him, leaving only Peace.
Peace, the Rampart, to face off against the Sparrow. The amped covers are down. We shield swap. It's not enough. 52 HP. And we dive away as ForFun falls. UNLIMIT to join them. And RRQ, the duo in the north.
RRQ playing out of their minds. Pricey and Easy Flash each have 12 KP over the course of these last 8 games alone. Look at the stand-up as they're getting the res. The veil now pulled up so they have some safety out of the line of sight of the teams that now have to move up.
Bring back Strafing Flame. Now back to the full form. The med kit going off. The Dark Veil about to be done. It's Enterforce 36, Reject, and Geekay on the other side. 2 APAC North teams. Enterforce 36 on your screen. Juzna locked into the amped cover, trying to find a setup. Do we start moving towards the middle to lay siege to Reject the moment they move?
The calm before the storm as this final ring now starts closing it, but RRQ are going to harass E36, Reject, and Geekay. These teams need a miracle, though, to try to find themselves at match point. Not a lot of bodies here, but RC, this is how you kick things off, and E36 say hello to my little friend off the Sheila as they're running off with the Rampart. Just looking behind them, too, because they know RRQ just have clear line of sight.
But how many times have we seen GK play Rampart? It's usually Keon, and they're not. We have Cat, Sparrow, Wraith. On the other side, we're eating the bullets from Sheila. And this is the way to keep all that damage to multiple teams.
Justin says, give me another one right here, while Strafing Flame now actually goes and harasses them in the back. The beautiful follow-up with the Thermite to also get the knockout to Oobly. They're completely taking over this final fight here with these last 4 squads. It's going to be E36 now looking at GK, while Reject now clear up RRQ, but it's fine. The job is done. They already got over to the 50-point threshold. E36, though, they want the dub. 2 squads left. E36 now face against Reject, and it is Reject after clearing King of the Hill against RRQ. All your Game 8 champions, and the curse stays alive. We get more Apex. We welcome more teams. Almost half the lobby at 50 points.
I told you earlier, Vicky, APAC North teams are the slaughterers of our match point teams. And Reject inching themselves closer to 50 of their own. Arufa, who after retirement has come back to competitive play. Joined by Reese, who has been playing ALGS since the beginning, and he's back in comp. Those boys just got us one more game.
The emotions are high, and this is what Match Point Finals is all about. What a game for Reject, 13 KP after taking that win. They're so close, Tiff. They needed that. With 46 total points in their pocket, they are within the top 10. AG Global, though, are stuck, have not been able to get the extra KP that they needed for like 2 games in a row.
If it doesn't close out here, we are going to have like half the lobby on match point. And Axis there from Reject had a positive damage differential there. Tied for almost the most damage on Reject that game with Arufa. 13 kills. And as we look back to the top 4,
we may get a run back of what happened last year, Tip. We may be going the distance. And I ain't complaining when it comes to seeing some more good Apex Legends. We get to see how that fight went down too. After moving up back on the high ground, we saw Reject, they split their attention to take care of RRQ. They close up the rest of the lobby. They cleaned up what was left on the other side of the fence line. And we see how UNLIMIT were so close themselves. They were at, what, 48 points before they had gone down before too. But it's Falcons now. ZETA after that game, by the way. RRQ as well, Team Liquid, ZEDI, Vision, and Sentinels, all beyond 50 points.
Please give me a Yuka F win. Like, do you know how long we've been waiting for that? Yuka F and all the roster iterations we've seen hailing from APAC North, but the match results, Reject with a 25-point game. Enterforce 36, who was at the bottom of the leaderboard, needed all of those points, but our match point teams, Falcons, ZEDI, Sentinels, Stormpoint wasn't it.
Imagine Yuka, and what if it was the build-up? Leaving Fnatic and now building up with ZETA.
Plot twist, Vicky's the script writer.
Sorry, guys.
She can't write herself an endgame call on Match Point Finals.
It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. I can't put myself in the script. That's just, you know, how it works with the overall rankings. On your screens, just look at this. 7 teams at Match Point easily could welcome half the lobby into this next game. It really depends on how Game 9 plays out. Looking on the other end, though, Wolves putting a stop in that previous game to Sentinels on that hillside. It's the risk, though, and it was an unfortunate zone pool, even when you look at what happened to Falcons.
You know, we've gotten to the point where when you look at that leaderboard, anyone can make it happen.
And Sentinels know that. They know they have to GG go next, just like a lot of our other teams. But guys, as you already know it, when it comes to Match Point Finals, we get some more Apex. Don't go anywhere, because we got game number 9 coming to you soon.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Hanging out with Riley and Cole here. Obviously, Monsoon's gorgeous fiance. And Cole, I actually want you to tell people at home a little bit about your origin story and how you became friends with Monsoon.
Yeah, so Monsoon and I became friends through Riley, actually. And we actually became roommates. We were roommates for the first Japan champs. We would spend at Hot Pot, and he'd make sushi. Just really one of the best friends I've ever had, and just no greater guy out there.
I mean, I could not agree anymore. You know we all love Mon here on the show. Now, Riley, I just kind of want to get your perspective really quickly on what it would mean, because now one of the first teams on match point, Sentinels, we could get a back-to-back victory for this squad. Like, what would that do?
I think just prove what we already know, is that he is good enough and the team is good enough, and with consistency, you will see good performances. And I think the other two boys are like some of the best, around, and they're like the best players and the best personalities, and we love them so much. So we only want them to just keep doing better every time.
I think this is a team that a lot of people are pulling for. Cole, tell me about kind of what it's been just being able to be a part of this experience here at EWC in Paris this time around, EWC 2026.
It's been absolutely unreal. Just the environment of ALGS is just unexplainable. It's akin to just like any playoff sport, and I don't even have the words when I say that, and I mean that. It's next level.
Are you ready to see a back-to-back win here, a Sentinels win here at ALGS at EWC 2026?
There's nothing I want more, and I know they can do it. There's no better team in North America right now. Sentinels will win this.
Everybody, and a huge shout out to Dark Angel from Na'Vi. We have our first champion here at the Esports World Cup 2026 over on Fatal Fury. It's Dark Angel from Na'Vi who wins it, and that's always a lovely feeling to put your key up on that totem down.
The club championship already starting to get a little bit spicy as the pace has been set. Who from Apex Legends can put their key in that trophy and start to add points to their own club? Can it be the current club champions, Team Falcons? We'll have to find out, but a massive congratulations over at Fatal Fury.
A huge moment, of course. Such a wonderful moment to be able to lift that trophy above your head. Again, a huge congratulations to Na'Vi on that big win. Now, let's turn our attention back to the stage here. Let's turn our attention back to some Apex Legends, because we've got a trophy of our own that needs to be claimed. Now, we always say, Dan, when we talk about match point, it feels like if you hit match point, you get one opportunity to close out. Sentinels had that chance. It slipped through their fingers. Team Vision had that chance, and it slipped through their fingers. Will it happen again to one of our match point teams, or will we see a trophy being lifted?
Well, this is where you ask me who is the next team that will get that opportunity. Well, if you look towards the statistics, World's Edge has been heavily favored by Team Liquid. They are the far best, far superior team that we've seen so far this tournament on this map, and one of the only teams on match point that has been able to find a win on World's Edge. The only other squad that has found a win on World's Edge that's on match point, Team Falcons. Couldn't have set it up better myself.
Yeah, couldn't have set it up better. Like you say, Liquids versus Falcons is a story that, even if you don't try and force it, it finds a way to the front of the stories when we get into the Apex Legends Global Series. We are closing in on match number 9. And as you quite rightly said, Dan, a change of scenery here as well.
The chance of one more game echoed around Paris, and it was delivered. The real question is, are we gonna see anyone step up to the plate? Also, I just want to correct myself. I did say World's Edge. We're snake drafting. It is gonna be Storm Point here, so I do apologize. And that changes everything, by the way, because the POI draft is even more interesting.
Still apply when we get to World's Edge. But we'll stay on our topic of conversation here on Stormpoint. Like you say, the Snake Draft takes us back through. But for Falcons and Liquid, you just can't get away from that storyline.
Well, now I can tell you who's been good at Stormpoint. Now I know what the map's going to be. ZETA Division have 3 wins so far this tournament on Stormpoint. Vision have 2. Liquid have 2. So maybe they are going to be the 3 teams to keep an eye on going into this one, because all 3 of those teams are, of course, on match point. A total of 7 teams now with the chance to win this entire thing right here, right now.
And as we're going deeper into the games, deeper into the series, legend bands start to rear their head in a way that a lot of teams quite simply aren't able to prepare for. We're going to see some very interesting compositions. A lot of Bangalore in the lobby. Stormpoint leans itself, of course, to the strengths of Bangalore. A little bit of Caustic in there as well. We've got Rampart, we've got Sparrow, Caustic as well, and a little sprinkling of Pathfinder as well. The compositions are getting wacky. And as for where the zone is going, one match point team is going to be very, very happy. That is ZEDI Esports.
Yeah, ZEDI Esports with a fantastic priority to this one. Just checking to see whether they actually have a ring console to work with, though. That's going to be the real question. But Enter Force 36, they do at Launchpad, so they're going to move fast. Now, RRQ, another team who have found themselves on match point, have a little bit of a journey to go until they find themselves to the southeast side of the map here. Look at S8UL as well. They're moving pretty quickly. Perhaps they could be one of the teams that keep us going into match 10.
Yeah, interesting. I don't think that ZEDI did have a ring console down at Devastated Coast, but the fact that Enter Force 36 haven't left and they're seeing teams arriving gives them the information that they are going to need to find a priority position to play. Look at some of the other teams that have a long way to go. Team Falcons over at Barometer. They've got to rotate to make all the way down to the south. Team Liquid, pretty good prio to this zone as well. As it looks like we're going to have a little pause here before we get back into the action, but just taking a little look at some of the other teams that have got to make a long way towards this zone. Up on that north side, Team Vision from Elrod. Now, one of the reasons that Elrod is such a popular pick when we look at the POI draft so often on Stormpoint is your ability to go from the high ground to the low ground so often. They're going to have to do that for the entirety of their journey down to Launchpad.
Well, this pause will just allow the players to take a little bit of a breather as well. It's been very interesting just during the breaks being able to see the players just toddle off to the bathroom, of course, but just have that moment to have a little think how they're going to approach this next one. Now we're at match 9. Endurance comes very much into it. And even though these players, I'm sure, have had endless nights playing ranked Apex Legends and tournaments prior, fatigue definitely plays a part here. And whilst it may be a very different fatigue that you may see in traditional sports, boy, can I tell you, it is very mentally taxing going this deep into a tournament, still with the unknown of whether the game is going to end right here, right now, or whether you keep going. As a reminder, back in 2024, we went to 13 games. Of course, the match point threshold was 60 then. Last year, here at the Esports World Cup of 2025, it ended here, match 9.
And if one of those teams don't close out, of course, look at how close so many teams are to joining the Match Point Collective. You've got Wolves on 46, you've got RC on 46, AG on 47, and UNLIMIT, who just have a knack, by the way, Yolario Man especially, of keeping Match Point lobbies going. They're on 48, just 2 points away. You can even look down to Alliance, to S8UL. They're still within striking distance, but the game is back live. Match 9, Stormpoint.
And when we look across all the teams that are on match point and how many wins they've been able to find, a team that has been unable to find a win this entire time is RRQ. It really would be something if their first tournament win comes here in match point finals to win the whole darn thing. There's a long old journey just yet. Now, a lot of these teams who are on the northern side, they're going to be moving a little bit slower, prioritizing getting those Evos stacked up. But ZEDI, who were here first, they've laid down the foundations of what they would like to call home.
If it does pull down to the south, which I'm kind of expecting it to move towards the position of ZEDI Esports, they are in a fantastic spot. It's very difficult to force a team away that is playing on that height. ZETA Division playing a little bit further to the south of Devastated Coast, but they won't be safe down there and are already being pressured by Team Liquid. So even though the job was done in the previous game to hit match point, staying alive and winning a much different proposition.
And interestingly, ZETA Division are our winningest team in the lobby as well. They found the most victories so far this tournament.
Ouch.
But they are struggling to stay up right now as they are being pressured by a couple of teams, Team Liquid being one of them.
Power booster here on Zero's Bangalore, so he's going to be able to have those smokes back nice and quickly as well. Really, really vital to make sure that if you find one of those power amps, you're using it effectively. As we look at the kill feed, and Yuka has just gone down, so Panic gets the pick for Team Liquid in that fight. As we check in with another team on match point, Falcons. Now, they took their time getting here, Dan, but I'm sure the rest of the lobby took a kind of a collective gasp of air when they saw that Falcons had hit match point. It feels different when this roster hits match point.
We're going to hit the pause as well, just to make sure all the players are comfortable and everything is set. It's okay, crowd, get a little bit rowdy, but we'll be back there, don't you worry. I do want to take a note of the legend that had been banned in the previous as well. Catalyst was taken away from the game, and we saw how impactful Catalyst was in match 8. That completely changes the dynamic of a final circle without those dark veils impacting anything. As our eyes turn towards the teams that could potentially keep us going to match 10 here on set. We have teams like UNLIMIT, who are only 2 points away from that threshold. All Gamers Global, who have been dominating every single engagement that they force themselves upon.
Still yet to win a match as well, by the way. I will say in the tournament. Maybe they're saving the best till last.
But then you do have teams that have found wins. You've got Alliance down in the bottom 10 at the moment that haven't been able to find that victory. NIP, who are still down towards the bottom as well. Even Enterforce 36 and Nemesis, teams that could find wins if the opportunity presents itself to them. And you quite rightly alluded to the fact that when that opportunity comes your way, you have to make it count. Sentinels unable to do so. Vision couldn't do it either. Will they get another chance? Because it feels like this one now is being passed over to ZEDI.
It's one of those situations, I think, where you get tested something, you know, about your personality, about your mentality as a leader, as being part of one of those teams who knows that the opportunity was there. You could feel it, that you were going to be $600,000 better off by winning this tournament. How do you respond to that is the question. So many times we see teams just fall away knowing that that was the opportunity, that was their moment, and they weren't able to grasp it. Being able to bounce back from that is a skill in itself, and I think it's a skill you have to have as a human, as a person, as opposed to what you can do in game.
It takes great resilience, and you really have to take a look at yourselves and just say, look, we've seen enough Apex Legends tournaments. We know it's not always won that quickly. Perhaps we will get another opportunity. You just have to keep focused and make sure that when it does come around again, if it does come around again, you can't let it slip a second time. As the players now, this pause, I said it was a chance for a breather before, but now the nerves start to add a little bit. But there you go, chairs back up, sitting at a 90-degree angle, as we will be unpausing shortly. And there are some key fights starting to develop in some of these areas of the map on people and teams that are on their rotations as well. Especially around Cascade Falls and Stormcatcher, the in-between. A lot of squads are starting to move through that choke.
Well, here we go then, everyone. The pause is over and we are back playing. Game number 9 continues as we jump on board with RRQ on match point. But when you look at their win column in this tournament, there is a 0 there. No better time than now.
A lot of second places, and we can look back at some replays as well. And this was Liquid just making it difficult for some of these teams trying to get up to the high ground.
Panic's a freak. That's what I'm going to say on that.
But you are right. If RRQ can find that victory, boy, with their first one of all tournament, tastes even sweeter. And the crazy thing is, even though we're in match 9, we have 7 teams on match point, it still feels like there is a huge possibility we keep going further with how tight this lobby has been.
And also, you got UNLIMIT in the lobby. The boogeymen. When it comes to match point teams. How many dreams have been broken? Take yourself back to Sapporo. You know, Larry Man was doing it to keep the Apex flowing. Oh, UNLIMIT going to have to hit a portal here as they try and make their way through one of these chokes towards the waterfall, just outside of Launchpad. So Stevie's going to be saying to his teammates, follow me. Things are safe over here. But the rotate in looking a little bit more difficult. Team Falcons over at Pylon at the moment. They're going to walk up to that hillside in a few moments' time and probably play from there. NinjasinPyjamas though, they've managed to find a pick from distance. Tyler's going to be going down, but the fact that it is from distance, you don't expect that to be converted into a point.
Falcons probably waiting to gain information from Pylon as well before they move. Need a little bit of extra info of where that zone's going to be going, but I think a couple of other teams were thinking the same thing, so Pylon might become contested shortly. It's ForFun who were on the receiving end of this damage previously, but they've been able to stabilize, and they can sit here for a little bit, as NIP do not force the fight. As our aggressive All Gamers Global start to move through the map. And who's going to be their next target? UNLIMIT are on one side, Wolves the other, as the phase dome comes out for a rotation.
AG getting a little bit closer to the end game, a little bit closer to where they need to play. Having the rampart in the composition as well is going to allow them to get a little bit of cover down to play these rocks a little bit more successfully and almost as importantly defend it. And getting that little bit of extra damage that's going to be coming from standing behind those walls. Elite Esports down on the southern side. Now, they're going to have to go through Team Liquid if they continue to wrap towards Echo HQ. As Alliance take a more direct route from the Pylon side over towards Dev Coast.
They've obviously got the ability to see where some of these players are going to be as well. So they can pick and choose where they want to try and set up for this end game, but actually they are transitioning outside of the zone now. It feels like there wasn't enough playable space for them, so they're going to go the hard way, and it's going to be underneath ZETA, because that is not in zone. Neither are Team Liquid.
Gonna hope for a couple of ult excels, you would imagine, to try and get that Falcon back, to try and get it off a little bit later. That's what we're looking at. That's where the zone is going to be going. That's where our teams find themselves as the zone closes in behind them. RRQ over at Barometer, they've got a lot of work to do here from a long way away from where this end game is going to take place.
So ZEDI Esports had priority to zone. They find themselves in a good spot. Enter Force 36 in a good position as well. Team Vision starting to make their move from the north after they gain the ring information from Command Center. But their path in, unless they decide they're going to go up into the sky as well, they're going to get held out by the likes of AG Global. Evac towers are very much needed for some of these teams, especially those who are obviously not running the Valkyrie.
NinjasinPyjamas forcing one of the floors of this main building inside of where we saw a couple of teams stacked up against each other. One of those being ForFun a little bit earlier, and I wonder if they're looking to take this fight and flush ForFun out. Synetic is down, which gives the indication that that was the go signal to hit the gas and try and push and capitalize and clear them out of the building. Wolves need 3 points to hit match point. And after that, if they manage to do so, it's about denying everybody else in the lobby.
Another one of our teams who has 4 wins, being one of the most winningest teams in this lobby, is Wolves. So they are definitely
here's Liquid
that could play spoiler.
Liquid surrounded at the moment by Elite Esports. The bang off from Zero bought them a little bit of time, but Henchman up on the height on the Pathfinder is going to be continually harassing them. Light's going to fly in, Zero's down, the trades come in though. Henchman's going to peek, goes back up to that high ground as Panic and Sykes have to try and clutch a 2v2 to keep Liquid in this game. It's all up to you, Panic. Henchman versus Panic. Kind of still alive as well. Panic has to try and get out of this situation, and I don't know if he's going to be able to. 1 HP, Liquid staring down the barrel. Liquid are gone. A match point chance slips through their fingers.
As Elite are winners of the group stages, the dominant force that almost hit 200 points from the group stages. Maybe they'll be the team to keep us going. As Vision now, they continue on their journey. I said it was potentially going to be a difficult one. They actually went for a full wrap on the eastern side. This is a Zach Mazer special. And now they can gain a little bit of info via Sparrow if they would like, and it's E36 who are going to be the target. I said E36 were in a good spot. Vision might take it away from them.
Well, Caustic in the composition is going to allow them to force the space themselves, and the Skynade from Carter is going to create the opportunities for them to take even more space here. NinjasinPyjamas, though, you've just pointed, they're wrapping. Carter is watching their back, though. And all of a sudden, Vision under pressure from two sides. They are pinched, and Zach is so weak.
They had the info from the Sparrow arrow. They saw it get triggered, and they suddenly panicked and turned around, but they have been able to stabilize. And actually, I think with the arrow hitting NIP, they've decided to back off. It's not worth taking that fight. It would have been a very difficult one to win, as Vision now will be able to hold this spot, but it means Enter Force 36, of course, reset.
We call that a Sparrow arrow, where I come from. Elite now moving onto RRQ, and RRQ have lost Easy Flash. And it feels like Elite at the moment are taking up the mantle of giving us some more Apex. Strafing Flame left on his own. Strafing Flame trying to survive. Can't jump into the void. The only thing it looks like he's going to be able to jump into is the spectator screen. As he is the last chance for RRQ to stay alive. Jumps into a portal after jumping in the void, but RRQ have gone next. The match point teams are falling like dominoes.
The Grim Reapers of the lobby are Elite Esports. Are they coming to life at just the right time here? As ZETA Division have also lost one. Alliance are starting to press them here, but a lot of damage has been done back. But they're without their star boy, Yuka, right now.
Yuka down, it's time for Mike and Satuki to take the front seat. To stand under the spotlight here for ZETA Division. Alliance are flooding though. Nothing they can do. Another match point team is out.
They are dropping like flies, but now we have to take a look elsewhere on the map as Team Falcons are also being pressed. Geekay trying to rip another match point team away from this lobby.
Gil gets the knock. House should be able to reset here and get this backed up. Gil's trying to hold. Gil gets taken down even though it hits Flesh. All of a sudden it's a 2v2 here. Armor advantage still in the hands of Falcons. And that's Geekay done. Falcons win their most important fight of the entire tournament so far.
So they are resilient.
Nemesis are here though.
Do they know? And perhaps they may be on the run. Yes, Falcons are going to run. They've got word that there's going to be another squad.
Position here.
I do also want to congratulate Waltzy on his 1,000th career assist with that one as well. But I'm sure right now he just wants to know, are we going to survive?
One team at the moment who is in prime position is one of our match point teams. If you're wondering who it is the team that no one was talking about. ZEDI Esports are bang center of zone. And what a story that would be.
That being said, Vision are also on the eastern side of zone. Alliance are there as well to try and disrupt things, as well are the Grim Reapers, Elite Esports. But Falcons survive for now, but sadly, Nemesis are very much holding them here. This could get ugly.
I don't really know what Falcons could do here. Elite Esports have been eliminated in the meantime. Falcons have to force it. Has to be a straight 2v3. Zone is forcing everyone forward. Nemesis being one of those teams. Sacred's taken damage, but got that bat off. And he's spotted out Waltzy. Somehow Falcons are alive here. But with the zone at their back and everybody looking, and Skittle Cakes with a Kraber. Now it's up to the CEO to pull off the impossible. Not gonna happen. ForFun Esports eliminated. Alliance will fall as well as Sentinels. They're here. And they want a second shot at this.
Vision also won that fight against Alliance on the eastern side. So two of our match point teams winning their engagement, staying in this one. The third match point team, you rightly pointed out. Look at it on that minimap. ZEDI Esports, prime position. This is the best chance they may get to win this whole tournament. There's definitely teams that can play spoiler. Vision might try and take the fight against them. But they hold so much space, so much power in the current position they hold. And they have the core stick, which is very important going into this final zone.
The issue is armor. Vision certainly have better armor in that fight, and it will have to take place at some point. RC, 50 points on the board for them. What an incredible, incredible run it would be for these three. Wolves still need the two to hit match point. This lobby is on a knife edge at the moment.
As Nemesis just try and scout out, see if there's anywhere they can go. All the meanwhile, RC did hit match point. They crossed the 50-point threshold, and as you mentioned, UNLIMIT are 1 point away. Wolves, 2 points away. AG, 2 points away. If it doesn't end here, we may well have 10+ teams on match point going into match 10.
Sentinels aren't safe in this building. They are going to have to work their way forward. And S8UL, I think, are inside of the little bunker underneath the bridge. Fon's going to line up Sheila. Forsticolt goes in. That's going to hurt Sentinels. S8UL trying to give us some more Apex Legends here, but it looks like Fun and Blixer, even though Monsoon is down, have found a corner to reset because AG are now moving in. They need the points to hit match point.
AG smell blood. They try
to the red on Monsoon.
In. Maybe Sentinels can reset.
They
live. Will. And they are in zone here.
Sentinels live, but they're being pitched. They are being pressured. The thermite is searing. As Blixer tries to force away S8UL, it's not going to happen. Fun asks for a little bit of help from Sheila. But down to 2 now.
Deathbox red, Deathbox red, Deathbox red, no! The Sparrow ult will deny it. But maybe you can get that rampart wall down and go for it again. They want Blixer back in this game.
They're sticking this one. S8UL are terrified of AG. They don't want to push. Blixer, he got back in the game, but he was taken down almost immediately. But he might be able to crawl to the loving arms of his teammates. Force 36 are eliminated in the meantime. Sentinels will not die.
They do not want to let another opportunity pass here. And they have defended so well as Reject do go down. But remember, they did cross that match point threshold. UNLIMIT just hit 51 as well, so they will also be eligible if we get there. Ascend make their move. Can they find somewhere to call home?
They're
yes,
safe.
They are safe for now.
But now they're being pressured from the team on the staircase. That's going to be UNLIMIT, who are looking to take another scalp of a match point team. Over to the other side of zone. This is UNLIMIT staring at Sentinels. That building that Sentinels currently reside in is broken. It is bruised. But that's been the story of Sentinels' game for the last 60 seconds, and they are still standing.
And most importantly, UNLIMIT still standing as well. They were the ones who stopped Sentinels winning last time, and they might just do it again here. Fun's gone down. Sentinels quite literally with their backs against the wall.
And AG Global swinging onto the Monsoon. It's a last stand from Sentinels. Monsoon pops the bat, but it's not gonna be enough. Another match point team will forwards. AG hit match point.
And we are down to just 2 as Vision make their way in, but ZEDI, they've lost 2. It's Vision who actually got the KP. ZEDI are down. It is just Vision, and they only have 2 remaining.
The IGL is down. Carter's in the void. And with Lota, the last man standing. We get more Apex!
We Vision are out to match 10 as Vision eliminated. All of our match point teams are gone, but now it's about, can anyone else reach match point? We turn to NIP and to Nemesis. If they can put a win plus kills on the board, maybe they'll join the rest of the lobby. We are going to have 11 teams on match point as it stands, as Cole taking damage. Under pressure, but can get those barrels out, which might just help them reset.
Cole's down, NinjasinPyjamas eliminated. 4 squads remain. Wolves down on the low ground. The only team right now who is not on not match point eligible, I should say,
is Nemesis.
Is Team Nemesis.
And they're about to get absolutely peppered here. Whew. Strap yourselves in, folks. Match 10 on the horizon. And now we can just enjoy some bloody good Apex.
The king of the Nata, the boogeyman of match point, stands tall for UNLIMIT. Yalari Man finds one onto No Name. Wolves Esports eliminated. We're down to just 3.
So Nemesis solo there is still alive, but it would need kills plus placement to be able to find Nemesis crossing 50. It's very unlikely, even if it is the young star himself, Sacred, but perhaps about to meet his demise, as UNLIMIT have spotted him, and there they go. UNLIMITED versus AG here in the final circle.
And Yulari man's got a Kraber. It feels like we're primed for an UNLIMIT win, but if there's one team who likes to pull things out of the bag, it's AG down on this low ground. But Yulari man, with the Stinger Bolt, flushes out AG, claims another victim. And I wonder if he's going to go for something fancy here.
Put on a show for us.
Hold your breath. No, that's it, the Kraber. He's going to have to reload. Yanya down. It's UNLIMIT's time to celebrate as we keep this tournament going here in Paris.
UNLIMIT do it again. And it just felt like we were always going to another one with how those match point teams were dropping over and over again. They were being hunted down, it felt like, almost as if they had a target on their back. But as the entire arena once more chanted one more game, that's what they're rewarded with here, and what everyone watching at home is as well. Being treated to more Apex is only a good thing.
Wherever you're watching right now, this is Apex Legends. And this is match point. It never disappoints.
And now, heading into match 10, we will have 11 squads on match point. Over 50% of the lobby with a chance to win this tournament here. But we still have teams like Alliance, Nemesis, Elite Esports, NinjasinPyjamas, SAUL, Gaimin Gladiators. I could name them all because they could all keep us going to match 11 here.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. At this point, you think we'd be used to it, but you never get used to it. It always surprises you. They're the match results that we've just seen play out in front of us. UNLIMIT on top, 21 points for them, 9 KP alongside the 12. AG Global got the points they needed to hit match point, but they're in red. They are your match point teams. Well, at least some of them that went down extremely early in that game.
Look at all that red. So much match point teams, we have to go to a second page just to see them all. I mean, as a viewer, as a fan, as a commentator, this is all you could ask for. Because it is the unknown. It's how far will we go? Who can seize that opportunity? Whether it is a fortunate zone pull or whether it is making sure you clutch up at that very moment. Only one team gets to lift that trophy. Well, not that one, that's the key.
Well, everybody is waiting to see who is going to lift that trophy. And we're going to have to wait a few more moments to find out. The ALGS Split 1 playoffs at EWC 26 will continue after this.
We booked Esports World Cup.
UNLIMIT gets a chance to step up and get that win. And with that win, they pushed themselves all the way up to third place with 69 points. But we actually have to rewind this night because on Game 7, it felt like Sentinels was going to be able to win, but we were talking about teams changing their playing style. It seems like that's what happened with Sentinels.
Yeah, I mean, Sentinels put themselves in an insane position to win the game, and all they had to do is they played passive. They only led with 2 kills. That's what they wanted. They had the spot to win the game, and I don't know what went wrong. They placed a portal, and it seemed like things just went chaotic. I think it looked like Monsoon might have gotten kidnapped by his own teammate. At one point, he took it. They got eliminated, and we have not seen them play the same since this last game. They were in a great spot. There were some open spots in front of them when they saw the zone pull. They couldn't move forward. They decided to sit still. They didn't clear their back. They could have taken the room right next to them that we saw them trying to fight for over and over and over with Rampart, and it just seems like they're starting to play a little passive. They're trying to be reactive. They are reactive instead of being proactive, which is what you need to win this tournament.
I mean, we've seen people doing too much, and we've seen people doing nothing and letting the game play them. You need to find that sweet spot between making it plays at the right moment, because at some point, people are just flooding in from the same side. Everything is collapsing. It was like 5 teams from the northwestern side, and at that point, you're just getting shot by absolutely everybody.
And I mean, Team Vision has been able to position themselves really good in the zones. They just really haven't been able to close it out. But this squad, if they were able to close it out, they would end the day with 3 wins, which is honestly, it's insane considering teams like RRQ haven't even gotten a win yet.
Yeah, I mean, you find these teams, they have their opportunity to win it on match point format. And I feel like I've said this in the past, you get one chance and one opportunity. And if you haven't taken it, you know, such as Sentinels, even Team Vision, like you have this opener to win it all. But now I think the pressure and everything like that is setting in for these teams. And I'm kind of with the crowd though. One more game, one more. Look, and I did say 14 matches. And what did you guys say? 8, 7?
I said 9. I thought that was 9.
I said 8 to 10 is what I said, but that's like a brawl. That's like a 90% hit rate, so it's a little bit too much to say 8 to 10. But yeah, it's definitely, it's going to go on for a while, but 11 teams out of 20 is now on match point. And I think, honestly, I said it in the room as well, I think Falcons might take it. I don't know. I'm just feeling it. I'm feeling it. It's coming. I don't know why. It's just there. It's going to soar.
Yeah, I mean, usually you have those players being able to step up. We saw the passion out of Imperial Howl earlier on today, too. Is that one of the reasons why you think, especially going into the 10th match, that Falcons might be able to take it?
Yeah, I mean, we always say it's like all of these people are under pressure and nobody in this entire, well, not counting other games, of course, nobody in this lobby right now knows pressure as much as Hal does. He has had a target on his back the entirety of his career ever since the old days. And if anybody knows how to do it during these stressful moments, it's him.
Yeah, I think something to point out from honestly what we've seen so far is every one of the teams that has been on match point, you know, the ZEDIs, the ZETAs, all these teams have had a circle that has put them in a position to win the game. Vision had a great spot that last game, and everyone's collapsing on them. Falcons, back-to-back games they've been on match point, have had to go across the entire map. They've had to fight their way in. They have not been in a position to actually get a zone to put them in it. So I think that's the last thing you want to do. You don't want to give them an inch because they will take it all.
Okay, graceful with the Falcons pick right there. How about you, Lace? Out of all these teams, and there's still one more in the second page, who do you think is going to surprise us here in Game 10 and maybe close it out via match point?
Yeah, look, it needs to be Team Vision. You know, I feel like they are setting it up for this right, and we've heard it from Zach himself. Like, this is their moment. They are setting in. But I also just have this sneaky suspicion Wolves Esports might be tickling on up in there. And the reason that I do say that is because they were obviously super proactive in the start of match point format, and then they have that little break. But this is the snowball team I talk about. Now that they're getting their footing again, No Name gonna go crazy.
I mean, previously in 2024, we ended up going to 13 games. You can tell Alliance is close by. Some of the other squads are close by. You were talking about players, Graceful, in regards that are used to this kind of pressure. One player that comes to mind, Snipe, has to be Zero, and they are also a team that's been in match point.
Yeah, I mean, Team Liquid, they had a slow start. They were 19th, and they had some really good games back-to-back, and it's put them in a position. But we saw it in that last game. It just seemed like there was something that they weren't as on point. That team fight that they had really didn't go as well as it could have, but there's never a person to count out like Zero. You don't want to ever count him out. He's had so much success. This is just one event that he doesn't have under his belt, and it would be an incredible accolade to add to his list of already massive achievements.
Yeah, I mean, it will be insane, right? EWC being able to get those 600,000, and not just that, get those points for Team Liquid in the club championship. Out of everything here, okay, since we have already passed some of our guesses in regards to how many games we're going to be going with, yours we haven't passed yet. But now, Graceful, is it going to be this next match that we're going to see it in?
Yes, 100%. 11 teams are on match point. It's over. It's over.
You just want to be able to sleep. So you can
bro, I got my shuttle in like 6 hours, bro.
I gotta get on a plane.
Snipe, how many games do you think it's going to go?
One more game. One more game. I'm ready. I think we go another one.
Oh,
yeah. I don't think it ends here. I think we go at least one more.
Okay, well, if that was to happen, you would have teams like Alliance that I mentioned earlier, Elite Esports too. Remember how consistent that squad was during groups? They could find some kind of opening to maybe take it one more game and then get into match point.
Yeah, Seven, there's just insane teams in this entire lobby. So, you know, I know Graceful will get on a plane, but like there are so many opportunities for these other teams to win. You know, we are used to seeing like about half the teams getting to match point format. I mean, this is kind of nice seeing 11 in this sort of standings, but there are so many, you know, great plays that are yet to come, and I'm with Snipe. One more game.
Well, one team that just made it to match point and going into the next match, they could end up winning it all. It could be Wolves. Remember, No Name was able to step up in a big way for them in survival. This could be the chance that Wolves has been looking for, Snipe.
Yeah, I mean, are we back in Sapporo? Because it feels like we have a home team crowd here, and it's incredible. I mean, I have never seen this close of competition at the ALGS before.
Yeah.
I mean, we have Elite and Alliance that aren't even on match point, NIP not even on match point, and these are some of the favorites coming in. So the fact that we have 11 there, and we still have such big powerhouses not on match point yet, like, what are we could end with 16 teams on match point for all we know.
Oh, 16 teams? Okay.
Make a record.
Yeah, does anyone remember the record, actually? Was it 14?
We'll come back with
13,
it.
14, yeah.
I know Dia's definitely going to be looking it up, so
Get it,
I'm
Dia.
waiting for those stats. Dia, whenever you end up sending it, shout out to him. He's been doing amazing this event. Now, from all these squads, right, Graceful, I'm going to go to you with this one. As an ex-pro player, you're going to match 10. What is your mentality like? I know in previous conversations that we have had, you told me you don't really get nervous in these situations, but match 10, so many teams in match point, what would your mood be like?
I mean, at this point, like, it kind of fluctuates, especially depending on how many teams are hitting match point game after game after game. But at this point, everybody knows this is most likely the last game. So everybody's going to come out guns blazing, especially the teams on the lower end. But the teams on the higher end, we have played kind of passively. And I think even they can feel themselves, because we've had this time and time again through every LAN, as every team that hits match point at some point normally has one chance where they could have closed the game. That has now passed for several of these teams. So any other teams that hasn't had that chance just yet are incredibly hungry. And I think we're going to see a lot more proactivity coming out through this, because now it's literally, most people are probably feeling that this might be the last game.
I mean, all of us, honestly. I'm with you. I think this is going to be the last game. But if that's not the case, let's see. Because this could end in Game 10, ALGS at EWC 26. Is it going to be one more game, or are we about to crown a new champion?
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know how much more I can take. Oh my goodness, this is reminiscent of EWC 2024. We're into 13 games. We're now in double digits. This is game number 10. Speaking of double digits, Looty, there are 11 teams on match point right now. If we're looking at an upset, the only two that could really do it right now are Alliance and Team Nemesis. So, I don't know why. I don't know how much more I can take.
Yeah, you know, you guys, you asked for more. We will have more. So please, one more time, let them hear you. Paris, are you ready?
Let's send it over. We're now going to send it over to our casters to take us into game number 10.
I mean, it is absolutely electric in here. Why wouldn't it be? We are into double digits in our match point finals, match number 10. And the best news of all is, Dan, that your stats become relevant about World's Edge.
It's almost like I knew we were going to World's Edge. But the thing is, now we have more teams that are on match point, more teams that have won on World's Edge. The likes of UNLIMIT, for example, maybe they could be the squad to put this to bed. Liquid and Falcons, though, are two of our favorites. Another team that has been fantastic on this map is Wolves Esports. Maybe they could be the team of 11 of them that are on match point.
Now, let me tell you, there's not many opportunities to play 10 matches in this kind of a situation. This much pressure with this much on the line. Remember, $600,000 if you close out here in this match number 10. And you've got to talk about experience in these situations, Dan. You've got to talk about the teams and the players who have been here before. The likes of Zero, the likes of Hal. They know how to play the long game. And when we talk about our zone, it could not be more central to World's Edge. It is bang center.
And when you look at the match 10 situation, we've had 9 legend bans at this point. 9 of the Apex Legends roster banned away. Bangalore was the latest addition to that. And suddenly it has made the compositions look very similar across the board. Sparrow, Wraith, plus something is the majority of the choice here. There are a couple of additions. There's an Axel in there. I think I saw a Valkyrie in there as well. A Pathfinder that slips in. But for the most, we are seeing plenty of Sparrow in Wraith, to the point they are tied in terms of selection.
One thing that's very interesting here, you did see a knock in the feed from Geekay Esports. They took down a member of RRQ who are now completely split from each other, although they're trying to get a little bit closer and look for a res over at Landslide. Now that's the zone. Like I say, if you were to draw a straight line from each edge of that circle, it's going to be about the same distance to the edges of World's Edge. Team Liquid are in a fantastic position if they can hold this southern side. Playing away from the majority of those buildings, if you can, is going to allow you to see a lot of the carnage take place in front of you.
I couldn't think of a more historic final zone than Fragment on World's Edge for a chance to lift a trophy here at the ALGS Split 1 playoffs at EWC 26. That being said, there are still 9 teams who are not on match point just yet.
Now, one zone that pulls right outside of the building that ZETA Division find themselves on is something that I've seen pretty recently as well, in and around where that respawn beacon is. So if you're talking about a good position to choose to play early, I would say that ZETA Division are in one of those spots. Right next door to them, going to be Wolves Esports. And you mentioned their record on World's Edge, Dan. This would be a fantastic time to prove you right.
They put 4 wins on the board so far this tournament. Up there with the most that we've seen alongside ZETA Division, actually. Oh! Excuse you. Thankfully, Easy Flash is out of there like a flash, as our first match point team is under pressure. It does feel like, though, when you've got this many teams on match point on set, every fight is likely going to involve one of them.
Well, this certainly is. Elite Esports versus Falcons. Imperial Hal trying to queue through the Stinger Bolt here to capitalize on some damage. You can see how weak Elite Esports currently are. Hal sends some nades up to the heavens. Well, they don't connect this time around.
A lot of these teams that are on match point are going to be reluctant to fight, opposed to the teams who are not on match point are going to want to fight. So we're going to get a little bit of a cat and mouse effect for a lot of these squads as Falcons, they back off. They're unhealthy, but they have been able to create a little bit of distance here.
It was Geekay Esports who are on the other side of Countdown here. And you can see from the POV of a couple of Falcons players, it looks like they're just struggling when it comes to loot, to shoot from distance. No scopes outside of the 2 times that's on the Hemlock of Imperial Hal. Walsey only had the iron sights on that Nemesis. But 2 times good enough. Hal forces GK back, but this slows down the rotate here. And with a lack of Valkyrie in the lobby, only one that I can see being run by Reject, making your way towards zone is a little bit more difficult.
By the way, while we look at the replay of RRQ losing players, Survey Camp has provided RRQ with a respawn beacon, and they are back up to 3. So suddenly, the lobby very healthy again, although saying that, I think Liquid may have lost a player here. And you mentioned Reject, one of the Valkyrie teams. There is one more. Nemesis, I think, are also running Valkyrie. So we might see 2 teams beaming through the skies late on. as Team Liquid will try and escape after losing Sykes.
Where do you go from here, though, Team Liquid? Because Geekay look like they're pushing them and trying to force them back.
It's the same thing, isn't it? It's a team who isn't on match point, wanting more points, wanting to catch up, and knowing there is a fantastic chance that if you win a team fight, you're going to be eliminating one of the match point teams.
Elite Esports are coming through the choke to the north here, which is a little bit of a worry, especially now that they've just with the Sparrow arrow hit that survey beacon. That's going to let them know that there's a duo inside of that building, and if I'm Elite Esports and I'm Light, I'm saying this is a chance for KP.
Liquid might get pinched here by two teams not on match point, and two teams who definitely know how to close out fights as well. Certainly going to be an awkward one. That being said, you don't want to overcommit to fights if you are one of the non-match point teams either. But with the amount of Sparrows in the lobby, by the way, there is going to be so much information gained on those rotations if you do not avoid those arrows that are laid down.
That's helpful to find on the floor. Little Nitro Gate helps the rotate into zone to try and get your teammate back and be a little bit quicker. Now, I said it was central, it's staying central, and we are going to continue essentially with a very predictable zone and where people are going to play. There's a lot of buildings to play, a lot of floors to play, of course, in Monument and the Fragment side. But Sentinel's position is one that is raising my eyebrow, Dan. They look very, very good.
You raise one, I raise two, because I do think Sentinels are in a fantastic spot here if we see the zone shift the way it can, slightly towards that southwest area. And the main reason that Sentinels are in a good spot is because everyone else is playing these buildings. But in terms of composition for Sen to hold on to it, they do have that Rampart as well. As a Legend, they can just apply them with that a little bit extra cover. Supply them, excuse me. But with the amount of core sticks that are in the lobby, this final circle is going to be a difficult one for everyone involved, you included.
In the meantime, Team Liquid just off of the cameras did get the respawn over at Skyhook, but they're still deep in zone. They're evacing out as it stands. ZETA trying to get up to Blues. Mike managing to do so. Vision, we have not talked about them yet. Their path a little bit more slow, a little bit more considered. Having to move all the way from the southern side of World's Edge. They've got Zach up to purple. As they move through the Geyser choke, there's a team holding the Harvester choke. Excuse me, the Lava Siphon choke, and that team is going to be Alliance. Now, Geekay, this is completely the other side of the zone, trying to work their way in. Now, we know that ZETA Division are in one of the buildings in front of them, and we know, to be honest with you, that half of the lobby is in the buildings in front of them, so this might be pretty tough to rotate, especially with Liquid right next to you. Caustic goes in, panics, goes in, and Zero goes out. That seemed like a very aggressive swing from Panic in that situation.
And Zero has to reluctantly go back into the portal, and sadly, we know what's on the other end of it.
Wait a minute.
Surely not.
Geekay busy.
Geekay busy, it's reject.
Well, Nox has no shields, but Zero doesn't know that. Now he does. Team Liquid eliminated. One of many match point teams falls.
And you saw Zero slump into his chair because he knows now it's unlikely you come back, but
this is the fight I was talking about in the chokes. And this is Lota being left on his own. Trying to slide away, trying to keep Vision's dreams alive.
Who else but Alliance? It would be very Alliance-esque to see them win match 10, put themselves onto match point, and a team that has won the Esports World Cup before could potentially take us to 11.
Well, they did it in 13.
They are a team who knows how to go the distance. Experience is going to be everything here, Mark.
NinjasinPyjamas firing onto the position of Alliance. Alliance do have to move in a few seconds' time, but they should be just about safe, but the cover is a little bit of an issue, and NinjasinPyjamas want to hold them out. Vane's got his attention elsewhere, though, onto SAUL.
Yep.
Who are now forcing themselves back through the choke. Lota did survive, by the way, as he's wrapping his way towards a Crafter. Wow. Which is behind Alliance's position. You can see it just in the background, the top right-hand side of your screen. A little bit lucky to find one there.
It's about where you go from here, though. Even if you craft, you go one chokehold, it's Alliance. The other chokehold is going to be Falcons.
Speaking of Falcons, by the way, love to go over to their POV right now because they are wrapping behind Team Nemesis. They are making a potential tournament winning play if they win the engagement they're trying to take.
Nemesis were holding this spot. The Mythic bin has also been opened. So there are a lot of prizes here if you win this fight.
Geekay Esports just been eliminated in the meantime in the feed. Albreleli's trying to survive by floating through the skies. And he manages to retreat back to his teammates who are actually in this tunnel. Now this becomes a little bit more awkward. But with Sacred down, Enter Force 36 will fall elsewhere. Falcons bully Nemesis away and take away their spot.
You know what's crazy is like Sentinels had a position close to this and they have left, gone into Fragment, and now the zone is pulling back down towards where Falcons are currently playing. And you mentioned it. It's potentially a tournament-winning fight for them. As when we do check in with Sentinels, they are taking a fight, and it's a 1 versus 1, I think now. AG versus Zed.
Fun left on his own. Yanya. Oh, Fun! Gets the armor swap, but it's not enough. Sentinels' hearts are broken once more.
It wasn't a 1v1, it was a 1v2.
But now ZETA still alive, by the way, on the high ground. Another match point team.
AG, perhaps you get the reset. Does anyone dare push a team that has been doing so successfully in their 3v3 engagements? Now, elsewhere on the southern side, Falcons still looking towards Team Nemesis. Vision have been able to get back up to a 3 and are in zone. A lot of our match point teams are in prime positions.
This is a really interesting side of zone right now. Albreleli will fall, and the reason I say is SAUL, Team Nemesis, Team Vision, and Falcons all reside on this southern side. Now, SAUL down to 1 or 2, I believe, are just trying to escape.
Yeah, they dodged through. I think they actually bypass both Falcons and Vision. And zone is looking pretty good for a Falcons fan. The fight that they had, the push that they made, and the fight they are continuing to have is so important here. They want to dominate this southern side. They want to be the only team here so they don't have to worry about their back. And they are very much pushing here.
Power wants to take this 1v1 with Skittle Cakes and get the job done. Make sure that their back is clear. Skittle Cakes is down. Nemesis will fall. And Falcons are starting to spread their wings on this southern side of zone.
Alliance eliminated in the kill feed as well. That is another non-match point team gone down. We now only have 5 teams left who are not on match point that could take us to 11. But we still have 9 alive that are on match point. It feels like 10 is likely to be the number now.
ZEDI Esports tough rotation now through Fragment. NinjasinPyjamas, another non-match point team are eliminated. Only 4 can keep us going here in Paris.
And one of those is taking a fight against Wolves.
Oh.
It's Elite.
Oh.
Our group stage leaders. And you feel like if anyone is going to keep us going, perhaps it would be them out of the remaining. But Wolves will get the chance to reset. Elite do not commit to the fight. And probably for good reason, because there's too many teams in the area right now.
Another Stinger Bolt goes in though, and it's forcing No Name to jump into the void. Gets into a position here to pop that shield battery. You see the reaction of Privacy, the analyst in the back for Falcons in the crowd. He knows this is their opportunity. We talk so many times about it. We've talked so many times about it in this tournament. You get one chance and you have to take it.
That being said, SAUL have set up now ForFun Esports. Eliminated, it's another non-match point team gone. It's just 3 now that remain. But AG also pretty weak here, as they are desperate, trying to survive, and Reject now are also under fire.
Well, they Valcold it in. They tried to take this space away from Team Falcons. They've been eliminated. But as the zone continues to pull towards the north now, Falcons have work to do. Team Vision, just a duo.
I mean, whilst Falcons were taking this fight, RRQ just went down, by the way. Whilst Falcons were taking this fight, SAUL and UNLIMIT just took their position. Elite are out, GG are out, It is only SAULRL.
It finishes here. But who is going to claim the title of the Split 1 Playoffs champions at EWC? Lota on his own. And boy, must it feel lonely for this young man right now. Pops a couple of shield cells and a syringe or two to get healthy. Now there is a crafter, but it would be ballsy to say the least.
But if they have been successfully watching and they see that it is definitely ending here in 10, you have to make a play. Now, a team I want to point out on the Southwest, ZEDI Esports. This potential engagement between Falcons and ZEDI, again, could be a game-winning one.
House sends a couple of Sky Nades. Are they going to connect though? But what it does do is force ZEDI away. Jelly a little bit isolated from the rest of his team who are safe in zone still. Falcons are trying to bully them. They invested a lot of utility in doing so. Nades, Stinger Bolt from Sparrow. And now it's invited to fight. Waltzy, very, very weak. Guild, very, very weak. Hal has to go huge. Falcons are weak. Falcons are bleeding. And Dupe's popped the battery. Here comes Duplex.
They're stuck against a rock right now and they are being surrounded. Duplex in prime position to remove Falcons from this tournament and to give ZEDI the chance potentially to win this whole thing as Hal's now gone down.
The last hope stays with Waltzy, but he's only got one HP. Vision! They're eliminated, but Wolves! Wolves out of nowhere! Wrapped behind ZEDI Esports! And somehow take control of the zone.
Wolves who have a 33% win rate.
Wait a minute, here come UNLIMIT.
From top fives, might lose out here from UNLIMIT. Falcons are gone.
Yulari Man is down though. Crazy Kong follows. Peace! Peace!
ZETA Division are still alive, but they are just a duo here. They have not capitalized. They're rezzing.
It's a 3v2 unless they stick the res.
They have.
Stevie gets caught off guard.
Yuka's back in the game. He's coming from the skies now.
Everyone might get healthy here. When you're looking at the armor differential though, it favors UNLIMIT. No caustic ult here for Mike. Is this the moment that Yuka has been waiting for? Or will UNLIMIT, who have been known to keep the tournaments going, finally claim their moment? A Kraber for Yuka.
The star boy of Apex Legends for his region, probably in the world. Could he finally lift a trophy and rise to the occasion that it feels like he's been destined for his whole career? On the other side though, UNLIMIT, who have denied so much already.
Stuvie is down, 2v2. Pace up on the high ground, the beams come in from Yuka, but it's UNLIMIT! The team known for keeping us going, giving us one more game, deleting match point teams, are now the champions of the ALGS Split 1 Playoffs at the Esports World Cup 26.
When Sentinels were merely 1 kill away, 1 bit of health away from winning this tournament, it was UNLIMIT who denied them. And then when we moved into match 8, again we saw UNLIMIT deny the rest of the lobby. And sometimes history just repeats itself with keeping us going in matches, but what does not repeat is the winner here. A brand new winner on LAN of UNLIMIT. And what an incredible moment for all these young men. And not only did they win this last game, but they had the most points in the lobby as well. It doesn't always happen that way in Apex Legends. UNLIMIT slayed through that game. and what was a fantastic 3v3 engagement to win it all.
Well, as the crowd pays their appreciation to every player on this stage and every team, we're going to go down to the stage right now because we need to catch up with UNLIMIT.
Ladies and gentlemen, UNLIMIT are your champions. Dude, what peace. I've spoken to you multiple times this week. We've spoken about being uncertain, but feeling confident, and then showing up on the main stage. You've just won it all. How does it feel?
I feel... I appreciate to everyone who supported me.
Dude, you can't find the words. It doesn't surprise me. This is the most phenomenal day. Yllari, man. The boogeyman of match point finals. So many people have been saying it when other teams were in the final. They were in the match point threshold. And you were down there. You weren't quite there yet. Everyone said, Yllari, man, you've got to watch out for him. How are you feeling?
他の方たちはみんなユラリマンをとにかくマークして気をつけなきゃいけない強敵だというふうにおっしゃっていました。今のお気持ちをお聞かせください。
もう本当に最高です。
Just the best.
The best. Gentlemen, follow me. We've got some things to do to crown yourselves as champions. Come with me. Let's go for a walk. Which way should we go? Let's go this way. Come on, boys. A lot of emotions here on the main stage, as you can imagine. The ALGS Split 1 Playoffs has its champion of 2026, another Esports World Cup champion. And oh my goodness, what a deserved victory. 11 teams were on match point. And here we go. We're going to make our way over to the absolute demon of a crusher. Gentlemen, please line up in the middle over here. So, take a breath. You're okay. Take a breath. We're going to go through some bits right now, okay? So, firstly, if you can remember, which 3 teams are you going to have placed in the base of your trophy with their crushed keys?
I remember one team that we all 3 wanted to crush. The best team, Falcons.
It's Team Falcons is going in the base of that trophy. Would you like to ask anything, my man?
I mean, I don't want to. I just want them to push this button, and here we go. Like I will have the right to ask them some question when they go to the totem place right after. So I mean, if you can go and press this button for me.
So we're gonna press this button first.
Yeah.
Don't worry, your key is safe and sound. Whoa. And the crusher is alive. One of them's already gone. Sayonara. Okay. Here we go. Stuvi, would you like to do the honor of just gently pulling this lever? Is there anything you would like to say before we send these 19 keys down?
Well, I feel sorry, pity for them because it's getting crushed.
I feel sorry for them. You just beat them. You got this.
Beat them, bro.
Stuvi, let's do it. Pull that lever. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. You can hear it crunching. You can hear the keys being absolutely decimated. And there you have it. And so I would like to now call our key master out onto the stage to present you with your key. Here we go. Make some noise for the key master, everyone. Nice round of applause. You have your key. Yllari, man. Okay, gentlemen, your job now is to walk all the way to your trophy. Place your key in the center of the trophy and lift it for everyone to see and cement your legacy as champions of the ALGS Split 1 Playoffs. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for UNLIMIT! UNLIMIT, now is your time to lift that trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2026 ALGS Split 1 playoff champions at the Esports World Cup, UNLIMIT! Gentlemen, I'm back. Extuvi, let's ask you a question, my friend. I want to know how it feels to have teammates like this who have had your back throughout this entire tournament. How does it feel to finally lift a trophy of this magnitude, to win an event of this size, and to have your teammates backing you the entire way?
このような大きな大会でずっとチームメイトと一緒に歩んでこられたと思います。そして常に背中を押されて守られてチームメイトと戦ってこられたと思います。今日この場を迎えて今のお気持ちをお聞かせください。
ちょっと序盤ちょっと苦しんでムーブがあまりいいスタート切れなかったんですけど、ちゃんと俺の味方2人最強なんで、それ信じて頑張って。苦しい時もあったんですけど、それ乗り越えて優勝できたんで本当に嬉しいです。
Well, I didn't start very good, but my teammates, two of them are greatest, and I was supported throughout. I am so glad I was able to win. We were able to win. Thank you so much.
Yulari man, once again, the demon of Match Point Finals. Congratulations. Obviously, you've been in this ALGS community for such a long time. So many people have such high respect for you. Is there anything that you would like to say to your fans and your supporters out here who have supported yourself and of course the team UNLIMIT throughout this journey?
ずっとおめでとうございます。ALG ではもうずっと長いこと戦ってきていらっしゃいます。ベテランでいらっしゃいます。ファンの皆様、そしてチームメイトの皆様、他の応援してくださっている皆様に一言メッセージはありますでしょうか。
本当に自分たちを信じて応援してくれた方、本当にありがとうございます。
Thank you very much indeed for everyone who believed in us and kept on cheering on us. Thank you so much.
Peace, are we okay now?
Yes, I'm a little bit calm now.
You calmed down a bit. I asked you a question earlier, just saying, just try to put into words this feeling right now. Everyone cheering your name and managing to accomplish something so incredible in ALGS.
Yes, I thought this was a dream at first when we won the last game, but the dream came true, and I appreciate everyone that supported me, my family, my friends, and UNLIMIT staff, and I appreciate everyone. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it one more time for your 2026 ALGS Split 1 Playoffs champions at the Esports World Cup, UNLIMIT! Okay, there is one more thing. I'm so sorry. I know I've been here for way too long. There is one more thing. At this tournament, we have the MVP, of course. And so, ladies and gentlemen, your MVP of the ALGS Split 1 playoffs is... It's Peace. Congratulations, my friends. Can I get the Keymaster to bring over our MVP trophy? There you go, buddy. Lift it up for everyone. I think it's the whole thing. I think it's the whole plaque. In 3, 2, 1, give it up for Peace, everyone!
you can wake up, Peace, because this is not a dream. You are the champion of ALGS at EWC 26. And not only that, he has won MVP Snipe.
Yeah, I mean, peace, love, and EWC champions is the name of it. I am so proud of this team. UNLIMIT has done his job so many times of keeping match point finals going, and for them to finally pull it out and get the win like this, we saw the emotions on the stage. We saw the emotion from the competitors. It is the best feeling that they could have, and we've seen it all on their faces.
Yeah, I mean, it's really super
Ladies
hard
and
to not
gentlemen,
get
one more time, we'd like you to lift this trophy. So Yulari man, come over here, grab that trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, it is your champions one more time, UNLIMIT!
There you have it, your champions. I mean, the emotions are at an all-time high, Lace.
I mean, it's really hard to not get emotional yourself with such an incredibly humble team. You know, they have been working day in and day out for this moment. So, of course, you know, wipe back the tears, but of course, tears of joy. And just to see them have an incredible performance throughout match point format as well. I thought Sentinels was going to take it home in game number 7, and we sort of counted out UNLIMIT at that point, winning that game. Obviously winning a second game and then winning the thing overall.
Yeah, from the beginning we were talking about consistency, Graceful. This squad, I mean, when it came to World's Edge, they ended up winning 2 out of the 3 matches that we played today. That's exactly what you've been looking for.
I mean, even seeing them at the Crusher is almost poetic, because do you know how many teams they stopped to win this whole tournament? It is absolutely crazy. They are they have always been stopping teams in general, and now once they climb that mountain, really mountain, as we saw, literally that last hill, like 5 teams fought for God's spot. They are the ones who ended on the high ground, and they took everyone down.
So many teams that we thought were gonna win here. You know what? Let's send it to the totem for the champions.
He's going to forge the trophy. You have to choose now. You already choose it, maybe? So which one do you want to go in the trophy? There is Falcons, Alliance, ZETA Division. Which one?
Crush?
No, it's already crushed now, but it will be helping to forge your trophy. So you just have to choose 3. You take Team Falcons? Okay, here we go for Team Falcons. Shut. It's forging the trophy if you win all of these, and then will be put this in the trophy of EWC this year.
What does forge
mean? It's okay, it's forged. So Falcons were the first. Now, can we have the second teams you want? You take Alliance. And so now you have to choose for the last team which one you will take. Of course, you win this 1v1 at the end, and you will take ZETA Division. They can go now. They will reclaim the trophy. So now, guys, you can go for raising your trophy once again and put your key in the walls of this Esports World Cup 2026 here at Paris. Ladies and gentlemen, please, one more time, make some noise for your EWC 2026 Apex Champions, Team UNLIMIT! Now, guys, you can take your frame. Take the frame, take the frame, the frame. The frame, the frame. You're gonna give you the frame, and you're gonna have to put this frame in the role of this Esports World Cup 2026. Here you go, guys. Second frames, ladies and gentlemen, of this Esports World Cup 2026 here at Paris for Apex Legends. It's now written in the history. Team UNLIMIT!
And there you have your champions of the ALGS Year 6 Split 1 playoffs at EWC 2026. Nobody expected them to be here. They overcame a lot of obstacles, and they have claimed that trophy and taken home $600,000. And not only that, added 1,000 points to their club championship leaderboard. Stay tuned, because there's more EWC action to come.